350. Aziz, Aziz, একটু ঢোকা হলে
वाटरमेलन खान्छ कि नाही खा भन्छ कि नाही वाटरमेलन
Mm.
काट्दैछ त्यो
Kaçın önünde kaçın. Ano? To कुचुरु
오늘 가겠는데. 이거 안 하면 무슨 안 해. 이상한 यो के जुन यहाँ हुन्छ नि यो एआई जेनेरेटेड बोल्ने होला यो स्टोरी नि एआई जेनेरेटेड हो नि लाइट
स्टोरी पनि
नोभेलहरू होइन
कुनै चाहिँ त्यहाँको ल्याएको
त्यो
त नत्र
बानुवा नोभेल भनेर लेखा हुन्छ नि त कुनै
कुनै चाहिँ मैले हेरेको थिएँ कुनै मात्र त्यो रिलेटेड हुन्छ नत्र स्टोरी पनि एआईको हुन्छ
त्यो पिक स्टोरी हो त यहाँ त्यतिको लेख्छ भनेर
अझ उ गर्छ क्या आधी मात्र गर्छ त्योहरू अब आधी एउटा पार्ट मात्र हुन्छ अर्को पार्ट कन्टिन्यू नै हान्दैनन् क्या यस्तो क्रिएटिभ
मैले हेर्नेवालाहरू चाहिँ माङ्गाकै थियो क्या, किनकि 80 च्याप्टर भनेर तल लेखा हुन्छ।
ए
अन्त अब त्यो पछि च्याप्टर नआएको भएर रोक्दा हुन्छ कि।
मैले चाहिँ हेर्ने पुरै एआई नै छ
मैले एउटा 12 घन्टाको हेरेको थिएँ कि पुरा ग्याङ्स्टरवाला।
मेरोमा चाहिँ यस्तो हुन्छ कि हेर न जस्तो यस्तो भने हुन्छ जस्तो एनिमेसन पनि एआई हो स्टोरी पनि एआई हो भोइस पनि एआई हो अनि कमेन्टमा पार्ट टू माग्दै बस्छ के अनि एआईले त पार्ट टू क्रिएट गरेको होइन
ए मानुवा भनेर भने
भन्नु त भन्छ तर यो कुनै पनि मानवको होइन कि यो चाहिँ
हो, यस्तोवाला चाहिँ मानुवाको हुन्न क्या। अनि यो चाहिँ अलिक झिपाइदिएको छ, अलिक त्यो बारमा लक परेकोवाला यस्तो यस्तो चाहिँ हुन्न। मैले हेर्नेवालाहरूको चाहिँ त्यहाँ नामै लेख्दा हुन्छ जब।
यो ठ्याक्कै यो 7 मिनटको 10 मिनटको आउने हुन्छ नि तिनीहरू चाहिँ ढुक्कै एआईको स्टोरी
त्यो
हो
मैले त
तिनीहरू
5 घन्टाको हेर्छु,
होइन
के एआईले बनाएको।
त्यो त हुन्न भोइस चाहिँ एआई हुन्छ तर
भोइस त्यो मानुवाबाट पेस्ट गरेर एआईमा राख्छन् होला। ओरिजिनलसँग अलिअलि म त्यसको पछि गएर अलिअलि च्याप्टर पनि पढेको छु त।
12 घन्टा त्यस्तो आउनेवाला चाहिँ म स्किप हालिदिन्छु
त्यस्तै हुन्छ राम्रो वालाहरू।
अनि राम्रो वाला त हुन्छ तर अब
पहिला 2 घन्टाको हेर्थेँ, 2 घन्टाको अलि मजा छोड्यो, अनि 4 घन्टा 6 घन्टाको थियो, दुइटा गरेर 12 घन्टा। New policies, operating procedures, new policies, procedures, new policies, operating procedure, decision rules, new policies, operating procedures, new policies, operating procedures, decision rules, information flow, new policies, operating procedures, new policies, operating procedures, new policies, operating procedures, decision rules, new policies, operating procedures, decision rules, information flow, new policies, operating procedures, new policies, new policies, operating procedures, decision rules, new policies, operating procedures, information flow, funding, ensuring new policies, operating procedures, new policies, operating procedures, decision rules, new policies, operating procedures, new policies, operating procedures, new policies. Initially, new policies and consumer regulation procedures and business influence Karachi procession can be explored by exploring so-called disrupting the ongoing operational principle, but can be explored without operating the ongoing operational system. Can be explored without operating, can be explored without disrupting the ongoing operation of the system, can be explored without disrupting the ongoing operation, forming the operation of the system, and physical net transportation of experimental without physically building it. It will soon can be pictured experimental. New order designs, physical layout, new order design, physical transportation, and without physical building the system. Physical building the system, hypothesis about how or why certain phenomena occur can be tested for feasibility. Hypothesis hypothesis about why a certain phenomena occur can be tested for feasibility. Hypothesis about why a certain how. Hypothesis about why how. Hypothesis about how or why certain phenomena occur can be tested for feasibility. Hypothesis about how or why certain phenomena occur. Hypothesis about why. Hypothesis about how or why certain phenomena occur can be tested for this is it is the result. Hypothesis about why or certain phenomena occur can be tested for feasibility. Hypothesis about why. Hypothesis about how. Hypothesis about how or why certain hypothesis can be tested for feasibility. Hypothesis about why. Hypothesis about how. Hypothesis about certain phenomena occur. This is the three kind of test for user. Hypothesis test for user. Time can be compressed or expanded. Awareness by display or display. Time as a compressed system user. For display of design phenomena under conditions. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of the universe and the importance of the universe to the performance of the system. Insights are obtained by the user. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of variables. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of variables. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of the universe and the importance of the universe to the performance of the system. Insights are obtained by the user. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of the universe and the importance of the universe to the performance of the system. Insights in the audience, insights of that's interaction. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of the universe. Insights can be obtained. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of the variables and the importance of variables to the performance of the system. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of the variables. Insights can be obtained here. There is a hypothesis. The hypothesis represents the hypothesis code to show the user find that the user insights can be obtained originally. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of variables. Insights can be obtained about the interaction of variables. Insights can be obtained. Insights can be obtained. Insights on the interaction of variables. Insights can be obtained about importance of system. Insights can be obtained about importance of Let's to understand how the system works. Using was let's to understand let's to understand and how system काम गर्छ yes to understand how system and system works like hypothesis time inside hypothesis times inside is to understand our system is to understand our system is to understand our system because of the analysis of the new rules of the stress information flow यति कुराहरू चाहिँ के गर्नुहुन्छ के गर्नुहुन्छ can be के गर्नुहुन्छ because नमस्कार हेलो आमा हेलो नमस्कार नयाँ वर्षको शुभकामना हुन्छ आमा हुन्छ आमाले रोग नलास् नयाँ वर्षमा हस्पिटल लानु नपरोस् होइन सुवास त खै कहिले कहिले हो सुवास अनि के खाना खाजा खानुभयो चाय नास्ता के गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ हाल हाल बुझ्नुभयो क्या हँ? म नि भात खाएँ अनि यहाँ फलफुल ल्याएर खाएको थिएँ अनि अहिले खाएँ दुध खरबुजा ल्याएर अनि खायो त्यहाँदेखि खरबुजा पाइँदैन भने किनेर खानु न मिठो हुन्छ हो र सकिन्छ ल ल छोडिदिनु अरूको पैसा छोडिदिनु अनि छोडिदिनु अरू अनि कहाँ कोठामा हुनुहुन्छ कि तल त बाहिर कता हुनुहुन्छ ए हल कोठा अनि बा साइमा कता कता त्यता ए सबै आफ्नो आफ्नो कोठा हो ए अनि फोनमा कोसँग बात गर्नुभयो त होइन भन्न हालेको नयाँ वर्ष भनेर सुनाउनु भयो कि छोरी छोरीहरूलाई नातिहरूलाई भन्नुभयो अँ ठिक चाहिँ उठायो मम्मीहरूले किनभने मलाई माफ नगर नेपालमा भएपछि त सबैले हेप्ने क्या घरबाटै सुरु हुने नेपाल भएपछि ने नेपालमा भएपछि त हेपिहाल्ने क्या घरबाट झन् नेपाल बसेर त हामीलाई हस्पिटल लान अँ, चाहे नेपाल बसेको भनेर हेप्ने है अरूलाई चाहिँ गर्ने सुरुमा नेपाल बस्छ नेपाल बसेको छ जाने त अरू जानी जानी बसेको नेपाल जानु मेरो मम्मीलाई गरेर अर्थै भएन नि त्यो त मम्मीको कुरो हो नि त अब फर्स्टलाई मम्मीलाई गरौँ नि त आफ्नोमा भएन भने नेपालीलाई हेर्ने नयाँ सरकार आएदेखि नयाँ सरकार आएदेखि नेपालीलाई हेर्दैन नयाँ सरकार आएदेखि नेपालीलाई हेर्दैन Mm. ज्वाइँलाई हस्पिटल लान भन्नु न अब ज्वाइँ अब ज्वाइँ आउनु भयो आमा ज्वाइँ आउनु भएको अब हस्पिटल लानु भन्नु नि हुँ, ल ल ल ल सिचुएसन ट्रेनिङ मोडल सिचुएसन ट्रेनिङ यस्तो चाहियो अब हामीले सिचुएसन difficult to simulation results simulation results will be difficult to interpret simulation results will be difficult simulation results will be difficult to interpret model building 7% model building which is special to me model building requires model building model is special to me model building requires special training model building requires special training model building requires special training simulation results simulation results not be difficult to interpret simulation results not be difficult simulation results not be difficult to interpret simulation results not be difficult to interpret model building requires special training results as a model building requires special training model building requires special training simulation results not be difficult to interpret simulation results are not be difficult to interpret simulation modeling languages may be time consuming and even expensive inexpensive to the unnecessary financial programs time consuming result financial problem to the inexpensive time consuming expensive to the simulation modeling languages time consuming expensive to the time consuming expensive to the चाहिँ स्पेसल ट्रेनिङ चाहिन्छ एउटा स्पेसल ट्रेनिङ चाहिन्छ टाइम कन्ज्युमिङ र एक्सपेन्सिभ हुन्छ बिजनेसलाई इन्टरप्रेट गर्न गाह्रो छ एनालाइटिकल सोल्युसन चाहिँ मोर प्रिफरेबल पोसिबल हुन्छ एनालाइटिकल सोल्युसन इज पोसिबल अर मोर प्रिफरेबल एनालाइटिकल सोल्युसन प्रिफर गर्ने ठाउँमा पनि के युज हुन्छ सिमुलेसन युज हुन्छ simulation is used in some process, in some cases, and analytic solutions are even more preferable in some limitations of change simulation technique. The complex simulation technique so evaluating solutions what does not manage business themselves. Solutions in the software of evaluating simulations and results. Simulation is not part of the simulation results. All of additional simulations and results all are evaluating solutions. Simulation numbers, evaluating solutions, important solutions, information, important solutions. We are submitting solutions but not solution themselves. Solution generals we are generating solutions but not solution themselves. Simulation is not precise. Simulation is not precise. It does not even answer but maintain fluency strategic systems security present conditions. The precise manner is the answer designer. Set up system response feature to different operating conditions. Systems to response feature to different operating conditions. Using precise ranges. Using is not precise with precise learning. Is a trial and error method that will produce different solutions in digital terms. Trial and error method is a trial and error method that makes produce different solutions in digital terms. Trial and error methods set different solutions in the same response. Is a trial and error method. Is a trial and error method. Is a trial and error method. Which different solutions in the response. As a starting finding optimal levels increases between minimum parameters of human learning and difficulty in changing the optimal ranges. Difficulty in topic challenge is differences in one's capacity in difficulty in speed and stress is so studying the concept guiding in this trial and error that different systems in the runs to try and so the people try and try and does it have a solution for the solutions in the runs try and the optimal difficulty of the development business areas of application, transportation, environment, music, computer, fashion, area application, computer, communications, assembly, computer, computer, communication, computer communications, solutions, gas, healthcare, biological, healthcare, physical, health, healthcare, environment, health, implications of using study vision basis theorism and purposes from coordination having more trust management capacity planning and performance evaluation of process quality business market analysis prediction of consumer behavior and optimization of marketing strategy comparative evaluation of marketing campaigns business versus market analysis planning, market analysis, prediction of consumer behavior, market analysis, prediction of consumer behavior, optimization of marketing strategy, monitoring testing alternating plan by the strategy, testing alternating combat strategy, operations, C operations, use exercises, testing of alternating plan by strategies, Testing of alternative from strategies. Testing of alternative. Testing of alternative from bad strategies. And testing of alternative from bad strategies. Air operations, simulating or exercise. Checking healthcare design, planning health services, estimate expected patient density, hospital staffing, effectiveness of healthcare, combination network design optimization, developing a network reliability, consider for portfolio management value forecasting the impact of global efficiency, portfolio management, and also market fluctuations, transportation, some companies pursuing so the most management performance evaluation, some extension using computing, system, scenario, use of application, determines set of functions. Which deterministic form given set of inputs have to be random after determining quantity, after determining quantity, after deterministic continuous set of inputs. Deterministic input, a solution consisting of no random elements. The non-set of inputs, resulting in many outputs, non-set of inputs, resulting in many outputs, no random elements. Filtering random elements, which one are not random input variables, setting the random input variables, using the random outputs, in the stochastic approximation. Random elements, which are random input variables in the random elements, which random input variables in the random outputs, stochastic line. Engineering physical systems and generally from engineering physical systems. Engineering physical system and physical stress and state systems also finance economics and stochastic systems, stochastic systems are in stress systems are usually less as finance and visa. Stochastic systems usually less finance economics, incidents, economy, where it uncertainty and uncertainty factors in the uncertainty and uncertainty factors. It is used in this system gives time signature in a system that does not change its form. System does not change its form. Materials in the stress system system changes with time. System changes with time. The statement of time is not a significant variable. Time is a simple significant. No use of frequency education. No use of the frequency education is no use of the frequency education. Time is not a significant variable. No use of the frequency education. No use of frequency education. Structural behavior. More structural than behavioral representations of behavior of static components in the system. Structural behavior, structural representation of behavior of static components. There's more visual information people and visual analysis data. Visual representation with the visualization. The first will get solution from the simulation of analytical most expression as a solution to the problem. Most solutions are organizing and the stream of organizers directly solution to the problem. Simulation model is not the most typical model of the simulation model, simulation solution model, mathematical models and computation models that question the solution of a problem. This is a solution of a problem from multiple iterations from a solution of the question of the solution solution involves mathematics and model and computation model solutions include computation model solutions include mathematical model and computation model. The approximate the solution of a problem that solutions approximate to approximate the solution of a problem from multiple equations. The solutions are precise and clear, approximately the solutions are approximate values from million more. The multiple equations solutions and approximate values are suitable for most form solution which can be mathematical model University not non-boundary competition versatile. We don't the broad in the problems of culture with versatile and applicable. In versatile and applicable to the in the problems street in competition investing in user. It is quick in computational investing learning. It is quick in computational investing learning. It is simply the facts and using demand. Simple systems in user will is learning by the systems discussing the topics in user description and treating the systems and is transitions to the financial super difference in efficiency in the definition of business learning. This that the result is called a set of defense mechanism. Foundation stated, foundation simple are easy to engineer, those are more complex and more computational resources which are some number of the fixing are consumer is a process to practice system
So I'm not investment to this backward endorsement step when property like consider scream should this so so on the floor it's just we have separate we have the surface for those we have separate the current what's here solutions
Modern gender equilibrium is to physical structure using psychology to physical structure of the world system structure
With the curves on your genre, different streamlines which different utilize to judgment, that has to be reason to slide near the center line or repeat a different into the right first system. Those into the streamline near the center line are created to one surface. Last night, very nervous discuss series and discuss interactions. What happens if people put a trouble at once? Some things to do, the same program as similar to kind of United States, some conversations, discussion. What temperature increase in bonded air? 90%. Bees.
The physical structure attributes relationships between components without considering the physical structure attributes relation between just physical structure. Shows the physical structure attributes relationship between components without considering the physical structure. Physical relationship, physical or geometric relationship with the observation, which shows properties of the strong process, which include protein, long in extreme influence, something more information, this is what I'm learning, solution, when my service for this person's stresses and stress without them together, inside or on the crux to the person to the ground, personal essence, the burden now that is me.
What's happening at the bottom of the viscous distribution? Viscous distribution as a flow structure secondary. Turns out. Social increases hardness. And social increases temperature hardness. Pressure is constant across the boundary layer. In a normal direction, pressure doesn't change much. Since it's business. Sino? Ucrania le ulicy i click uweze. यता अस्तिको जस्तो भयो भने त छोडेर जान्छु होला यार म त तर कहाँ जाने भन्ने कुरा काठमाडौँ भने त्यस्तै छ
फोनै ठिक भइहाल्छ मेन्टल प्रेसर
अँ मेरो पैसा जसमा हिँड्नु हुन्छ यदि कुनै गरी के गरी राम्रो ठाउँ र छैन भने कन्फर्मेसन पायो भने त जानु हुन्छ अझ नजिक
रोमी कहाँ जानु के पनि छ भाइहरूले पनि छ भन्दै थियो
को भयो
त्यो खाना खाने ठाउँमा बस्नु आशिष भएको साथीहरूले पनि उडुस लागेर घर जाने बेलामा के छोडिदिएर
नत्र सकिन्न त यार त हुन त नजिकै हुनुपर्छ भन्ने पनि छैन मतलब
म चाहिँ के गर्छु भन्दाखेरि मेन यिनीहरूको सोर्सेसहरू पनि सब खाली गरिदिएको
खाली गरी के गर्यो
खाटै नभएपछि कहाँ बस्नु तिनीहरू मेन तिनीहरू बस्ने खाट चेयरमा हो नि त बगिरहेको नि
हो तर उसमा खाट्नु भने आउँछ नि जस्तै तिम्रो यो यसको यो एजमा हुन्छ नि सरर लाएर बस्छ
त्यो नि छैन यो पनि छैन यो पनि छैन भने चाहिँ भुइँमा जति
कपडा कपडा
तर कपडा मेरो रिलेटिभली कम हुन्छ नि त किनभने
खाटमा भएन भने कतै न कतै त खाट भएर पो खाट्छन् नि खाटमा बस्छन् नि
फ्याट भएन भने म्याट स्याट यस्तो यस्तै ल्याइन्छ त्यसमै सुतिन्छ त्यसमा चाहिँ उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ खानेकुरा नि भन्दा केही हुन्छ त्यस कम चाहिँ हुन्छ कि मेरो लागि चाहिँ म त्यही हो सोल्युसन मेरो
मलाई के छ भने नजिक हुनैपर्छ भने छैन यदि मेन रोडको नजिक हो भने जता नि जानु पाइन्छ यदि नभएको त्यस्तो ठाउँ हो भने चाहिँ कम तनाव दिएर अस्ति नै मलाई म 1 महिना यहाँ बसेर सुतेको विषयले आज भेट्यो भन्दै आइरहेको
सबै
फेरि
गाह्रो पठाउँदा समय लिँदा
नर्मल रहेछ केटाको चाहिँ Controversy behaves president change that ways. Christian getting across the perpendicular to the wall. Surface. This advantage is Western integrally strong with pride but best parties in the same direction. Basically, for a compressible laminate flow on a flat plate, I have Mach number. Higher Mach number running on the thicker boundary layer because viscous heating is stronger. Higher order number bonds are thinner. Pattern in hypersonics, the boundary layer subtypes start interacting with other viscous other immunes through these interactions modify the precipitation of the body. It's not about thin skin and mud. The viscous layer activates and it's Scotch, Scotch interaction. Evidence to make this association. Yeah, yeah. Thoughts, figures, it's trusting this interaction modifies pressure. Because bond layer cause but they won't 튀는자 감시를 도를 찾아 이제 정신을 무전 디스플레이 포개자를 보고 나잖아. 왜 팀속 번호지? 팀속 팀이 필요해. 그래, 팀속을 벤처리 그때 엑스 벤처리 그러면 외수자라. 벤처리를 쓰니까 그런 마이너스 플러스 마이너스 원자가 원 스퀘어 원 스퀘어 플러스 2. maximum compressor limit is 1 over c. So the flow limits this cross section area is conjunction convert environment frozen body environment city spreading. There is software stand up distance energy. Distance and one type of medium scar inside it. In method is that down say entropy generation 때 관련하다가 수화 generation 데려서 문자 되게 ini itu 데리는 검수 완전 boundary 문자 어떻게 그렇게 받아들여 software से एकदम कम server you should also more to say also more than exam viscosity transfer also एकदम intricate boundary layer पनि boundary software layer you should चाहिँ गर्नु गाह्रो हुन्छ and future music parts what's happening is bounded there ना bounded sort of flow labor so temperature version research lots of research bounded okay modular sheet हुन्छ bounded किन पर्छ Very vanilla. This song here is a concept of economy, economy, temporary something. और मेरे टेम्परेचर समूह की वजह से तो इससे हो जाता है किसको कारणले गर्दाखेरि फरेन टेम्परेचर छैन और मेरो कतिको वर्ष भन्यो भने चाहिँ अनि लेयरको एउटा फ्ल्याट प्लेटको माथि डोमिनेन्ट भन्नु न त्यो चाहिँ मेरो मेरो नोभेम्बर बढ्यो भने चाहिँ फर्स्ट मेरो बडी लेयर पनि बढ्यो के हो त चाहिँ really struggle their operating situation where we usually do me go down and hide and Chris said on the Yeah, hundred times was Kara. Well, what body makes a body look thicker, right? Hypersonics the body here grows very thick because setting and reduced density and reduced density. Density घट्छ त पाउनु देखिन घट्नु पऱ्यो thick layer displace the clear pattern outer displace and soft and position sensitive body. 气方面的在阿非利斯做的这里是啥子？Smart analytics is the same message for Shelter and for simple changes after the surface specifications. Che fanno quando sto situazione? Vuoi
Similar changes to derive the new values of only attributes. The point of equilibrium change normally. To the point of equilibrium change, if the point of equilibrium change, which is unique to a value, from the value of the attributes, which is not allows one to also. What is the nature of the things or in the
हेलो हेलो यो भन्यो मलाई त्यो चानेको नम्बर सेन्ड गरेर ल
sometimes you know just this using dimensions and this marketing is initiative miscommunication this is pretty much easy. But just a limits between demand and supply but the balance between the second part of community and the price of the community so the price of the oh, Ini masalah setelahnya masalah.
Sudah cara dengan yang sudah
Harus pulang. Kita pernah las.
यो 60 वाली नै हाल्दै थिएँ।
मलाई के त
कसरी यो त्यो?
केमा हालेर जान्छ
Una halas y cosas así.
केमा हाल्नु छैन भने
¿Cómo halas?
अहँ,
Y eso de.
यस्तो पर्छ तपाईँले ल्याएर अब म बसिसकेको छु यार, किन
ए
पनि भन्नुपर्छ यार
कसो पहिला भने के को कुरो र
तपाईँले ल्याएर
ए यार
यो देऊ नि त मलाई यो देऊ नि त तिमी गर नि त
यो त मैले धोएर ल्याएँ
अनि
यो त
मैले पनि यो एक्सर्साइज गरेँ त्यो तिमी देऊ न मलाई म त्यो गर्दै गर्छु
होइन म यस्तो बोल्न खोज्छु के हाल्दियो मैले भिडियो छैन रहेछ यार कहाँबाट ल्याएर पहिला म यस्तो बुढो ल्याइरहेको थिएँ यही ल्याइरहेको थियो मुनि आएको थियो काम ल्याउने कसरी यो ठिक छ पुरा भर्खर बनायो भने कुन चाहिँ हो अनि यो कमला फल तर्टिन दिन थाल्यो क्या रोडमा बेचिरहेको थियो न तर्टिन चाहिएर
साला एउटाको 10 रुपियाँ हो थाहा मुझे एउटा होइन मुझे तिमीले त्यहाँ होस् एउटा
10 रुपियाँ ल्यायो 10 रुपियाँ टिपेछु
गेडा मैले तँ खाउन मात्र मुझे 10 रुपियाँमा खासमा चढाइहाल्नु भने मजाक गर्छ कारणले गर्छ 10 रुपियाँ साला त्यहाँ लिएर आउनुहुन्छ तिम्रो माग न तिम्रो दिइहाल्छु नि सिम्पल जति पनि दिइरहेको छ त अनि मेरो किन खानु पर्यो सिम्पल खाऊ न विषयलाई राति दिएन के भन्छ मैले गर्न दियो भने चाहिँ ऊ पुरै घिन आउँछ भन्थे
यो तिम्रो हो जसले
यो त मेरै हो थाहा विशालु हो
डिभाइड गरेको छ होला
पैसा डिभाइड गरेर होला भाइ पैसा मेरो हो
गेडातिर त उनीहरू
किन्थे त मुली अब
हिजो मलाई त्यत्रो 1 घन्टा लाएर पकाएको छ त्यो सम्झ किनकि त मलाई बेनिफिट त हुनु पऱ्यो नत्र द ब्रेड
20 रुपियाँ कम हुन्छ तिम्रो कस्तो
पर इन्डिभिजुअल त्यसो 40 40 20 पर हेड पिस
मेरोमा केही हुन त मैले
एकदम पकाइदियो र तिमीले भन्यो भने
मैले
हिजो ब्रेड र अन्डा
मलाई पकाउने गरेर न पकाएको लागि यही नराखिन पकाउनु
बिसिन्छ भने भन यिनीहरू 20 रुपियाँ छ त काम गर्थ्यो भित्र काम गएको थियो
काले जान्छु कति काले कति काले कति खै कता राइटिङ back in my life I am ल्याइदिएपछि एउटा त्यहाँ हातमा टेकेको तिमी मात्र सिउलेर मात्रै पकाएको हुन्छ सब खर्च चोरी मैले कति दिनदेखि मेरो मात्रै खर्च भइरहेको छ मैले लेखाउनु हिसाब गर्नु पर्ने आज तिम्रो गर्नु त म त नानीहरू मुजी एकदिन त पकाउन माया छ होला मिठो हुन्छ कि मिठो मैले मिठो हुन्छ तिमीले पहिला पहिला याद बनाउनु सुसाइड नै मुजी छिटो गएर पकाउनु मुजी लो मुजी हेर तिम्रो मात्र कसरी एक तिमीले खान्छ के बनाएपछि खान्छ के ए मुजी खानु त आफै बनाउँदै तिमीले मा खानु त जाऊ कति खान्छ हामीले भुजाइ नखानु लाग्यो
उनीहरूको मजाले फेरि दुधको दुधको छ खानु
त्यस्तो पर्दैन के मिठो हालेर बनाऊ बनाएर ल्याउँदा
भाइ छ नि त हो
भाइले खान्छन् के न त तिम्रो मात्र खान्ला के पो दुईजना तिनजना किन चाहियो र मुझे तेस्रो मान्छे कुसुम बनाएर हालेर साला
बस त कमन हो नि त अब
मैले 5 चोटि बनाइसकेपछि मलाई एकचोटि बनाउनु पनि अझसम्म बनाउँछ एकचोटि सोच्दा एकचोटि के गरेन त्यो हिरो बन्छ माछा र त्यो इलेक्ट्रिक जब हुँदाखेरि मैले पकाउँछु पहिला जमानामा मैले 12मा बुझेँ आधी घन्टा पुग्यो गएर बनाउँछु क्या बनाउनु
मलाई खानु भयो
आधी घन्टामा चाहिँ खानु मन पर्दैन
मलाई बनाउँला तर अहिले
ठ्याक्कै आधी घन्टा गरेर
मलाई बनाउन मन लाग्दैन
तिमी बनाएर खाऊ त्यो दुध लिएर आऊ त्यो त म दुध भर्खर गराएको के म चाहिँ किन गएर सिधै दुध लिएर के बनाउँछ बनाउनु चाहिँ भोलि भरु दिनै छ नि त बनाउनु पर्ने कहाँ सले बनाउँछ भोलि नै बनाउँदैन भोलि बनाउँछ नि त तिमीले होइन
मलाई खानु मन लाग्यो भने बनाउँछु नि
भोलि त बनाइहाल्छ नि त्यस्तो हुँदैन कि आफै बनाउँछ नि आफै बनाउनु त मजा लाग्छ त्यस्तो
अब मलाई अस्ति नै मलाई आफैले त्यो पकाएको
कहिले हो
त्यहाँ त सुकमिन लगाएको दिन मैले दुध आफैले हाल्यो मैले दुईचोटि दुध आफैले हालेर बनाएको
धेरै
दुईचोटि
जेनरल त मैले ल्याइदिन्थेँ नि त के हुँदो रहेछ
के खास मैले अर्कोलाई मिठो वाला ऊ हुन्छ नि त्यस्तो हुन्छ नि यो जे पायो खास भइरहेछ कि
प्याज स्याज नै केही थाहा छैन के हो
मैले के थाहा पनि छैन क्या यहाँ के छ त्यो पनि थाहा भइरहेछ मलाई
मैले खाइरहेको मैले साह्रै त्यही पनि राम्रो खानु तर मैले आएर बनाएको जिरो हुन्छ नि मेरो पैसा तर मैले ल्याएर बनाएको चाहिँ जिरो हुन्छ नि त मेरो घरमा त त्यस्तै हुन्छ तल धोपमा हुन्छ 50 रुपियाँ हाल्नु पुगिहाल्छ होला बस्नु चियापत्ती नि हुन्छ त्यो जिरै हुन्छ तपाईँ तातो खाँदै बनाउन बनाउनु कफी खान्छ पानी तातो कसरी ल्यायो
बाँध्दै गरे हुन्छ किन बाँधेको हो र भने यहाँ राख्नु थाल्यो होइन ए त्यो काटेर फालेको हो मजा मजा
यो कहिले भोक कहिले खान जान्छौ यो I asked Barov, get home. What are my actual odds here? Barov kept agreeing. Since I made a massive mess of things for these here, I basically ran the city to the ground. Oops. No consequences. So I asked him with mid college. I claimed that the ones who were Barov agreed was bad. She responds to the lies he tells. We can prove the truth is lying, but they're going to stop acting. The best way to do that? Prove that witches aren't the incarnation of the devil. I watched Barov finally believe his story. That was the real reason I saved him. Then the eyes said, if I were the royal decree, the title of assistant could be stripped from him, and he could go further and become my hand king. And then, dead serious. I watched Barov leave the room. He shook. The knight, looking uneasy, mentioned he was worried the other nobles might find out I was picturing a witch. And brushed his jaw before. When it bothered me, I apologize, you know. One time breath. That's why I take her. I'm not really sorry. Inside the big dental car, invited me to walk. As we walked, hands circled back. त्यो 60 रुपियाँको यो 15 रुपियाँको गेडा भयो अब हेर अनलाइन मैले भर्खर हेर इक्वल ट्रेडै भएन के यो त अनफेयर ट्रेड भयो साला यो बुझिन जस्तै आफैले भने 25 रुपियाँ पर्छ अन्त केडा पर्छ 25
विस्टे त्यो खान्छौ भने
ओ
जब मैले
अस्तिवाला हो ओए ओए ओए
जुन बनाएको थिएँ नि
ओए विशाल
त्यस्तै खान्छौ भने चाहिँ जाऊ
ओए बुझी यो 60 वाला हो पहिलाको फरक थियो पहिलाको ब्यागमा हेर त मेरो त अस्ति ल्याएको चाहिँ भाइले दिएको वाला हो यो बाबाले ल्याएको वाला हो
त्यो खान्छौ अस्ति मैले 20 सिप दिएँ
क्यापुचिनो बनाउनु भनेको 5 रुपियाँ
खान्छौ
ल्याउँदैछ तिमी बनाउँछौ
म त्यो चाहिँ बनाइदिन्छु बरु
तिमी खान्छौ क्यापुचिनो आमा यो यही क्यापुचिनो जस्तो चाहिँ यही हो क्यापुचिनो तिमीलाई फेरि तिनजना मात्रै हुन्छ भाइ तिमी मात्रै हुन्छ
सुवास पनि खान्छ
नमस्
सुवास
एक रुपियाँ दिन बनाउनु बनाऊ फ्रीमा
अनि
दिनु
फ्रीमा खान्छ सुवास
के ल्याएर फसायो
त्यो कुन मोकावाला हो क्या ए यार त्यो सबभन्दा
त्यो ठिकै हुँदो रहेछ मैले खाएको तिनटा
त्यो हुन्छ म
भारोटीमा अफरमा छ गफ आएपछि किन ल्यायो
कोकोकिल चरा बरु अलिक मिठो हुन्छ
त्यही मिठो बरु योभन्दा चाहिँ अर्को डान्स पनि अलिकति मिठो नि मन पर्दैन मलाई तर यति त मिठो हुन्छ योभन्दा तिनजना मात्रै भन्छ तिनजना भएपछि तिमीले भाग्नुपर्छ 15
त्यो अघि भर्खर 2 जना हुँदासम्म म एक हालिदिनु भन्थ्यो यो विशाल कन्ट्राक्ट खान्थ्यो पुरा
त्यही त त्यही पसिबल नभएको छ नि तिनजना भन्नु भने तिमीले 10 रुपियाँ त हाल्नुपर्छ
सक्यो
हाम्रो
चिया त एक अस्ति चाहिँ बनाएको थिएँ
काले यो होइन कि तेलुगुले भन्नुपर्छ सेकुले भनेको छ त्यो
म
ठाकुरानी गाँस खानु ठाकुरानी गाँस खानु हो न हाम्रो
यहाँ कति छ भन्दा
सुन छ हो के
पहिला मैले यहाँ आफ्नो हाउसको यो
So I instructed Anne to train with her powers until she had full control over them. Later that night, I found out a mysterious female assassin had sent a message to the other witches about what I was up to. The next day, after pulling all nighter on documents, I figured out the border city was a line of town, completely subjugated by local corruption. And to make things worse, the region had zero agricultural production. So I asked Barov how they handled its black. Barov explained. Only border creatures traded for food in Longsong Fortress. Border city basically treated like property of the Longsongs, who handed out barely enough rations to work their standard. Very hopeless. Longsong paid the Longsong, handing over their own land in exchange for service. This I never trusted. Even by taking these carrots on, faith itself a declared it. All three warriors on the plan. These those one and not trip. Far off very village asking one for. They never know. I was back calling Francis and selling half market price. He wasn't like far about that's all. Burn through his hot one. I explained Roger wasn't built enough resources to get that. Or 86 I sells the whole thing tree river. And through this works residents during winter. Why borders with marls. Winter brings monsters. Speeds of hell crack open inside dragons find out. Corrupt the animals, turning them bloodthirsty contests. The attacking force is tears out in attack. And since the city has no walls, every year brings the shells right inside walls on the cities. Without solving these problems, ways to establish myself. Yeah, that's it. Back to the water. Still in front. A single coherent word to come. Stepped up and explained. At the end of autumn, Control kept close eye on his force. When he saw the signs of peace, he lit signal fires and looked at my boat down Roofwood River to the east. I have to cut. Captain explained that the current was strong and the river ran to years of recorded history. Not a single time was ever crossed. I asked how long the 1 months lasted. The captain answered 2 months. That's on the side here since the months. The next year, it's 9 months. And a lot of time. I didn't get it. They were inside the fortress. How did it start? The captain. The fortress handed out based on one day. Careful fast. It lasted up to 3 months. There was no way to get back to the city for mine. That is not an issue right inside the fortress. It clicked completely with final. Featuring shelter and long song fortress inside off. Then stepped forward himself. He killed 2 beasts, a boar and a wolf. He explained that the beasts were corrupted by and was for corruption or dangerous. The wolf got way faster. The boar developed skin so tough that crossbow bolts could pierce it. That, despite being stronger than the time, he was still now. The hunter agreed. But more than hybrid beasts existed. Those were wings. They could transform, grow wings, and with their hands into smell. It didn't matter where you did. Look at their prey and their devour. Like they actually enjoyed the sunlight. Real humans. I asked the hunter's name. The wolf was Carter's plan. The man from the sand from that side, from the mountain plan. Full of his head said firmly, it doesn't matter who you are. As long as you're in the border city, you're part of my team. Tell me your name. The man lifted his answer. Thanks to you. Praise you for your contributions. And thanks to you too. It's point. Sure, I can part with the settings on carefully. Notes the men who put the signal fire ran straight down the mountains river. I asked Carter the average distance to the water. Approximately 600 meters, he answered. Then Carter, choosing his words carefully to himself, what was that? Asked whether I was actually planning to stay in the border city during the demise. I watched Carter go pale. The city had only a handful of guards. The castle had no room for 2,000 residents. Defending against a horde of demonic beasts was flat out impossible. But I looked straight ahead, saying, I'm not planning on time here, and I'm definitely not taking my people. And then, with that unshakable confidence in Cage reincarnated engineer that I carry with me every day, I hear, the strongest, most unbreakable walls in history, and we're going to put these out once and for all. Okay, there's one. He away, trying to wrap his head. What on earth happened? Because, like, the Roland he knew was completely different from Roland standing in front of him now. Sonov remembered it well. The foreign prince had recognition for his failure at all known doors. Useless. A walking barefoot to the royal family. Thank God no brother intended not to write that game on tenor. Basically awkward, underworld, no industries. And they don't think far off that real word. Third place is pretty forward. King promised that once the world reads timelines, he would want to use their abundance. But then Barrow started acting himself. What in the world happened? I didn't think that was fine. All of a sudden, I showed up and Razor started to me. I really mind. Borrow better than her. She's like, no, no reason I can put her in the drop. I'm already about the longer help. Like, you know, finally, what is really and then, I don't talk with other, you know, and just, that's once, for clay, that teacher, it all fair here. I don't know now. Finally couldn't go back anymore. My prince, he's a bad one. He was all friends. Instantly climbed out, threw the apple, threw his powder drum. I turned to Anna and said, Miss Anna, you should. Anna looked at me with curious expression and asked, you know how to use magic too? I do, but it's a different kind of magic. Mine is called science. Then she Carter to mix the powder with water and pour it evenly over the stacked stones. Then I guarantee you, by tomorrow they'll become a wall. Solid, ugly, Carter was sure thing my friends never say. Anna asked. Hannah, do you believe me? Without a second hesitation, she answered, if you say so, so full voice. As far as for his hardest to do, Carter went absolutely wild. Right then and there, he started to laugh out loud. With this stuff, he could build a wall along the entire 405 years. He could reinforce the castle. He could, but I was already quietly convinced myself. I murmured to build 10,000 mansions to shelter more scholars. Then I turned to my sense of termination and said, we're going to build a better home for everyone. The storm was tear down. Or to all as much. Last man from her first batch that was right now, talking to me back to curiosity. What do you call this moment to his thermals? He smiled and revealed. A few days later, construction explained the complexity of life. At zero experience in construction. Straight 600-meter wall from scratch. Deceived the architect, a real master builder, supervising every step. I realized it was spent in college at once. Couldn't fix everything on his own. I told Barov to go out and find some things immediately. Barov explained there was no that level of centralization or uncertainty. I looked somewhere else. I said college. Farm Fortress, wherever you need to go. While on the other side of town, and the old teacher was walking through the city center at South of Dallas. Scary. Convinced that for still just a few days earlier. That's when I made a phone out. Since he was one of the few was asked to decipher a notice posted on the wall. The teacher read it aloud for everyone nearby. There were open positions. Men between 20 and 40 years old who raised stones. Stonemasons, any gender with masonry experience. General laborers, and master builders of any age. Experience in forest construction or large-scale engineering projects. He was very good. The master builder position came with nothing less than one gold loyalty for months. Found around him absolutely crazy. This was a life-changing opportunity. The teacher realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He took off running to the interview. He reached me and introduced himself. My name is Carl Van Bate. I work at the teacher training center. I worked on the design and construction of palaces as well as renovations on several public facilities, including Ashford, Longhouse Brow, Furrow, and Hughes. For construction, responsibility of Stonemasons Guild. Were you a member? Yes, Carl confirmed. I got straight to the point. During Ashford's construction, there was a collapse, and every member of the guild was executed. Carl took a slow, deep breath and said, the story that spread is a lie. He laid everything out for us. The administrator at the time, driven by bribes, had sabotaged the entire team. He would never take the stone to be used, even after being warned to compromise the structural integrity of the whole problem. He had the accident happened. In the end, the administrator claimed privileges, walked free, and the stonemasons were all executed. Carl had heard the report before anyone else. He slipped away in the middle of the night. Had been hiding his identity ever since. I looked him dead in the eye. Feeling this now. You have never seen your own life. Carl held my gaze and said, I know, but if I have to run, I can't run forever, but I'm begging you to give me a chance. I've been a stonemason my whole life. I need to make things right. He asked for Barov to take it. Barov was straight. By law, he's a convicted fugitive. He should be eliminated. But given your current needs, hiring him is the best call. I stood up. With every ounce of authority I had, I pardoned Carl's crimes. Appointed him master builder and member of the industry law. Carl's jaw dropped. He died right there. I then unfolded the map and showed him where I went. Carl studied everything carefully and said, 150 men, years, 55. I crossed my arms. We need it done before the demonic period. Carl thought fast, revised the plan on the spot, suggested reducing the height and width of the wall. With 200 men, the foundation could be ready in a month. But the problem was the stone. Hard to break, hard to transport. If I could get you enough stone in time, I cut in. Can you finish in 3 months? Yes, Carl answered without hesitating. Then, let me show you what I mentioned. When Carl saw the cement for the first time, the guy nearly lost it on the spot. His eyes went wide, his voice shook. He stumbled over his words, saying that with something like this, it would continue to process the stones. See if the construction project took to a completely different level. They could absolutely meet the deadline. Easily. Carl was dying to get his hands on it. But before I could leave, Carl decided to share the secret he'd still been holding back. That's when Anna came downstairs. Carl stopped and stared, completely frozen. She was dead. He whispered. Anna explained to me that Carl was the teacher she took these stones out. Carl got emotional and waited to try to hide. He's been having nightmares about the James, he was devastated, and that seeing her alive would more relief words. He dropped one knee in front of me and thanked me for sharing, Anna. I replied firmly, you don't see witches as incarnations of the devil. I won't hunt them down with the church commands. Never harm Anna. That's when Carl revealed it. There was another witch in the city. I raised an eyebrow. A small smile clicked in the corner of my mouth. A little girl named Anna, Carl said. She found out she was a witch just a few days ago. Then Carl, completely disbelieved the entire situation, started thanking me, saying what great luck it was for Anna to be joining my harem. And that even though Anna was still young, someday she'd grow into a beautiful woman and could. Barov completely lost his laugh. I exhaled slowly and explained, the patience of a monk. Carl, you've got this all wrong. You saved Anna because you need her help. It was because of her that I managed to make this cement. That's it. Full stop. Carl turned the tea to shade of red and recorded history. Then I pulled him aside for a separate conversation. As we walked, Barov quietly warned me. Nana was the daughter of a noble, Baron Teagley Pine. If the nobles found out she was a witch, things would get complicated fast. I asked Carl if Anna's teacher to bring her to me during their regular lesson time, and I asked Barov to bring her to the kitchen as discreetly as possible. Later, Nana arrived. From the redness burning across her cheeks, it was pretty obvious Carl had said some very questionable things to my own. I introduced myself and asked her to sit at the table. The little girl, shy, first to his eyes, hesitating. So I pulled out the ultimate weapon against any woman in this world. Nana almost gave in. Almost. She held herself back at the very last second. That's when Anna came downstairs. Nana saw me, and erupted into tears, screaming, Big Sis Anna! A little while later, with Anna right beside her, Anna was demolishing the cake without a single ounce of guilt. And I took full advantage of the moment of vulnerability to form a bombshell. I know you're a witch. You can tell me. How did you find out? Anna explained. About a week earlier, she found a little bird with a broken leg. She desperately wanted to help it. She felt something flowing through her hands. Like a sticky ball of water wrapped itself around the bird. And then, the process actually could.
Anna's power was huge. He sent Carter sprinting to a hunt of my small animals, injured ones and dead ones. Audibly. Anna, the purpose, demonstrated her power. And I worked through the teeth one by one. She could feel wounds. She could reattach severed limbs, but if the limbs had been lost, she couldn't regenerate. And death, that's could hurt. Unfortunately, inside his head. He said it seemed miles from legs to me, but that scene happened right in front of him, something else entirely. He admitted he was starting to understand my approach to punches. I asked Carter to quickly help bring Anna over without drawing his attention, so she could train and develop powers. His Nana hasn't been exposed to spaceship, I explained. And since she's nobility, if we brought her here openly right now, we could spark a conflict with the local nobles. We're not ready for that yet. Then I looked around the room and said, dead serious. Beyond the demonic beasts, we have other enemies, and they live very close to us. Far away, a knight was delivering all the latest news to Garcia and my sister. He reported that the Valanegra fleet had returned from a successful raid. They'd intercepted a convoy of merchant ships, and the plunder was massive, enough to arm an entire platoon. Garcia liked what she heard and asked for the name of the captain who led the raid. The knight told her the man's name was Drake. Right then and there, Garcia used her authority to knight Drake on the spot, and handed him command of the entire Valanegra fleet, along with every last piece of the raid. The knight acknowledged Garcia's command, and said that Drake and his men had reached behind his generosity. Then came a bombshell. The assassination attempt on Roman had failed, spectacularly. The pills had been mixed into the wine and Roman didn't drink them, but he just dozed off for a few seconds and woke up completely fine afterward. But Garcia is nothing if not pragmatic, and she made it crystal clear that a failure is a failure. She didn't want to hear any excuses. She warned as he has one more shot, in order that some of his things will long be delivered to her. After that, she dismissed the night, but not before ordering that Master Alfred end his gang, since he was the one who had made the poison pills. What Garcia didn't know was that the pills had actually worked perfectly, and the real Roland was dead. I had taken over his body. The next day, the ambassador from Longsong Fortress showed up at the border city to collect the minerals. Ended up noticing a ship from Willow City unloading food at the city docks. Meanwhile, Arov got me up to speed on everything. He told me the city wall construction was moving along without a hitch, and that Master Mason Van Dyke had guaranteed the project would be finished on schedule. Arov also informed me that the version from Willow City arrived at the docks, though the quantity was more than enough to feed everyone in the city through the winter. But Arov was curiously stressed out, insisting that even with everything seeming to go well, the city's budget deficit was still absolutely brutal. He believed that in the long run, the city was heading straight for bankruptcy, since all the major expenses were being covered out of my own pocket, and let me hold on for maybe one more spring at best. But I didn't sweat it. I told him I didn't care about working through my own money, and that if we finished the wall and locked down my presence in the border city, the mineral production going forward would be guaranteed. But Barov pressed back, saying his real concern was that Duke Ryan wouldn't just let it slide if we cut off the mineral supply to Longsong Fortress. Right at that moment, a messenger announced that the ambassador from Longsong Fortress had arrived. I told Barov to ask the kitchen staff to deliver a lavish banquet, using the food that had just been delivered. A subtle flex to show that food was no longer the only bargaining chip between the border city and Longsong Fortress. In the dining room, I could tell the ambassador had absolutely no idea where I got so much quality food, since it had always been the fortress that supplied food to the border city. He was also thrown off by the way I was eating, and asked me what those objects I was using as utensils were. I told him I called them chopsticks, and that I planned to normalize them across the entire city, since they were way cheaper than silver flatware, being made of wood, and were also pretty hygienic. I took the chance to get a little digging on the ambassador too. Even with a full table in front of us, I said there was no good food in the border city, and told him to just make do with whatever was on the table. The ambassador looked confused, but thanked me anyway. Then I dropped the real news. All of that was my way of welcoming him. Every single one of those ingredients had arrived that very same day from Willow City. When it hit him that, for the first time in history, the border city was doing business with Willow City, the ambassador froze. Later, after dinner, we finally got down to what actually mattered. He told me he had come to let me know that the border city's deadline for delivering minerals had already passed, and that Longsong Fortress had already prepared the food he was going to send our way. I explained about the landslide that had hit the mines, and said that because of it, mineral production had been completely shut down for a while, and had only recently gotten back on track, and that at the moment, I only had the equivalent of 2 months' worth of production stockpile. The ambassador then asked why I wouldn't just deliver 2 months' worth for the time being. So I laid it out straight. 2 months of minerals wouldn't guarantee enough food to feed my people. I explained that 2 years ago, many people in the border city had died of starvation, and I made it clear I would never let that happen again. Then with iron in my voice, I declared, this method of exchange with the fortress must be abolished. I told him I had already sold all the minerals to Willow City, and bought all the food my people needed to survive the winter. He made clear that doing business with Willow City was a far better deal than doing business with the fortress, and the ambassador finally connected the dots about the ships he spotted earlier. The ambassador thought it over, and showing just how sharp it was, quickly figured out that since Willow City had never dealt in minerals before, they probably hadn't offered a great price, at most half the market value, which meant I was taking a loss. He also pointed out that since Longsong Fortress vastly outmatched Willow City, and had been operating for generations, it was the only party capable of processing such a massive volume of minerals, and that long term, the fortress would be the best possible trade partner, as it would work better for both sides. Then the ambassador floated a proposal: sell the minerals to the fortress at 30% below market price, since it would be a win-win for everyone. I complimented his trading instincts and agreed that his suggestion would benefit everyone involved, but I asked whether he could guarantee that all 6 families of the fortress would agree to those terms. The ambassador said he'd do his best, and told me he'd head back to the border to draw up any contracts. I agreed, and wished him good news. Before leaving, the ambassador expressed concern for the border city, pointing out that the team season was only 2 months away, and that the trip to the fortress was long and dangerous. But I, with a smile on my face, told him I wouldn't be sending my people to the fortress, because I was going to build a wall to defend the border city and lead my people against the demonic beasts, turning it into the new frontier of the kingdom of Fortinza. The ambassador mounted his horse and rode off to the fortress with a clear goal in mind. That would benefit everyone. I sipped my wine and sighed, because I already knew how noble minds were, and that even with the ambassador's good intentions, the 6 families of the fortress would never agree to the new terms. The ambassador finally met with Duke Ryan, and told him everything he discovered during his visit to the border city and the meeting he had with me. All the nobles laughed it off, saying that this little game of building a pebble wall was going to get everyone in the border city killed. Duke Ryan asked Boris what he knew about the wall, but Boris turned out to be a completely useless noble, who had nothing useful to say, which left the Duke visibly disappointed.
Since he knew Ambassador Petrov was sharp, the Duke asked for his take. Petrov said he believed Prince Roland's goal was to force them into conducting transactions with the border city using currency, not food, as was the custom, and that since Roland had been sent to govern under a royal decree, that made complete sense. He said that if they could, from that point on, purchase minerals at 30% below market price, it would still be a solid deal, and that if they secured the border city, long term they'd save enormous costs in fighting demonic beasts, and could use the vast stretch of land between the fortress and the city for farming. He also highlighted that since the royal decree was only valid for 5 years, Roland would be out of the city soon enough, and they'd be left with a thriving, powerful city. So Petrov suggested they send men to help Roland face the demonic beasts and buy the minerals at 30% below market price. The nobles started laughing at Petrov. Duke Ryan even admitted it was a decent suggestion, but flexing his authority, said that even though it was a good idea, it was just a merchant's perspective. Merchants, he said, only see gains and losses. The Duke declared he hadn't clawed his way to the top by thinking only in terms of profit and loss, and asked why he would ever do business with someone he couldn't control. He said that under his command, anyone who disobeyed would be severely punished, and made it clear he didn't care about the border city, because as far as he was concerned, the only thing that mattered was that this was his territory, and nobody else got to interfere, not even a prince. The next day, everyone gathered in the center of the city. I began my speech, the one that was about to change everyone's life from that moment on. He declared that because of the mine collapse, Longsong Fortress had refused to send food for us to survive the winter, and that we had been abandoned just like they'd done in the past, leaving us to die. He also told everyone that the astrologers of Fort Sinza had warned me that demon months would last longer than usual, more than 4 months, and that if we left things as they were, the tragedy from 2 years ago would repeat itself, or maybe be even worse. I reminded everyone of the family members they had lost, which left the whole crowd somber and furious. Then I revealed that I had bought enough food for us to make it through the winter: bread, meat, dried meat, cheese, and a whole lot more. I swore on my name that I would not allow the tragedy of 2 years ago to happen again. Everyone erupted, cheering and chanting my name, but I warned them that because of this, we had offended Longsong Fortress, and that they had threatened to stop offering shelter to everyone during the winter. But I reassured them, as everyone had already noticed, he was building a solid wall to the west of the city, and I guaranteed that the demonic beasts were no stronger than ordinary wild animals. They couldn't scale walls or chew through stone. Then I asked, in my name as Prince of the Kingdom of Fortinza, everyone with strong arms and the determination to defend their homeland, grab their weapons and join the militia. I announced that every militia member would receive 25 real silver coins per month, and that if anyone fell in battle, their family would receive 5 gold coins as compensation. Then I asked the question that separates the real ones from the cowards. Would you rather run and hide in the filthy shacks of Longsong Fortress and die of starvation like a nobody, or freeze to death with zero dignity? Or would you rather ride with me, protect your friends and family, and defend the border city until the very last breath? Everyone roared back, fired up and ready to fight with everything they had. Later, after talking with Colby and Indiana, he asked Carter if the shipment had ordered before we arrived. He confirmed it had, but asked why I needed so much powdered snow and ice. I just told him it would be my next experiment. Later that night, in my room, we sat down and noticed a cup of wine waiting for me. I picked it up, and just as I was about to drink, I heard the sound of a pebble hitting the window. When I went to check it out, a woman caught me off guard, pressing a knife against my throat. Facing certain death, I completely froze. Fear takes over me, but for some reason, the woman doesn't kill me. She reassures me that we're not enemies. That's when I noticed the symbol of the sacred mountain and the magic eye on her clothing. She compliments me for being a well-bred guy. Then she removes her hood and introduces herself as Nightingale. My jaw drops at how stunning she is, and I immediately realize I'm staring dead in the face of a witch. Hide how nervous I am. I ask what she's doing here, since killing me clearly doesn't seem to be the plan. Nightingale starts by thanking me for sparing Anna and taking such good care of them. That catches me completely off guard. She explains that she heard a witch had been captured here and came to rescue her, but to her surprise, I hadn't executed Anna. So she spent the entire week watching Anna and discovered she was a witch too. Nightingale says that even though she doesn't understand why I don't see witches as monsters, she wanted to thank me on behalf of the Witches Cooperation Association. Then she walks over to my bed, saying it's tiring to have a whole conversation standing up, and invites me to sit beside her. Nightingale notices I'm still on edge, which makes total sense, since just minutes ago she had a knife pressed against my throat. Even though I'm scared out of my mind, I sit down, because I know full well that if she wanted me dead, I'd already be gone. I take a deep breath and ask again what she wants here. Nightingale gently runs her hand across my face, and says she can see the fear of witches in most people's eyes, but in mine, all she sees is curiosity. She says that with her invisibility magic, she was right on my heels all week long. She saw absolutely everything, even the sketchy little things I do before bed. I ask why she only showed herself now. Nightingale explains that just a little while ago, my head chambermaid had come into my room to serve me a glass of wine, and slipped a little surprise into that glass. It hits me like a truck. Tyre, my own head chambermaid, had poisoned my drink. Nightingale smiles and says with that dangerous and casual tone of hers, looks like your harem isn't quite the safe haven you thought it was, buddy. I realize she just saved my life, and thank her. But Nightingale brushes it off immediately, saying she saved me because I saved Anna, and that now we're even. Then she turns around and drops a bomb. I need to take Anna and Nana away from here. Caught off guard, I ask where. Nightingale says she's taking them to the Witches Association, because that's where they truly belong. Try to understand why that place would be the only safe option. She explains that only there can witches live in peace. No persecution, no discrimination, no need to hide from anyone. I tell her that in the border city they wouldn't be persecuted either, that I offer fair contracts and decent wages. Nightingale agrees, but says there's one thing I simply cannot do. You can't guide them to the sacred mountain. She explains that only there do witches find true peace. I then bring up that my men found traces of witches in the mountains to the north, and ask if she's trying to reach the sacred mountain to be a peaceful mountain range. But Nightingale shuts that down and says no comment. I then tell her I can't just let her take rules like this, because the demon month started 2 months, the mountain to be buried in snow and swallowed with demonic beasts. There's no way I'm letting Anna and Nana walk into that. So I suggest that Nightingale and the witches ride out the winter in the city, and then go look for the sacred mountain once it's safer. Nightingale realizes I'm basically suggesting the entire association come to the city. The idea isn't appealing, but she pushes back. Even if I don't fear witches, plenty of people do. The moment the church found out, they'd come down on us hard. So she asks me why I take on a risk that big, when it'd be so much easier to just let the witches go. Without even thinking twice, I answer, because they matter to me. Nightingale understands, but asks if I really want to put Anna's life on the line like that. I'm confused. She then explains that the real reason she wants to take Anna away is that when a witch turns 18, meaning she comes of age, she faces the first great trial of life. She's awake during the teen months, and they say the gates of hell swing wide open. Those who haven't awakened, turning 18, will most likely never become true witches. But those who have already awakened, every year, on the anniversary of their awakening, they suffer the torment of demonic possession. The body gets pushed to its absolute limit. Blood seeps through every inch of skin. Eyes bulge out of their sockets. And if the witch can endure that unbearable pain, her body slowly recovers after 4 or 5 days of rest. But if she can't hold on, the death that follows is one of the worst imaginable. The witch dies in total agony, her organs and blood mixing together and pouring out of every opening in her body. And when they hit the air, they turn into black mist. And when there's nothing left to come out, all that remains is a burned, blackened layer of skin on the floor. Nightingale says that many witches die exactly when they turn 18. And that's why people see them as a living embodiment to the devil himself. Since Anna is about to reach that age, she'd have a far better chance of surviving with the association. Nightingale says she's my plans. She still hopes I'll give the girls a fighting chance to live. I worry way too much about both of them. Agree to let Nightingale take them. She thanks me. I vanished right in front of me. Knowing she's still somewhere nearby, I go to Anna's room and reluctantly call for her. I introduce Nightingale and explain everything. To both our surprise, Anna says she's not going. Nightingale tries to explain more about the demonic possession, but Anna, steady and determined, says she'll push through it, and that all she wants is to stay by my side. Those words hit me like a freight train. I'm left completely speechless. There's much else she can do. Nightingale acknowledges Anna's resolve and decides to stick around the city for a while longer. She says that since she has experience dealing with demonic possession, she'll be able to help when that day comes. Then she steps closer to me, and with that look that's more dangerous than any knife says, looks like I'll be in your care for a while. I glance over at Anna, and can't hide how happy I am that she chose to stay. Next morning, as soon as the maids wake me up, comes in with some bizarre news. Tired, my head chambermaid died during the night. They have a good idea of what went down. Carter explains that she was found on the bedroom balcony, with no signs of a struggle or breaking. An accident. I thank you for the update and dismiss farmer. I already know it was Nightingale. And the fact that she left absolutely no trace behind just shows how deadly and professional this woman really is. Then, speak of the devil, an angel-faced devil. She shows up in my room, helping herself to my breakfast, acting completely normal like nothing happened. I walk over and she explains that since she's sticking around, it's only natural that she helped take some of my concerns off my plate. She hands me a piece of paper with information about who's been trying to have me killed, and says she's the one who didn't kill Tyre. Tyre had poison hidden in a hollow tooth, and the moment Nightingale showed up, she took her own life. Nightingale just made it look like an accident. I read the note, and it clicks. Tyre was sent to kill me not because she wanted to, but because someone had kidnapped her sister and was using her as a hostage. And then it really sinks in. It's one of my own brothers who sent Tyre. Nightingale then tells me to get moving to the meeting. Except I haven't eaten a single thing yet, and I realize I'm going to spend the whole morning running on empty. At the meeting, even with my stomach growling, I listened to Barov explain that by selling the minerals at 50% below market value, they pulled in 200 gold coins. After deducting all expenses, left a wall construction and feeding the people, there were still 90 coins left over. Enough to get through. Then Carter explains that militia was well, the goal of 100 men is almost there, but training is a serious problem. You can't exactly expect a bunch of farmers, laborers to go toe-to-toe with the demonic beasts. These guys can barely hold a sword right. I asked for suggestions. Carter proposes going to Baron Boris, thinking he can talk him into fighting. I agree, which gets Carter pretty pumped up. Then Barov sighs and says, Carter just doesn't understand how the nobility works, that he's still too naive, and has way too pure a heart. I agree and admit I only went along with Carter's suggestions to make him happy, because I already know Baron Boris isn't going to lift a finger for anyone. Barov then says he's worried because the townspeople have zero combat experience, and since there aren't enough swords and shields to go around, a lot of them would be fighting empty-handed. I tell him to chill, saying nobody's going to be fighting with nothing. And I pull out the blueprint for a new kind of magic that's probably going to flip that entire world upside down. Later, with Anna's fire magic as my test bench, I teach her to focus her flames to the tip of her finger, turning it into a blowtorch. The problem is, it completely drains Anna, turning red as a tomato. Curious, Anna asks me what on earth I'm thinking of. I tell her she'll see for herself soon enough, and that it's going to open the door to a whole new era. That night, when I head back to my room, Nightingale catches me off guard. She shows me that she grabbed the drafts of the project and says it's going to be really useful for the association, since they have a fire witch there too. I don't even sweat it, telling her I can just draw up another one. Nightingale then says, with a sincerity that genuinely catches me off guard, she's jealous of Anna. She can see how well I treat her, and how much I trust her. And she says it's been so long since she's known what it's like to trust someone, or to be trusted by anyone. The next day, Carter and I saddle up and ride out to Baron Boris' estate. Carter's riding high, going on about how impressive the guy's mansion is. The finest stone and timber in the region, worth over 150 gold coins. When we arrive, Boris greets us with that fake, over-the-top flattery that doesn't fool anyone. He gets straight to the point. The militia needs instructors, weapons, and seasoned fighters. And I expect Boris to answer the call and send his knights to help defend the city. Boris then proves he's a world-class lowlife. He says he's flattered by my personal visit, but finds the whole situation like super unfortunate. He makes up some excuse about how his men just got back from a hunt and are totally worn out. Then he has a servant hand over a little box to help out. Carter opens it all excited and finds a single gold coin. I watched Carter nearly lose it from pure rage. Since I saw this coming from a mile away, I stand up, thank Boris for his generous contribution, and leave without making a scene. Apologizes to me, acknowledging that he brought shame to my name, and that Boris's attitude is a straight up disgrace to the code of knightly loyalty. But I put Carter at ease. I tell him I saw this coming, that we can't rely on nobles for anything. I've got my own plans and my own ways to train the militia. Even if it's a scrappy makeshift crew, I'll show everyone real militia is capable. Early in the morning, we gathered a crew of militia volunteers in front of the wall, hyped up by the promise of 10 silver coins a month, plus meals included. I knew that for these guys, that was already more than enough reason to show up. Vonner was literally starving, and his boys, of course, wasted no time roasting him about it, saying that the way he looked, he'd drop dead before ever seeing a single coin. They even went further, asking what would happen to the tavern girl who was so crazy about it he bit the dust. But Vonner was the type to let that slide. He fired back that he wasn't dying out here. He was going to propose to that girl the following year. He made a Christmas there, and he was only here for one reason: money. Seriously, how else would a guy like him ever going to afford a wedding? Sutter announced my arrival, ordering everyone to snap to attention and fall into line. I walked toward them, felt their stares. For Vonner, this was the first time in his life he'd ever seen royalty at things, especially the forgotten backwater. going through school and training, but the training would pay off for everything. And it's kind of an extra egg and lunch. And eggs was straight up luxury food around here. Someone went wild on the spot, and I understood exactly what that meant to them. After that, Iron Hatchet. I noticed Carter didn't exactly look thrilled about the guy being there, but I let it go. I then gave my word, personally, that whoever stood out in training and on the battlefield would receive an official rank, regardless of where they came from. Iron Hatchet didn't waste a second and kicked off the first drill. Everyone had to stand perfectly still for a full 30 minutes, not moving a single muscle. Simple as that, or at least it sounded that way. Anyone who made it could get an extra egg at lunch. Everyone got started, and I watched Banner, clearly the weakest link there, push himself with everything he had, and 30 minutes later, he made it. Everyone was absolutely wrecked, losing energy for having held on. Iron Hatchet reported the end of the first drill to Carter, and I could already tell those two weren't exactly best friends. Called Carter over for the verdict. Meanwhile, he noticed Banner and his looking nervous, because like most commoners dealing with nobility, they had no guarantee I'd actually keep my word. But Carter came back with the news. Everyone had performed well, and everyone would get their egg at lunch. The crowd absolutely lost it. Some of them said it had been over a year since they last eaten egg. Carter announced that the second round was starting immediately. This time, if everyone stayed still for another 30 minutes, they'd earn 2 eggs at lunch. But if even one person failed, nobody got anything. The crew deflated a little, but I watched Connor pound his chest and swear he was going all in for that second egg. While the drill was going on, I noticed Connor getting antsy and told him to just first ones to bolt on the battlefield. He also said he couldn't see the training because he didn't understand how standing still was going to help anyone fight off demon beasts. And he flat out asked me if I was really glad that Iron Hatchet attacked, pointing out that the guy didn't belong to any kingdom on the continent and had no country to call his own. So I asked him one simple question. Carter, with your methods, could you turn these guys into fighters capable of going up against demon beasts in 2 months? Carter shot that down immediately, said it would take at least 5 years, so I made it crystal clear. He wasn't training them to be warriors and knights, and that before long, Carter could see exactly why I was building. Carter had no idea about was that I was actually training to be overpowered by anyone. I also made it clear that both Iron Hatchet and the witches were part of this order town. Then I handed Carter a document with all the instructions for the drills going forward, and made it clear that everyone was expected to it was written there. Notice that one of the instructions said everyone had to learn to read and write, and asked me completely baffled how on earth I was supposed to help in combat. I laid it out plainly. A powerful army is a smart and educated army. I told him I learned that lesson from the history of mankind, referring, of course, to the wars from my own world. Later, I watched the crew tear into their long-awaited meal, eggs included, buzzing with energy, saying it would be worth dying for food this good. While Iron Hatchet ate in peace, Carter showed up announcing the next drill. He informed them that I had ordered everyone to run 3 laps around the entire border town, and made it clear that everyone had to finish, even if it meant carrying whoever couldn't make it on their own. They'd earn another. Sundown, I watched everyone run to stand behind Iron Hatchet. Remember one guy, first getting because of blood, collapsed from exhaustion. The march almost came back from his throat, but since it had been too good to waste, he swallowed it back down and kept going. Everyone finally finished his round, but I noticed great simplicity. That's when Connor showed up, carried by his own crew, who flatly refused to use the hunt. The whole from the front. That night, I watched everyone celebrating around a bonfire when Kurt walked up and announced it was time for another training session. Iron Hatchet looked caught off guard. He hadn't expected it either. Carter explained. This time, it was an emergency. I headed to my quarters and found my new roommate, Nightingale. The sneaky girl casually claimed she'd eaten my bake because she was worried it would get cold. I ignored that and asked whether she'd forgotten her manners around a prince, pointing out that the first time we met she'd been a lot more respectful. Nightingale, sarcastic as ever, said it straight. I had ordered dinner for 2. Wasn't that meal meant for her too? She just gave a small smirk and kept sketching out my blueprints. Nightingale moved closer and mentioned she'd noticed that all the malicious expenses were coming straight out of my own pocket. I told her that as long as they protected the city, it was worth every coin. She asked why I was teaching everyone to read and write. I told her that literacy would help them understand what they were actually fighting for, and that in the battles ahead, matter more than anything else. Nightingale said everyone there was only fighting to fill their stomachs. I agreed, for now. But I told her I was going to show them what fighting for something real actually meant. I then asked Nightingale why the witches were cooperating in the fight. She said they were just a group of lost souls who had banded together to survive, and that simply being alive was already exhausting enough. The next day, I finished my blueprints and realized I'd been up working through the entire night. That's when I noticed a wrapped object sitting on the table. I gently ran a cloth hard asked them to across the whole world. I explained that it's slowly reload, but with a far greater range, it has thing in zombie power. So I decided to show her. Pulled out the powder cell I requested earlier, explaining that I'd made some chemical modifications and was now calling it gunpowder. I walked Carter and Iron Hatchet through loaded musket proper and warned them to press it firmly against their shoulders because the kickback when it fired was no joke. He gave the signal. They both fired. Their jaws dropped. Just a metal suit of armor to punch through the cardboard. And at the moment Carter and Iron Hatchet finally understood why all that training had been necessary. Carter, hands up, lashed out muskets. Told us those two that I only used 2 more for the beam on the right. That hit Carter like a bucket of cold water. I told him I understood this point. I knew these weapons were powerful enough to change everything. But I made it clear that no matter how powerful a weapon is, it's just a tool. That the most powerful weapon would always be trust and loyalty. I made it plain. Only a true warrior can wield a true weapon. I turned to Carter and Iron Hatchet and asked them to use those tools to protect the border town and its people. Both of them, more fired up than they'd ever been, bowed before me and swore they would. Meanwhile, that useless rat Boris was slobbering all over Ryan Osmond's ear, spilling everything that had gone down. About the militia being assembled, about the flimsy wall that had grown up. Ryan didn't seem too bothered, and said he was giving the whole situation the smallest possible chance of meeting anything. A few days later, the militia training continues. Greyhound starts to realize that this whole thing should actually turn regular people into straight-up warriors. He gives Iron Axe major props, calling the guy insanely calm. But Iron Axe isn't the only one catching Greyhound's attention. He spots Greyhound here and says that with those sword skills, about 100% used to enlist in the militia. Greyhound is dead serious. With that kind of talent, Prince will sells himself short now. The classic underdog doesn't believe his own potential. He turns down the invite, plays humble, and walks off saying he's completely fine with things getting hard. Two of them eventually make their way around the woods. We're then with a group of warriors. To some of the faces there, Brian had never seen a day in his life. The shaggy-haired guy gets straight to the point. No beating around. He guarantees that if everything runs, as far as Brian's curiosity, the great house. The shaggy guy claims because it meant the Duke, and that the fourth prince disrespected him. And that's exactly why he's here. The mission? Simple. Infiltrate the prince's castle. Greyhound, already floored by how insane this all sounds, immediately asks if they're planning to assassinate the prince. The guy shuts that down, explaining that doing that would tie the Duke directly to him. And then the plan is basic. Destroy the one human who cares about most, the food supply. The shaggy guy says full confidence that if they can burn the supplies the prince has been stockpiling, everyone will be nice, and the Duke will grant them lands to the performers. Brian is completely stunned by what they told. But Greyhound, zero idea how deviant they are, just said exactly what's on his mind. This year's team of months could last 4 months. They burn all the food, everyone in the frontier city die. They've already noticed the other men position themselves around, ready to move if they have to. Because now that Brian and Greyhound know the plan, the choice is simple. Either they're in, or they give up right there. Brian, thinking fast, asks how they plan on breaking into the castle in the first place. He's locked up inside. The shaggy guy smiles, and brings up how Brian had once mentioned a secret passage leading to a well inside the prince's quarters. He says Brian is going to lead them there quietly. Then he asks with his smug little grin, "So what do you say, Brian? This is your shot at becoming a knight, commissioned by the Duke himself." Brian immediately saying yes. His lifelong dream is right in front of him. But then Greyhound shouts with everything he's got, and everyone in that room is out of their minds. Real knights never bow to tyranny. They protect the weak and lay down their lives for them. Brian snaps back to reality and smiles, proud of his friend. But the shaggy guy is not having any of it. He ends Greyhound with a fatal stab. That lights a fire inside Brian like nothing else. He holds himself back. He knows he'll die if he tries anything right now. So, playing along, Brian leads them through the secret passage and into the prince's fortress. Except Brian has zero intention of betraying Prince Roland. What he actually wants is to avenge his friend. So as they're heading down the stairs, Brian waits for a moment of distraction and grabs one of the warriors, pulling them both down the staircase. In the storage room, Brian faces them with nothing but pure, burning hatred, dead set on taking every single one of them down. The men surround him. Brian wipes them out one by one, but it's nothing. Only the guy who killed his friend is left standing. Then the exact moment Brian is about to finish him, another guy lunges at Brian and runs into a warrior. The guy reveals himself as Lord Viper, the notorious knight of Longsong Fortress. He tells Brian he's going to die right here, taking the blame as the man who betrayed the prince and torched the supplies. Even wounded, Brian pushes through and goes after Viper, but the guy clearly has a massive experience advantage. He takes Brian down by using his own cloak as distraction, leaving him right in death's door. Viper was about to finish him off when the shaggy guy asks to do it himself, wanting Brian to suffer as much as possible before he goes. In his final moments, Brian apologizes to Greyhound for failing to avenge him, and then spots just as quickly. She appears out of nowhere, saying they're making way too much noise in someone else's house, and that it's really not a good look. Viper tries to pull the same trick on Nightingale, but she's quicker on the draw, and rips the guy's arm off before he even knows what hit him. It sends chills down your spine, says, "Disgusting little rats, get your grubby little paws off my fresh patch." Speaking of Roland, obviously. The next day, he starts trying to explain everything that went down, but I stop him, telling him I already know the whole story. I give Brian his props, telling him he's now the hero of the frontier city, and then, along with everyone else rising, he continues to save the lives of thousands. I tell Brian to do this, promising that Greyhound will receive a funeral worthy of his status, and his family will be taken care of, and never have to worry about what he will take. Brian then asks what happened to him. I tell him to capture alive, Viper and Brave Butcher, and make it clear that we get exactly what they deserve. Concerned. He knows full well those two are way too well connected to just brush aside. Then, with a smile, I tell Brian that once the 18 months are over, I'm going to make him my knight. Once they leave, Barov says he's 100% certain Brian is behind all this. Carter confirms it, saying that Night Viper is one of Ryan's personal knights. Barov adds that the other man, shaggy-haired Kills, while the commoner, distant nephew of Baron Boris. They ask Barov for guidance, and Barov makes it crystal clear. These men, but since they have heavy ties to the nobility, the smarter move is to wait and see how Duke Ryan and Baron Boris respond. And it doesn't take long for Baron Boris to show up. The guy is an absolute nervous wreck because he knows he really stepped in at this time. I walk in and fix Boris with a look of pure contempt, seeing what the hell he wants here. Boris tries to buy the freedom of his nephew Kills and the Night Viper with a box containing 50 gold coins. He claims he'll deal with his nephew personally, and is offering the coins to make up for the crime. Boris fed up having Boris' face and asks if he seriously suggests that criminals walk free. Criminals who tried to burn the city's food supply and assassinate me. Boris tries to lie, claiming he had absolutely no idea any of this was going down. I then ask if Duke Ryan had anything to do with it. Boris flat out denies it. So I pretend to buy the idea that the Duke didn't just try to have a prince murdered, and say I'll treat this whole thing as the criminals acting on their own. Boris plays up with excitement at that, but that high doesn't last long. Make it crystal clear that, regardless of all that, criminals need to account for their crimes. Barov swallows hard, knowing he's going to have one massive headache on his hands down the road. Boris makes one last play, saying that in God's name, nobles can be granted forgiveness. I respond without blinking. God, so they can be forgiven there, and I make it equally clear that, as the local representative of the city, Boris is required to be there and witness the law being carried out. The next day, gather the entire city together, lay out everything that happened, and exactly why those despicable criminals are being publicly executed.
Talk about the attempted assassination of a prince. The attempt to burn everyone's forward. And I make absolutely sure everyone knows that Brian and Greyhound were the heroes who saved the city. But that, tragically, Greyhound didn't make it. The crowd erupts in pure, raw outrage, and the criminals are hanged. That night I find Nightingale and thank her, telling her that I'm now impotent. Nightingale waves it off, says helping me is the same as helping herself. I admit I didn't expect her to be that skilled. I tell her Carter kept asking about the mysterious specialist I had hired. Nightingale gets worried that I might have given her away, but I make it clear that this mysterious specialist still can't reveal herself. Not yet. Nightingale says she's not as strong as Carter, and that she took down vipers in a little self-defense trick that witches use. Incidents like this are going to keep happening. So I asked if Nightingale wants to stick around and become my personal bodyguard, offering a generous 2 gold coins a month, with days off and paid vacation. Nightingale furrows her brow. She has no idea what paid vacation even means. I try to explain that it means per year. She took a few days to rest without losing anything. She actually warms up to the idea, but still can't quite wrap her head around it. Nightingale also finds herself unsure about my relationship with God. After all, I had criminals executed in God's name, but also defied God's will by saving the witches Anna and Nana. She asks, dead serious, what exactly does God mean to you, Roland? I make it crystal clear that it's not God who runs witches, It's the church. I say I know full well that witches are innocent, and it doesn't matter whether the criminal is a commoner or a noble. A crime is a crime, and it will be punished. Then I turn and say that throughout history, countless gods have been worshipped by countless peoples. For all how many terrible things have been done in the names of those gods. I say I'm just doing what I believe is right for my people, and that I believe a true God would be able to understand my actions. And if he can't, then he is no God. Nightingale freezes, completely floored by that. A few days later, Brian visits his friend's grave to let him know that, because of him, he became a knight. That Roland revealed it was a witch who saved him with her powers. Brian lays a bouquet of flowers over the earth. Then, with a steady voice, says he would raise his sword and defend the city, even if it costs his life. ये मैंने 20 साल पुराना था।
हाँ,
ये 20 साल है।
के पढ़ा यो माङ्गा मैले खतरा लाग्यो होइन ट्याक्कै हेरेको थिएँ 13-15 घन्टाको रहेछ हो हेरेको चाहिँ Mr. Hyde agrees, and proudly recalls how his father once faced down an incredibly powerful demon and actually defeated it. He even has the demon's massive horn hanging over his fireplace to prove it. But then our hero points out how the Pine family is not as prestigious as it was before. Pine family is just a working class citizens now, to which the father sadly admits. He then notices Pine's rough, calloused hands, proof that Mr. Pine hasn't given up on his warrior spirit and still trains daily to sharpen his sword skills. So, he cleverly suggests that Pine join in defending the border, promising to grant him enough land to become a true noble. Despite this tempting offer, Pine isn't willing to take the risk and prefers to send Nana to Longsong Fortress rather than see her in harm's way. Our hero reminds him that Longsong Fortress isn't as safe as Bordertown. The church has eyes and ears everywhere there. If the truth about Nana gets out, not even he could protect her. He promises to prepare a small boat for a quick retreat to Longsong in case of trouble, ensuring Nana and Anna's safety. Finally, the old man puts his faith in the prince, nodding respectfully and pledging his loyalty to fight for our hero's cause. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and smiles, but Anna pouts, showing her anger toward our hero, considering sending away. Makes it crystal clear that he's not going anywhere. The next day, the old constable shows up looking really worried that they blown all their money on weapons and army training. He's fretting that if things keep going like this for a few more months, everyone's going to starve for shooting. Boyface calms himself and gives him permission to use his savings for their budget. The old man agrees, but grumbles it won't solve their long-term problems. Our hero shrugs and says if the defenses fail, we'll evacuate the town as soon as possible. Then sends the old man off to do as he's told. Once the constable's gone, the boy feels pretty crushed after draining every last penny he'd saved up. And if the border defenses still fail, he's screwed. Then his mood perks up when Nightingale shows up again. The boy immediately points out that he had lied to the old man about leaving the town. The prince immediately admits his lie, because he does not want to spread distress among the already terrified townspeople. Nightingale advises him to spend his time with Anna, instead of stressing over politics. She shares her fear that Anna might not be around much longer, but the boy insists she will survive, because she has promised to beat those demons at all costs. Nightingale wonders how he can trust a witch cursed by demons. The boy just shrugs and says he believes in her, and further points out that he also trusts Nightingale as well. The woman just stares at our hero's poker face and realizes he's not lying. He casually points out that he doesn't lie without good reason. Suddenly, they hear a commotion outside. Nightingale glances out the window and gets visibly anxious, noting that it's snowing. Winter has arrived. The boy decides to check on Hunter Ironaxe and his progress. At the shooting range, Ironaxe is using the guns and hitting bullseye after bullseye. The prince shows up and asks about the training. Ironaxe lights up like a kid, enthusiastically mentioning that he's nailed all the basics he was taught. The prince isn't surprised, because being a warrior through and through, Ironaxe has been able to master any weapon given to him. The man praises this iron pipe of the gods for its insane power. He grits his teeth, saying if he had this pipe when he fought that hybrid monster, it wouldn't have stood a chance. Ironaxe drops to his knees, overwhelmed that the prince entrusted such devastating power to a humble hunter like him, and promises not to let his prince down. Our hero gets it first when the three moons on the way towards pretty soon. He admits they rushed to the powdered velvet because the monks and demons were finally here. I'm starting to feel like this comic is Game of Thrones. Once he climbs up the city wall, soldiers reach the right way. Seeing the powder curves make the hero feel sheepish, wishing he had taught them some proper military methods. The hunter points out there aren't many demons after the first snow, so our hero tells him to stay cautious regardless. Suddenly they catch sight of something, and there they see a Tina in the distance. The them even asks if the hero tells the soldiers to decipher. Soldiers is paying off. Reasons the demon should be handled with caution instead of acting on impulses. He starts walking toward the wall, picking up momentum. The prince squints his eyes and gazes closely. Wondering if it's a King Fox. The hunter agrees, pointing out that the animal is sensitive, so it's not that threatening. The wolf gears up to jump over the wall. The hunter quickly is ready for the attack. The teammate partner steps forward, shielding the prince. Just as the beast lunges at them, the hunter lets loose an arrow that flies through the air and hits the prince down beast. The prince peers down to see the creature lying down on the ground. Knight lets out a sigh of relief they avoided a close encounter. Meanwhile, our hero notices the strange black blood and can't help but wonder why it's like that. He's also puzzled about why witches can snap out of demonic influence of these animals' genes. Curiously, the boy asks if someone bitten by a demon could turn into a mindless fool. The hunter immediately dismisses the idea, saying there's no such thing as fools. Our hero breathes a sigh of relief, glad he won't have to deal with a zombie apocalypse. He then asks if to meet his out. The knight starts to freak out upon hearing this, and questions why the prince would consider eating her. Hunter agrees, recalling how he once got a chunk of demon flesh to hunting dogs, which led to their deaths immediately. One sighs in disappointment, but he was total waste of trees. Both the knight and Hunter were shocked that the prince was actually considering the means, but our hero immediately realized how scarce the got. It would have been great if they were able to chow down on the meat they were about to hunt down. Suddenly, a soldier barges in, blurting out that someone's hurt. Apparently, it's not one of the regular guards, but a worker from the Northern Mines. Next thing you know, Anna's sitting alone when Nightingale suddenly pops up, asking if she's bored. The little girl jumps a mile after getting scared out of her wits, and the woman quickly apologizes for scaring her like that. Nightingale then mentions that Anna's still busy working and might be back soon. Anna asks if Anna's still tackling those 30 pounds, and Nightingale nods in agreement. Nightingale then sits down on the chair and grabs Anna's tea out of habit without her permission. It seems Anna is feeling a bit down because of her new job. The prince has assigned her to heal the wounded guards. It's not that she's unwilling to do the job, but seeing the injured soldier traumatizes her. She wants to overcome her fear, keep using her abilities effectively, and wishes she were as courageous as Anna. Suddenly, Nightingale spots someone coming, and a soldier bursts in with urgency, telling Anna to come downstairs pronto, because there's a badly hurt patient who needs her help. Down in the infirmary, the injured man screams in agony, begging his prince to relieve his excruciating pain. Seeing the soldier there, desperate for his life, makes our hero anxious as he wonders if this man burns or from the steam engine malfunction of Northern Mines. Anna arrives at the scene, trembling in fear as she approaches the burned miner. Her father gives her a reassuring pat on the head. Anna gulps down her fears, calming herself immediately, and declares that she's ready to proceed. Once the curtains are drawn around her, she takes a deep breath, summons her magical ability, and begins healing the man. Shortly after, the injured man is completely healed, looking as fresh as a freshly picked cucumber. Meanwhile, the father is really amazed and proud of her little girl after witnessing her healing abilities for the first time, and calls it nothing short of a miracle. Like Brian happily mentions it's all thanks to Nana that he's also back from the brink of death. The prince freaks out upon hearing this and quickly tells Brian to keep it down. He reminds him that when Nana healed him, she snuck out without her dad knowing, and he doesn't want to deal with her angry father. Now that the injured man is awake and fully healed, he can't believe he's actually alive. Prince Roland assures him it's real, proudly reveals that Nana, who was one of the witches, saved his life. Later that night, when our hero gets back to his room, Nightingale greets him and asks why he has spilled Nana's secret so early. And that's when we flash back to the moment when the miner is shocked after learning about Nana's true identity. He starts freaking out and reminds everyone about witches being devils. But her dad got annoyed real quick and set him straight that his daughter wasn't involved with any devils, and she was the one who saved his life. Out of nowhere, the miner sits up and drops to his knees in front of the little girl, apologizing big time for his earlier words and thanking her deeply for saving his life. Back in the present moment, our hero reflects that it was the perfect time to reveal her as a witch, considering how well it all played out. Plus, if they're going to use her powers against demons in the coming months, hiding her identity as a witch wouldn't have been an option anyway. He also stresses that since the church folks have already left for Lost Fortress, there is no one to bully his girls. The lady asks him if he had already planned everything from the start. The boy immediately agrees, saying the snow has blocked the roads to the fortress and the sequel is harder to control. The church has no means of hiding what's going on in Watertown, let alone taking direct action against witches. This is the 3 months to change the world. However, once our help is villain, as the soldiers choose to keep. They can continue using her power to heal everyone, which will help boost everyone's morale. Once they remove prejudice from the civilians' minds, everyone will be happy. Nightingale doesn't think our hero is trying to achieve by all this, so she asks him why he's doing so much for the witches. The hero reminds her once again that his border town does not discriminate by origin, and someone as loathed as witches should live on this land like every other person. The woman's eyes widen hearing our hero's big plans, and it's clear she's got something important to get off her chest. She admits she wasn't straight with our hero before. The prince is taken aback by this revelation, and the woman starts explaining how her sisters in the association have been moving around for ages, losing hope along the way. All they want now is a safe place to be happy, even if it's just a castle. At first the boy is confused by her confession, but then he's stunned to realize she's actually hoping to bring all the witches to Bordertown. So she quickly brings him back down to Earth, warning him that if witches come to the castle, they'll be facing off with the church. The boy reassures her, saying the church's main headquarters is far away, and even if they find out about witches leaving Bordertown, they won't march all the way to Grey Castle just for him. He's already plotting to gather enough influence to rival the church and create a world where witches can live alongside regular folks. He dreams of expanding that world to Grey Castle, or maybe even the whole kingdom. The next scene takes us to the capital of Grey Castle. There, soldiers on their horses are marching down the road when their captain suddenly yells for everyone to stop. This person looks really pumped as they finally return to the castle. The folks inside the castle light up the sky with fireworks, welcoming the man about to enter the city once again, Gerald Randon, the first prince of Grey Castle. It's hilarious to see that these suckers have explosive materials to make fireworks, even though it's been only a few chapters since our hero invented gunpowder in this primitive society. Anyway, the gates come down, and Prince Gerald heads into the city with his crew. Once inside, he gets straight to the point and tells everyone he's here to claim what's rightfully his from his father. 3 shade characters show up, bowing before their prince and reporting that they've already done what they've been tasked with. Prince Gerald asks if they've managed to switch out the royal guards in the cage as planned. The lackey admits there's been a snag in the plan due to some issues, and they've only been able to replace the guards in the king's chamber. The man waves off the concern, saying as long as he and his crew can get into the castle, they're good. The lackey quickly reassures him that there won't be anyone stopping their entry. The old man then mentions that Prince Gerald's fate star, the Heaven Star, is leaving the equinox and will be gone from this hemisphere in about 4 months. He asks if Gerald remembers what that star activity symbolizes. Gerald's mind drifts back to childhood memories of playing with his younger siblings. Then he snaps back to reality and admits he already knows what those stars mean. This means he's ready to break the rules of the challenge their father set for them, and Prince Gerald will be taking the throne of Grey Castle. Outside the king's room, the prince catches a weird odor and asks his lackey about the strange smell of blood. The old guy explains that the king had called for a servant girl and noticed the staff changed when she left, so they had to get rid of her. Seems like things are getting interesting because the king hasn't been around women since their mother passed away. As he's about to enter, the old man points out there's no guard patrol, making it easier to move around. The prince scoffs that he's not sneaking in like a rat. He's here proudly to discuss inheriting the throne with his father, but if talking fails, he'll try something else. He grips his sword and leans toward the door. The scent of blood just gets stronger. Once he takes a peek inside, he finds blood and smashes through the door. Inside, he discovers his brother standing there, and the third king of Grey Castle, Wimbledon, lies dead with a dagger in his chest. The assassin behind this is Timothy Wimbledon, the second prince of Grey Castle. Seeing his older brother, Timothy claims he didn't want to do it, but had no choice. Just like the first prince had no choice other than to come here. Almost instantly, a bunch of soldiers pop up right behind the first prince and surround him, catching him off guard. The older brother asks his younger sibling how long he'd been planning this. Timothy explains that the decree their father set was like a chess game. He admits he planned to play by the rules, but the third princess started playing dirty. He also points out Gerald is a dirty player, suggesting all the way across the kingdom. The favorite son, and help you manage to find a king. Killed their father. In response, Prince James, pointing out the first prince's hypocrisy, since he was also there to kill the king if talking didn't work out. The first prince trembles, probably after seeing his brother dropping truth bombs so thoroughly. He asks Timothy if he intentionally lured him here to get rid of him as well. Timothy just shrugs, saying he didn't plan to confront their sister just by saying he was killing his older brother. He's trying to impress their sister also saw all this coming before the decree was even written. Timothy goes on to explain he wants to end this royal decree early because his Valencia city isn't like their sister's Clearwater Fort, which is breeding warriors like rabbits. He needs an army, a big enough one to challenge your sister, and that's only possible if he's rocking the Grey Castle crown. The first prince gets furious and charges at his brother, but the soldiers quickly intervene. One of them strikes him from behind with a spear, forcing him to drop to his knees in front of his younger brother. Timothy tirelessly informs his brother that he'll be framed for killing the king and labeled murderer, and he will face the guillotine for his crime as well. The soldier pins the first prince down, but he keeps protesting, asking if Timothy even has the right to judge him. The vows to expose Timothy's crimes to everyone in public, but Timothy has covered all his bases. He's prepared a potion called the Silencer. Unless he drinks it, they won't be able to utter a word. After executing his brother, Timothy plans to play the grieving role perfectly. With no one else wants to line for the throne, the Wickham king without words to fight. He further tells his brother to curse his sister for the terrible fate he's about to face, while the prince's mind flashes back to a memory once again, and the soldiers start dragging Gerald out of the place. The cunning plot to retreat the first prince, he starts calling Timothy king, declaring that the crown is already his. Timothy gives the man a verbal high five for a job well done, but then he pulls out a presumably poisonous pill and tells the man to swallow it if he doesn't want to be betrayed later. Timothy looks at his father, gritting his teeth in frustration as seeing him dead before his eyes. The scene flashes back to the past where Timothy reported to the king that Gerald was on his way to the capital with intentions to forcibly take the crown. Timothy asked if the king had a plan to prevent this. The king just grinned manically, leaving the boy confused. In the next moment, the king pulled out a dagger, swung with all his force, and thrust it into his own chest, dying immediately before Timothy's eyes. Right in the middle of things, Timothy is pissed off, trying to figure out who's stirring up trouble to fight for the crown. He's dead set on finding that bastard, showing them what happens with the message royalty. Looks like the women who visited the king earlier must be involved in this mess. In any case, we're back at the Bordertown castle where everything's been pretty smooth lately. The steam engine prototype in the mines got fixed up, no accidents, and demons haven't been causing trouble either. Our hero's been chilling out, brainstorming how to boost the town's economy and fill up his empty wallet back again. But then, bam, his peaceful moment gets crashed by the knight barging in with bad news. A massive horde of demons is swarming outside the walls. Down at the border, below the wall, a bunch of monsters are howling their heads off. Up above, the soldiers look freaked out at the sheer numbers. And let's not forget Vonner. He was just a regular miner who ended up joining the army just to eat damn eggs. One of the beasts charges at the wall and directly hits it with full force, leaving the entire wall shaking. And that also did quite a damage to the wall. But the monster immediately falls to the ground, and the wolf-type monster starts marching down. Hunter Iron Ace quickly tells everyone to gear up their spears. As soon as the wolves are right on top of them, the terrified Banner gathers his guts and stabs those beasts at the captain's command. One of the wolves manages to climb up, but the captain swiftly whips out his gun and blows the monster's brains out. With the immediate threat dealt with, Iron Ace tells everyone to stay focused and keep an eye on what's ahead. Suddenly, a soldier screams as they're attacked, their belly pierced deeply. Seeing their guts spill out terrifies Banner. I didn't rinse my right see. The knight tells Baron to chill out on the street. Once the soldier regains composure, he snaps back to his senses and orders the others to take the injured soldier to the hospital, while everyone else holds their ground and fights off the demons beneath the wall. The prince can't help but smile at the sight of Banner showing such discipline. He's glad that all that egg eating didn't go to waste in training the civilian army after all. Suddenly, something catches their eye on the ground. Something so freaky that even our hero starts to freak out. The hunter, equally spooked, quickly pulls out his gun, saying they've officially stumbled on the trouble for the day. The hero's mind is spinning at the sight of this behemoth, a disgusting creature that seems to break all the rules of biology. He never thought he'd come face to face with such a human monster. The soldiers rain arrows down on the behemoth, but it's like shooting toothpicks at a tank. The arrows just bounce off his thick, mountain-like shield. They look to their leader, asking what the heck they should do next. Meanwhile, the monster keeps stomping along, each step rattling the whole dang ground. Realizing they need more firepower, our hero tells his crew to get their muskets ready. When the monster gets close enough, they start blasting away. But it's about as effective as trying to stop a T-Rex with a water gun. The soldiers start freaking out when even the muskets can't do squat against this monster. The prince quickly tells them to chill and orders Vice Captain Banner to round up some guys and grab dynamite from storage. After dishing out orders, he tries to get everyone to listen, but bam! The giant behemoth demolishes the wall they busted their butts to build. At this point, the prince is pretty darn sure they're screwed. He didn't figure the monster would be this tough and calls for an immediate retreat before shit goes down real bad. So the wall crumbles. Nightingale swoops in and saves our hero from a nasty fall. Once they're back on solid ground, the boy asks her what she's doing there. She explains she came because she was worried, and now it looks like her worries were on point. She asks our hero how he plans to handle the monster. He assures her he's still got a trick up his sleeve, and right on cue, Vanner strolls back with dynamite in hand. Our hero jumps in, shouting at Vanner to light the fuse and chuck the dynamite under the monster's legs. Meanwhile, poor Vanner's freaking out at his life for that situation. Finally, he gets the fuse lit, plops the dynamite down, and bolts out of there while the fuse starts sizzling. Once that fuse burns down, boom, the whole place shakes with a massive explosion, hitting the monster square in the gut. Everyone starts busting out victory moves as they watch the monster crash lifelessly to the ground. The prince is grinning like he just needs the test. But their celebration is cut short when they spot more beasts roaring back at them, even though they're just regular old critters. But they are in numbers. The soldiers scramble to get their shields up, and our hero is standing there clueless and panicking. The boar suddenly lets out a roar and charges right into the group. One soldier, lying on the ground, can't believe his eyes as he sees this girl stepping into the fray. But this ain't just any girl, it's Anna, and she's no ordinary lady. You better get that to your head. Anna stares down the monster, showing no fear. She taps into her powers and throws fire right at the boar. The flames hit the mark, leaving the boar alive. Our hero's jaw drops, totally caught off guard by what he's seeing. Our hero feels like a complete idiot for never thinking about Anna's role on the battlefield beyond rebuilding and town projects. That's exactly why he kept her safe in the sickbay, to avoid any danger, and he has no clue how. One night on Town was being installed. Once the prince that was Anna before he got sick, he insisted on coming to the wall, but he was not able to stop him. And eventually, our hero began to sway forward with the fear of witches using Anna's abilities. And once more, he did instead of witches, our hero wanted to reveal Anna's existence publicly. But it seems like the cat is already out of the bag. The boy quickly orders Brian to protect Anna from danger, and he instructs Nightingale to do the same. Meanwhile, Anna steps forward confidently as soldiers gather around her protectively. With a determined look, Anna raises her hands, flames flicker into life. She creates a wall of fire and a hole in the wall, blocking the monsters from advancing any further. Our hero is completely shocked by the magnificence of Anna's fiery display. The monsters continue to emerge from the flames. That is when the boy locks eyes with Anna. And in that moment, the prince understands what needs to be done. He immediately grabs the gun from the knight's hand and begins shooting down the monsters, aiming straight for their heads. The sight of their prince taking action startles everyone. Our hero raises his own gun, rallying the soldiers to prepare their spears and charge forward. His crisp voice fills the atmosphere as he commands them to protect their wall and their border town. The crowd really gets fired up to protect their town, and everyone is ready to take those critters down. After a while, the last wolf standing takes a bunch of arrows and drops lifeless to the ground, finally letting the soldiers savor their victory. The knight is totally blown away by their successful defense of the turf, but then, the prince suddenly remembers Anna, and he starts losing his shit because he's been so busy commanding that he almost forgot about her. He's worried about how to explain all about her being a witch to the civilian army. As he frankly looks around for her, he notices something surprising. Everyone is showing her respect instead of calling her the reincarnation of some devil or whatever. The The prince is almost clueless about this unexpected attitude toward her from the civilians, even though her fiery power had scared him. It seems to have earned trust and gratitude from others as well. When Anna finally stands before the prince, she looks exhausted from using her powers and promptly faints, dramatically falling right onto our hero's chest. The next scene takes us to Clearwater Port at Garcia's residence, where the third princess gets the news that her father has kicked the bucket. According to the letter, her brother, Gerald the First Prince, has been fingered for the assassination and is now locked up by the guards. They're saying he didn't kill himself, but rather got slapped with an execution sentence by the bigwigs. This news really throws her knight for a loop. He finds it all pretty fishy. After a bit of hemming and hawing, she admits her brother could be a bit of a nutbell, but he's not dumb enough to wish for death. She lays out how Timothy's trying to shift the blame to Gerald to fool the public. But snagging control of all Greycastle won't happen overnight, so she's tweaking her plans accordingly. The knight, though, he's still scratching his head over why Timothy would pull such a stunt, especially when the king always favored him. That's when the princess drops a truth bomb. Timothy's scared of her. He's quaking his boots at the sight of the black flag. She explains that Timothy's move was totally uncalled for. Sure, he's trying to pin the blame on Gerald for the cat's death, but he can't fool the Greycastle and require a elaborate anticipatory diversion. Therefore, she's not even after the boy. The lady decides to set sail for Greycastle tomorrow. The knight asks if she's planning to go head-to-head with Timothy. She tells him that he's around 5 years left to create organically. The knight remains and mentions that the leader was a fine thing that by now. She jokes and he wants her to shed tears too. The knight instantly says no and immediately drops to his knees, waiting for her answer. She then starts to go fetch the captain of the Black Fleet Order, because they are about to sail as soon as possible. Back in Bordertown, after that horrific raid by the monsters, there have been no further attacks. The injured soldiers were healed quickly and returned to their duties right away. The chief knight was tasked with using the hybrid monster shell to patch up the broken wall, making it one with the barrier. The largest factor in their victory against the large-scale invasion was undoubtedly Anna. However, it's been a few weeks since she fainted, and she still hasn't woken up. Nightingale mentions today is supposed to be her maturity day, but she's sure she's going to die in her sleep, because the pain of maturity can only be endured while awake. She somberly spills that she's seen too many witches die before her eyes, treated like animals, burned or tortured slowly by nobles for some twisted fun. The lucky ones live in exile, far from society, always chasing the holy mountain, a distant dream they can't catch. But she says Anna's not like the rest. Unlike the Association sisters, she's actually cared for here, valued by our hero, and given due respect. This, Nightingale explains, is what the holy mountain truly signifies. A life free from prejudice. In Anna's case, she has already achieved this. As the memories of Anna flood our hero's mind, her strength, her resolve from the day one to the moment she vowed to stay with the prince, he clutches her hand tightly, refusing to let her slip away. Just as midnight strikes, Nightingale notices Anna's puberty beginning, sensing the magic within her body stirring. A candle nearby starts glowing with an eerie green hue, startling our hero, who wonders if it's the work of demonic spirits. But there's no visible change in Anna herself. Then, unexpectedly, the candle's flame dwindles, causing a wave of anxiety, especially for the young Anna. The candle flickers back to life with that bright green energy, surprising everyone again. Suddenly, Anna opens her eyes, which shocks everyone present. Prince Roland hurries over, immediately asking how she's feeling. Thankfully, Anna seems totally okay. She reaches out her hand toward our stunned hero, and he's not quite sure what to expect. But then, a flame bursts to life over her palm, glowing in that vivid green color, which catches everyone off guard once more. After summoning his courage, Prince Roland cautiously reaches out to touch the flame. Just as he does, the scene shifts into the office, where we see our hero's bewildered face. He is shocked to hear that Nightingale has decided it's time for her to leave the border town. She remarks that Anna not only woke up, but also survived being possessed by demons. Something totally unexpected and unexplained. She suggests that Anna's new ability with those green flames seems to be fully under her control now, synced perfectly with her mind. Anna can adjust its heat, manipulate it, and even move it with that 5-meter radius whenever she wants. But she's still confused with the chaos that people experience, given her super strong magic. The guy figures maybe after she used up all her magic at the border, her magic tank was running on empty, which might have toned down the demon pain. No, witches are all about magic stuff. Since witches gotta keep their powers hidden from the civilians, all that magic energy builds up inside them. So when they hit maturity, bam, it's like a pressure cooker of magic causing them agony. Nightingale nods along, seeing the logic is scary, and decides she's gotta jet back to the association pronto. Winter's coming, and there's gonna be a bunch of witches hitting puberty soon. She vows to bring any survivors back here to Prince Roland's town, hoping he'll take care of them like he did with Anna. But Prince Roland tells her to stay put. Maybe wait till the demons have stopped popping up and the weather settles down. Nightingale smirks, saying even getting to association a day early can save lives. Plus, she assures him the demons won't be able to detect her, so she's good to go. The prince then asks about her own awakening, to which the woman brushes it off, saying it's the start of spring, and there's no need to worry since she's gotten used to the pain. Still, he advises her to take care on the road. Before disappearing, Nightingale pays her respects to Roland one last time and vanishes abruptly as usual. Her sudden disappearance leaves the prince unsettled, because he's never been a fan of her habit of appearing and vanishing without warning. Sitting back, he sinks back into his thoughts, mulling over how if his theory about witches turns out to be true, it could be a game changer. He then looks over at his ridiculously long to-do list, realizing there's a mountain of tasks waiting for him. But just as he starts pondering where to begin, his consultant bursts in with urgent news. A messenger from Longsong Fortress has arrived. The ambassador seems unusually anxious, and the prince wonders if things are going south for Longsong Fortress. His eyes widen as he reads the message. The king has passed away. Redhead, the ambassador, quickly clarifies he's there under orders from Ukraine. The royal decree for the 5-year challenge is ended. Her Majesty Timothy Wimbledon is now the new king of Greycastle. The ambassador leaves our hero totally shocked when he reveals that Timothy wants to reward Prince Roland with new territory and position. A moment later, the consultant expresses his grief over the king's death at the hands of the first prince and asks what they should do next. The prince reveals that everything about the situation seems too suspicious to believe, and he will decide after monitoring his two sisters' movements. He admits he doesn't know much about the fifth princess's motives, but he's sure she's not the type to take risks, so he wants to follow her lead. He's also certain that the capital will likely descend into chaos with this power shift, and their priority should be to safeguard their families. With that in mind, he tells his consultants to instruct the chief knight and all castle staff to write letters home. The prince wants to ensure that everyone's families are escorted to other towns to hide. The consultant expresses his gratitude for the prince's careful consideration. The prince also tells his consultant that he wants to stop exploring the town's metals, will only sell gems and rocks to village men, as he wants to use the metals for himself to make more machinery. Additionally, he plans to incorporate more civilians into the army and train them accordingly. He feels smug as he considers the news that the ambassador brought a blessing in disguise. Roland is confident that as long as he hunkers down in Bordertown, he will try to fight it. Such as Duke Ryan from the Longsong Fortress. Once the months of peace pass, he is pretty sure that Duke Ryan will try to extend his influence across the western side of the kingdom under the new administration. And this is precisely what Roland wants. Industrialization is his priority. But what he lacks most is people. Bordertown's population is only around 2,000, limiting the expansion of his projects due to a labor shortage. Buying slaves, recruiting talented individuals, or increasing the birth rate seem unrealistic. On the other hand, if they take Longsong stronghold, he gain a large number of free people while accumulating wealth. Assimilation is easier, and invasion is the best way to grow the population and gather wealth. Roland acknowledges the hassle of challenging the entire fort of Longsong. He can only wait for Nightingale to return with the witches. This is also the sole reason the prince wants to expand his civilian army and wants to make more machinery. The next scene takes us to the northern mountain range, where Nightingale proceeds down one of the tunnels. Her steps are soon halted by roots growing out and blocking the entrance. Nightingale immediately introduces herself, and the lady known as Leaf withdraws her roots and gets delighted to see her friend back. Exchanging pleasantries, Leaf reveals that one of the two witches, Erin or Ashley, failed to make it to maturity. They then decide not to dwell on gloomy things and proceed to get inside. Nightingale is looking forward to seeing her friend Wendy, but as soon as Wendy is called over by her friend, she spins around and greets Nightingale warmly, playfully calling her Veronica. Wendy takes Nightingale's hand in hers, causing Nightingale to blush and assert that she's not the same weak girl as before, preferring not to go by Veronica anymore. Wendy insists she shouldn't deny her past because it's a part of her. Nevertheless, Nightingale is glad to see her friend, and they embrace each other tightly. Wendy then inquires about Anna, whether Nightingale managed to help her through her maturity. With a smile, Nightingale reveals that Anna didn't need any saving at all. In fact, what they've discovered is going to change things for all the witches. In a few moments, Nightingale spills the beans to her sisters about the prince, how he's letting everyone stay in his border town without any discrimination against witches. Wendy's not buying it at first, but Nightingale swears up and down that the prince not only said it, but also saved Anna and Anna. Not only that, the prince does not believe in any bullshit about witches being possessed by devils. He stresses that witches use their power for themselves. To seal the deal, Nightingale reminds everyone about her ability to smell lies, so they can trust her when she says the prince is serious. She spills about his plans to protect witches and go against the church if he even has to. Then she pulls out the steam engine blueprints, proving they can build a kick-ass sanctuary to rival the Holy Mountain. Just as Nightingale's painting this picture of paradise, some lady with green hair barges in, telling everyone to shut up. She seems like their teacher, and Nightingale quickly shows respect by bowing her head. The teacher gives Nightingale the stink eye, wondering aloud if she's saying the Holy Mountain they've been chasing forever is just a bunch of hot air. Next up, we're with the new king, Timothy, where a knight shows up with a stone called Divine Judgment, supposedly the ultimate weapon against demonic forces. The knight boasts that the church has confirmed its power to handle witches for ages. But Timothy's annoyed, blaming witches from his father's suicide. He orders the knight to keep capturing witches and scour the capital thoroughly for more. Meanwhile, back with Nightingale, she wakes up tied to a pillar, that same witch's precious stone around her neck. She's trying to figure out how she ended up in this mess. Flashbacks when the green-haired lady freaked out at the idea of the prince siding with witches. She rants about how witches have been persecuted and killed for ages. She believes Nightingale has been deceived by the prince and insists that the pain of maturity is a sacred test for a witch's body and mind, and only those who endure it can achieve true power and find eternal peace in the Holy Mountain. Nightingale is shocked to realize that all the suffering witches endured was just a test for this woman. She's further annoyed at the thought that her fallen sisters, who endured so much pain, are simply dismissed as disqualified subjects. The teacher offers Nightingale a final chance to seek forgiveness for her ignorance and mistakes, promising her mercy. But Nightingale remains resolute, insisting she'll only take sisters with her who believe in her. As she tries to leave, the snake immediately grabs her feet, and before she can react, she blacks out from the venomous injection of petrification, waking up to find herself in her current mind. While they're face to face, Nightingale reminds her why she is using the Divine Stone of Judgment, even though it's prohibited in the Witch Association. The Snake Lady says it's just a tool to punish disobedient kids. She reminds Nightingale how Wendy saved her from the clutches of the aristocrats. Instead of repaying that kindness, now Nightingale is trying to sell them all out to those filthy nobles just to mend her relationships with them again. Nightingale denies any such motive, emphasizing she only wants her sisters to live freely without fear of starvation or the pain of maturity, and believes everyone deserves the right to choose their own path. She points out how much Bordertown has changed, pointing out that the steam engine blueprint she brought is just one of many miracles. The Snake Lady scoffs, saying she can't make heads or tails of the blueprint and tosses it into the fire, declaring that a hunter's steel can't move like it's alive and she's off. She then grabs the hot dagger and holds it just inches from Nightingale's neck, letting her know this is her last chance to beg forgiveness for trying to deceive the Witch Association. If Nightingale doesn't comply, she threatens to skewer her heart and turn her into an example for others. Even though she is staring at her death, Nightingale remains defiant. Instead of bowing her head, she ready to take that dagger straight to her heart. That's when Wendy steps in, reminding them how many sisters they've already lost and they can't afford to lose another. The Snake Woman grows agitated, demanding to know if Wendy also believes Nightingale's lies. Wendy denies it, stating she's not planning to go to the border town, but she agrees with Nightingale that everyone should have the right to choose their own path. Wendy then asks if anyone wants to bail with Nightingale to the town. Nobody speaks up. Seeing this, Wendy suggests letting Nightingale go solo since she hasn't done anything to harm the gang. The others agree, telling their teacher to set Nightingale free. But the teacher goes absolutely bonkers, saying she can't risk letting Nightingale go because she might expose their turf location to the church. She swings her dagger, ready to strike. So before she can, Wendy steps in and stops her. Wendy grabs a coin and throws it hard at Nightingale, smashing the power suppressor stone. The teacher gets ticked off and goes after Wendy with a snake that bites her hand. But Nightingale springs into action. Before the teacher can react, she's screaming in pain with a sword in her chest, causing her to collapse to the ground. Before anyone can react, Nightingale and her friend start to disappear and exit the tunnel. Wendy doesn't seem to be in good spirits because the poison from the snake bite is spreading across her hand. To stop it from spreading further, Nightingale reluctantly grabs her dagger and severs Wendy's hand from her body. She keeps the hand with her, confident that Anna can heal him back soon. They've been walking forever, and it took them 3 days just to get here. Hearing Wendy is slowing them down further, and with her losing blood, Nightingale fears she won't last another 3 days. But her worries prove unnecessary when a mysterious newcomer arrives, ready to lend a helping hand. A newcomer looks like a boy from Twins, but she is actually a girl. Not to freak out, her name is Lightning, and she recently joined the Witch Association. Nightingale stays cautious around this tomboy and asks if Kara sent her. Lightning shrugs it off, saying it's no wonder Nightingale doesn't recognize her since she's always out and about. She makes it clear she's here because, like Nightingale said earlier, everyone should live life their own way. She's chosen to stick with Nightingale. Simple as that. She's totally pumped about all the machinery and exploding dynamite. Being an explorer at heart, Nightingale wonders why someone so into adventure joined the association. Lightning explains that finding the Holy Mountain is an adventure in itself, but the association is all about books, and Kara's always buried in them. Nightingale asks if Lightning's a fighter, to which she nods, mentioning she can fly too, or so Lightning thought. She's struggling to move an inch with all that weight over her weak shoulders. Finally, she gathers enough energy and starts floating slowly through the air. The tomboy then asks if Nightingale knows Wendy for a long time, noting how Wendy called Nightingale Veronica back at base camp. Nightingale confirms they go way back and tells how, before joining the association, people treated her like a puppet, and it was Wendy who showed her way to live. She revealed she had a family in Silver City when she was 13, but her parents disappeared during a commoner uprising. Nightingale's uncle then took her and her brother, Hyde. That was also the year her witch abilities first appeared inside her, but her uncle figured out her secret right away and split her from Hyde, locking her up to train her powers. He threatened to harm Hyde unless she used her abilities for his dirty work, so she became a full-on assassin. Poisoning, ambushing, you name it. She did every kind of horrendous act. As the Gillen family's wealth increased with time, her hands got dirtier and dirtier as well, soaked in the blood of others. The worst part is that her powers were just too perfect for that kind of work. When she finally reunited with Hyde, he turned her away cold, wishing he didn't have a witch for a sister. After that, she was broken inside. When maturity hit, she managed to survive the pain, and her powers also intensified. The prison bars couldn't contain her anymore, so she broke free, killed her uncle, and left with no direction. It was then she found Wendy, who was like a spark of warmth in her cold world. Wendy took her to the association, where she met other witches, and their teacher Kara provided solace to everyone. In the present, Lightning points out that Kara has gone off the rails, finding it hard to believe there's a prince who genuinely cares about witches. Finally reaching Bordertown, we find our duo inside this familiar quaint cottage. The prince can't seem to stop sneezing, wondering who might be thinking about it so much. Just then, a commotion grabs their attention. As they turn around, they see Nightingale and the other two bursting into the cottage, crashing right before their feet. Anna immediately takes her stance to deal with these uninvited intruders, but Nightingale immediately yells at our hero to fetch Nana as quickly as possible. As Nana tends to Wendy's injuries, our hero has no clue what went down at the association and Nightingale rushed back with only three witches. He wonders if demons attacked them. Suddenly, Lightning appears from the front room. Prince quickly asks if she's hurt too. Lightning reassures him and points out how the prince really is this guy who cares about witches. Just like Nightingale said, she admits she didn't believe it at first, just like other members of the association. She then jokes about how the world is full of weirdos, so having a prince like him isn't that surprising. Being called a weirdo doesn't sit well with the prince, who just rolls his eyes. Getting to the point, the prince realizes the association wasn't under attack. That's when Lightning starts explaining the whole situation, clarifying they weren't attacked. Wendy was hurt by their own teacher Kara, and explains further as to how they ended up here. Once night falls, Prince Roland returns to his room, only to be startled by Nightingale sweetly lying on his bed in her nightsuit. Prince Roland gets all flustered, maybe starting to think about some naughty stuff, imagining Nightingale might be up for getting close after all. Suddenly, Nightingale gets up and strides over to him, leaving him scared out of his wits and pinned against the closed door. He hastily tells her she should rest as long as she needs, but then, Nightingale kneels before the prince. In a serious moment, she, Veronica Gillen, officially swears her loyalty to him. She promises to follow his orders and stand by his side in battle, facing demons or anything else, until her last breath. It's no surprise to our hero that after being let down by the association, Nightingale is turning to him for help with the future of witches. Without missing a beat, he takes the sword from her hands and officially makes her his right-hand woman. The prince asks if her real name is Veronica, and she nods, saying there's no reason to hide it from him now. Next, we catch up with Wendy, who's been offered a contract. Hero tells her to stay in the border town and work for him. If she's up for it, she can sign on the dotted line, promising good pay for her work. He also spills the beans on a method he's found where witches can sail through their maturity without feeling any pain at all. The news totally throws off the new witches. Once we step outside, our hero admits it's just his guess, and explains that witches are like vessels for magic, and as they get older, their magic builds up until it overflows during maturity, attacking their bodies. He mentions Anna as an example of someone who survived this. Instead, they can manage their level of pain by continuously releasing their magic to maintain balance within them. He promises a safe haven for witches to practice their magic freely, without anyone discriminating against them or threatening them. He believes if his idea works out, they can create their own version of the Holy Mountain right here in the Borderlands. Wendy has already signed on to the plan and asks where to start. He simply tells her to keep using her magic until she masters full control over it. Once the prince gets busy with the newcomers and their magic training, Anna and Anna have a little chat about recent events. Anna looks impressed by Wendy's wind magic and Lightning's flying skills, which also saved Wendy's life as well. Anna expresses happiness at having so many sisters around, but Anna points out how Nightingale seems to look at our hero with warmth in her eyes, a detail not to be taken lightly. Anna is clueless about what Anna means, but the little Nana warns her friend not to blame her for not giving a heads up, and if Anna doesn't make a move, Nightingale might just win over our hero. Suddenly, they hear the alarm ringing, a clear sign something's wrong. The report comes in that a demon monster has arrived. The hero rushes to the wall and meets his soldiers. He squints to spot the danger, but sees no demons in sight. The prince wonders if it was a false alarm, and questions the hunter who raised the alarm. The hunter tells him to look closer, and when he does, he sees a dark blob of mist forming. As he takes a closer look, he's shocked to see a hybrid monster right before his eyes. The hunter reveals it's the same hybrid that nearly killed him a few years back. Hearing this, the boy connects the dots. This monster must have some intelligence, unlike regular beasts that just charge and die. But this monster survives for many years, and it always retreats when it senses danger. When the beast reaches the wall, it suddenly stops, leaving everyone puzzled. Unexpectedly, it jumps into the air, and the prince orders his soldiers to attack it immediately. Before they can react, the monster is already airborne, crashing onto the wall above. Hero is stunned to see how cunningly it targeted the wall's weakest spot, which confirms our hero's last remaining doubts about this monster's intelligence. Once the demon makes it to the other side of the wall, soldiers report it's heading toward the town. The hero commands his 2nd Civilian Division Army to accompany him, while the backup division holds the wall for now. Our hero marches toward the town with his platoon, regretting underestimating the smarts of these monsters. Finally reaching the monster's location, They're hit with the gut-wrenching news that it's already devoured someone alive in town. The trail of blood before our hero's eyes sends a terrifying chill down his spine, but he does not succumb to fear and annoyingly orders everyone to stay on high alert. The monster pops into view once more, snatching another civilian. Prince Roland immediately cautions everyone as the soldiers look helpless against the monster, unable to use their guns for fear of hitting civilians in the chaos. Not only that, the soldiers can't even get close to this monstrosity. Iron Axe commands his soldiers to get on rooftops and higher ground to aim precisely without harming civilians. Soldiers immediately climb up to the rooftop and take their positions. Despite the odds, soldiers manage to shoot over the monster's overgrown head, but they slightly miss their mark. The monster glares back with an annoyed face, but before it can strike, Iron Axe closes in and blasts the monster's head right away, finally avenging the innocent lives taken by this monster. In the hermit's room, the creature crawls its way to trouble as they witness the enormity of the approaching monster. Finally stepping in, the creature drools, sighting humans nearby. Cetacean opens its massive mouth, unleashing an entire army of monsters reaching out from its belly. Is trapped with no escape route in sight. Still, they immediately start running in the opposite direction, while the creature in the sky keeps following the soldiers. Eventually, when they reach the inner city's north wall, they find themselves waiting for the gate to open. The girl reveals to us that the whole outer city has been wrecked by the monsters. They've got to defend church, soldiers and monsters right in things. It looks like a tough fight ahead. The girl holds up red pill, but instructs the soldiers to take it and annihilate the enemy. Station. The soldiers obey her command. As they swallow the pill, they feel a surge of energy powering them toward more monsters. Before these foolish soldiers can get slaughtered by those monsters, the gate finally drops, revealing a cocky figure strong arms. He declares himself as part of the Judgment Army and orders everyone to clear the path. These soldiers are head to toe in sturdy armor, appearing like elite knights. The lady is bewildered by the sudden appearance of this so-called Judgment Army, having no clue who they even or she doubts that mere humans stand a chance against the hybrid monsters. But it looks like we're about to find out if these soldiers are all talk, or if they've got the goods. As the monster and army of judgment comes face to face, the sky monster swoops down. One of the knights on the ground immediately grabs hold of its gigantic sharp claws, and the other knight takes a stance and sends a spear flying with godly speed, piercing the monster right through the head. The woman is completely blown away by the soldier's speed and hybrids. As these badass monsters, the scene shifts to a church fire. See three archbishops, using seeing those monsters dead on the ground, they seem pleased and their army appears to be winning against the monsters. Archbishop Tayfun shakes his head, noting the worst part of the battle is the total annihilation of the reinforcement armies sent by the four great kingdoms. Archbishop Heather chuckles in agreement, commenting on how those kingdoms sent thousands of soldiers who ended up as mere cannon fodder. She's clearly pleased, seeing it as proof that the ordinances of those kingdoms can't hold a candle to the church's mighty judgment army. However, a third individual interjects, pointing out the heavy toll of using so many pills in the process and the loss of much of the judicial army, which forms the core of the church's power. Tayfun clenches his teeth, emphasizing that they had no choice because the beasts of the wastelands have appeared exactly as foretold in the Bible. He warns the time is running out, and unless the continent unifies and gathers its strength, destruction awaits them all. The arrogant lady chuckles again, saying humans are basically monsters committing horrifying acts just like demons, so maybe wiping out humanity isn't such a bad idea after all. This really ticks off the old man, who tells her to cut out the blasphemous talk and stop defying God's will. But the girl just brushes it off with another sassy comment, saying God never promised humanity would survive, and further challenges the old man, asking if he's sure God cares more about humans than demons. The old man looks even more ticked off, but he stays quiet, maybe because deep down he knows there's some truth in what she's saying. Well, even Archbishop Maine thinks the same way as that woman does, but he is also sure that God only favors those who come out on top. Back in the border town, they lay the fallen soldier to rest. Our hero gathers everyone's attention and announces that they are gathered to mourn Mr. Aggie from the Civilian Army 2nd Division. The prince goes on with the usual talk about the man's heroic deeds and sacrificing his life to save their hometown, bidding him a final farewell as they cover his grave with mud. Chief Knight Carker is deeply moved by our hero's compassionate gesture, noting he's never seen someone of noble birth show such respect for commoners whose names he didn't even know. Our hero points out that giving a proper farewell feels right, especially since Bordertown has never held proper funerals for those lost to the monsters, and they deserve more than a hastily dug hole. Besides, the prince believes that holding these funerals serves the purpose of decency and boosts morale. He explains that when people reflect on who and what they're fighting for, it can spark a profound change in an army. He aims to ignite everyone's willpower to steer Bordertown back on track. The wife of the deceased soldier shows up with her two kids, one of them really small. The soldiers nearby start wondering how she'll manage now, but this bald guy steps in and explains she'll get her husband's salary, some extra cash, and all the basics to get by. While they talk, Vice Captain Vanner suddenly senses someone nearby. The bald guy asks if something's up, and Vanner mentions feeling a presence of someone, but brushes it off, saying he's probably imagining things. Back at the cement-making cottage, our hero catches up with Anna and asks how things are going with making barrels for the blunderbuss guns. Anna sweetly explains that thanks to the new steam-powered boring machine, the blacksmiths can handle most of the heavy lifting now. Meanwhile, lighting is bouncing off the walls as usual, super pumped about all the new stuff. She bombards the poor smiths with so many questions, they can barely keep up. Well, the prince was already wondering why he has not seen her around lately. I guess he now knows why. It's not a project for her to handle. He shows her the rough sketch of a 12-pound gun. So the prince then delves into the details of how these things work. Whatever it says goes right over Anne's head. He then instructs her to use those two holes on the ground to cast a die for cannonballs. It's right to work and starts pouring molten metal into holes, while the prince stares. She immediately closes her eyes. The dark girl starts moving, wipe the sweat from her face. It is quite literally hilarious that despite the freezing temperatures in this place, these guys are still sweating. Looks like the knight can see that this is more than just a prince wiping the sweat. And the way the prince is blushing just proves it further. And Anna is also blushing as well. Meanwhile, there's this guy who's absolutely freaked out to see our hero, the fourth prince of Grey Castle, openly sheltering witches. He's practically sprinting to report this back to the king. Looks like Vanner wasn't imagining things when he felt someone's presence, because this man is definitely a spy sent by the new King Timothy. What's really messing with this guy's head is witches. And don't get him started on stuff. Villains, dark matter. Is that way to fatten he could never agree to spy on specific place. Well, looks like this dude failed miserably at his job of spying. Background, calling this oddball out right away and telling him to halt his tracks. Fuck, that there's a spy on them. This poor guy has no clue what to do before an angry mob comes for him. All he can think about is how the fourth prince must be channeling powers straight from the devil. Inside the castle, we catch up with the constant again. He's losing his shit over the prince's latest demand. Buy two boats, but don't hire captains and crews. Like, how's he supposed to float boats without a crew? The old coot's utterly worn out by these ridiculous orders that somehow always end up working in the prince's favor. Then comes a knock on the door. A soldier reports they've caught a rat. A guy named Cole, also known as Groundhog, who's apparently Prince Timothy's spy. Turns out this guy had been running under a fake identity for months, pretending to be a border town resident. They found a letter and some money on him, but he's still being grilled for more info. The old man orders to squeeze every last drop of intel and execute him right away. Looks like the old man is not freaking out because this is already a fourth spy they have found out. Our clever prince had foreseen more spies would come, so he told the old man to announce that there are people in the border town trying to destroy their food reserves. He instructed everyone to keep an eye out for anyone acting suspicious, promising a reward for anyone who catches a spy. The old man is always surprised by our hero's cunning decisions. He sees him as a devil who doesn't even fear the stone of divine judgment. Back in the Grey Castle capital, Timothy inquires about the royal decrees he sent to his siblings, but none of them have replied. One of his men reports that the fourth prince, our hero, sent a reply stating he will return once the months of demons are over and his people are safe. The reporter points out that Prince Roland still acknowledges Timothy as a prince, not a king. Timothy considers our hero a fool for opposing him, especially since Timothy had plans to offer him land and a comfortable life. He dismisses Roland as an oddball and asks his lackey if there's been any response from the third and fifth princesses. The lackey reveals that the third princess has disappeared from the city along with her butler and two servants, and they haven't been found since. The prince facepalms in disappointment, as he never wanted commoners to lay a hand on the sister despite any personal disagreements. He then inquires about Garcia Winston, the stubborn pirate. Before the council member could speak up, Timothy orders him to seize her waterboard and forthwith back to the capital. Right on, a knight arrives on the scene and hastily reports that Garcia Wimbledon defeated Duke Joseph's Carl in the Southern Border and gained full control of Hawk City. The news terrifies Timothy beyond belief, and he sinks even further into despair when he hears she has crowned herself Queen of Clearwater with the blessings of the local dukes, and the whole southern half of Grey Castle is split off. Next scene, down by the river south of Border Town, where our top captains are tearing down the cannon they just put together. Both of these tough guys are beat, griping to their boss that this thing is way too damn heavy. The chief knight then asks why he got stuck guarding this behemoth, since no one can move it an inch, let alone stealing it. Hero just sighs, explaining it's not just something, it's a masterpiece built with blood, sweat, and the grind of steel. He wonders why others can't see its beauty like he does. Moving on, Lightning is itching to clean the barrel. Your hero gives her the green light to go ahead. Watching this eager tomboy happily doing her job, the knight gets confused and asks why Lightning hadn't signed a labor contract. Our hero explains she insisted on working for free as long as the prince kept inventing interesting stuff. All she needs are food and clothes, and this broke idiot couldn't pass up such a steal of a deal. After Lightning finishes cleaning the barrel and reports it's empty, she waits for the next step. Before we move on, the hero tells his soldiers to remember the first step, making sure there's nothing stuck inside the barrel. Next up, they need to load the gunpowder and slap that cannonball on top, making sure to push it down real hard to get rid of any air. Then, they stick in a fuse to light up the party. Once everything's set, the clear out and lights the fuse. It starts sizzling right away, so everyone covers their ears to save their eardrums. Boom! The cannonball goes flying straight at the dummy and punches a hole right through its chest. See such devastating resistance. Even after smashing the dummy, the cannon keeps going for another 100 meters. The 12-pound cannon can theoretically reach thousands of meters. First shot, the knight respects the raises to pleading. Gunpowder is a hassle. Our hero nods, saying, Slate hybrids effortlessly. He's already thinking of using ships to solve them. Old Cons was helping firing sailboats from Willow Town. Wendy's wind control speeds for both civilians and cannons. Strategy against the two colonists. He envisions a pincer. The Duke's army from the rear. The old man versus double-masted sailboat costs a whopping 20 golden points, and that doesn't even cover the crew, which runs better. Even if they blew all 315 gold. They left with this stubborn geezer that he doesn't need a crew. It's not a thing. Boats come. If he wants a ship, then the prince gets this brighter tier to let go. See, cost a fortune to get boats here in Watertown. But then our hero comes. Can't build a boat themselves. He says they don't need anything fancy, just something to float since Wendy will handle the sea. Flat bottom barge will do the trick. But then our hero confidently suggests using light wood. Coin system, what's waiting. reliable. Sinners having Hannah help weld a proper metal boat, but he's already used up all the metal making guns and stuff. Then, the idiot remembers they have tons of concrete left over from building the wall. He suggests using wood for the base and reinforcing it with steel rebar, then making the rest of the boat out of concrete. We don't need to waste any more time figuring out how he plans to make this work. Let's just wait for our hero to finish up the blueprints and get started. Before long, we're down by the riverside in a makeshift boat workshop. They've already put together the basic structure of the boat. When Lightning sees the giant thing, she cracks a joke about it being a massive bathtub fit for a king's lavish baths. Our hero chuckles and corrects her, saying they're actually building a boat, not a bathtub. But Lightning is still skeptical. To her, it doesn't quite look like any boat she's seen before. While they banter back and forth, Wendy's happy to see Lightning and her friends getting along just fine. To which, Nightingale points out that getting along with others has always come naturally to Lightning. She was just as energetic back in the association days. The mention of the association immediately saddens Wendy out as she worries about her other sister's safety. Back in the mountain range, we see the witches marching down. As they walk, one of the sisters alerts everyone about the presence of demons. The teacher quickly tells Lady Leaf to lay her down and help the others. Lady Leaf gently puts her injured teacher on the ground. As the monsters approach, the witches stride forward to face them. Meanwhile, the teacher blames Nightingale for their sorry state and vows to get payback once she finds the Holy Mountain and gathers more witches. She hasn't forgotten about Wendy and Lightning either, feeling betrayed. When the monsters leave with them, Lady Leaf works her magic, summoning roots that grab the beasts, while Zephyr, another witch, sucks the air out of their lungs. Seeing the girls take down those monsters puts a grin on the teacher's face. She's sure that with their combined efforts, they'll bring the church crashing down once they reach the Holy Mountain. The teacher decides to take a breather for a while here, but suddenly she's left in shock by what she sees before her eyes. She wonders aloud if this could be the Holy Mountain. Before them rise skyscraper-like structures that couldn't possibly be built by humans. The sight brings a giant smile to the teacher's face as she believes they've finally found the Holy Mountain. However, the others are not convinced. According to all the books, the Holy Mountain is supposed to be a serene and abundant place, which is drastically different from what they're seeing. Despite Leaf still being unsure, the teacher is going nuts over the grand structures and is absolutely convinced this is the Holy Mountain. Leaf hesitates to voice her doubts, recalling what the teacher did to Nightingale when she is 3. Feeling she has no other choice, Leaf reluctantly starts walking forward. She's certain that if they don't explore further, the teacher will never rest. As they're walking, one of the witches suddenly seems dead. Lady Leaf tries to pause to warn her friend, but the teacher snaps at her, moving forward. Stopping. Death at nightfall. Leaf seems fine, torn between grief and the teacher's urgent commands. The teacher insists that lingering here would only invite demon attacks. They continue on, but then another witch realizes the supposed mountain they were aiming for has vanished. This sight shocks the teacher, who, let's face it, acts more like a tyrant than a caring leader. The teacher sinks into despair, recalling the city that's like an unreachable illusion in the sky, disappearing every time the sun sets. The snake woman declares it was all just an illusion, something she'd heard rumors of typically occurring at sea, but seeing it on land was unheard of. Something approaches them, confirmed by another witch to be 3 demons once again. But this time, it becomes clear this new threat is not just a regular demon. This mysterious entity attacks one of the witches with some weapon, leaving Leaf frozen in place as her friend is struck down, a long spear piercing her chest in an instant. Leaf stares at where the spear came from with disbelief. Before them stand hybrid creatures, riding demonic beasts. Looking at their ripped bodies, it's no wonder they took down the girl with just one blow. One of the witches immediately uses her abilities to turn the ground into a swamp, but the creatures effortlessly leap from their mounts and land right in front of the women. One monster swings its hand, smashing a witch with brutal force, splattering blood everywhere, leaving the sisters absolutely terrified out of their minds. The beasts then turn towards the remaining sisters, who stand petrified and trembling in their boots. Suddenly, another monster fixates on a redhead among them. Her face pales as the creature approaches, its grotesque tongue-like appendage dangling from its mouth, which is a far cry from any normal tongue. Before the beast can reach her, it's struck by a fireball. Though it annoys the creature more than hurts it, the redhead grabs the hand of the traumatized orange-haired witch and urges her to run. But the orange-haired witch is so shaken that she's forgotten how to move. Another witch decides to confront and pulls out her puny bow, which, let's be real, looks like a toy, and she's brutally kicked by the monster right in the chest. She goes flying and sprawls on the ground, and it wouldn't be surprising if she died from that single blow. Despite seeing her friends drop like bugs, Wendy uses her root magic once again to try and immobilize one of the monsters, wrapping it from head to toe. The snake lady sends her snake to crawl around the beast, and together they bring the formidable creature to its knees. Wendy urges everyone to run while she keeps the monster restrained. Meanwhile, the other monster immediately retrieves the spear from its back. It tries to throw the spear, its feet sink into the swampy ground. However, the monster manages to throw the spear with incredible speed, leaving only a trail of pink light as it goes straight for its target, leaving nothing but a haze upon impact. Well, surprisingly, Wendy manages to narrowly avoid the attack. Suddenly, the other monster unleashes its electrical powers, zapping everyone in range. Once everyone is down, only Wendy and the cocky snake woman remains. Wendy still does not want to accept this reality as how their world turned upside down in a short time. The monster walks forward toward the snake lady, and in the next moment the monster extends its giant hand and grabs her right away. As he lifts her up, she unleashes her poisonous snakes, and one of them bites the thing we thought was a tongue protruding from the monster's mouth. As soon as the snake sinks its teeth into the monster's appendage, a red fog starts leaking out. The monster annoyingly grabs the snakes with its bare hands and squeezes them hard enough. Tears of agony well up in the teacher's eyes while Wendy watches in horror. Suddenly, the demon drops the snake woman to the ground, while he himself appears to be choking and struggling for breath. You know what? This snake bitch totally deserved every bit of it, because she was getting under my nerves ever since she popped up into this story. Anyway, the monster's legs tremble and it collapses to its knees. The red mist will tries to continue on. Creatures lifelessly to the ground. It seems Wendy has started to piece together how to deal with these creatures. She then lets these start flailing in the swamp, screaming and trapped. She spots that and takes a wild guess at likely their weak spots. Summoning her strength, she rushes over to her fallen sister and grabs the crossbow. Nice, she aims straight for that appendage, yelling as she lets the arrow fly. Pitching fallen sisters. The arrow hits. Red mist starts pouring out, sealing her victory. Wendy drops to her knees with a heavy heart. Sister keeps oozing that red stuff as she's surrounded by her sister's lifeless bodies. Sobs echoing in the quiet aftermath. Back at the Battleground Hospital in Yorktown, it seems Nana's time to survived. Everyone watches anxiously as she lies in bed, asking if she's going to die. The prince and the others immediately reassure her with a warm smile, telling her that everything will be okay. explaining that they see her magic power every day, the magic will turn against her. Wendy gives her a comforting pat and Rose words as well. Nana's worried father moves closer, urging her to squeeze his hand if the pain gets too much for her to bear. The others join in, deciding to lighten the mood with some coin magic tricks and storytelling. Their lively atmosphere helps in Nana's worries. Nana then also steps forward, reminding Nana that everyone is by her side, gently kissing her forehead like a caring sister. As midnight approaches, everyone remains seated around her bed, waiting for her to hit maturity. Lightning, true to her energetic self, only seemed not bored. On the other hand, the prince looks like he's on the verge of fainting, yawning uncontrollably. Lightning's energetic behavior is enough to tire him out. He turns to Nightingale and asks if there have been any magical fluctuations in Anna's body. Nightingale shakes her head, mentioning it's been a long wait. She hasn't noticed anything unusual. Prince gives himself a slap on the face to stay awake, already planning to build a clock tower once the months of demons are over, because he finds waiting aimlessly too tedious. Suddenly, Nightingale hears a rooster crowing. The prince pulls aside the curtain and is momentarily blinded by the morning light. Anna wakes up too, startled by the sudden brightness. It's clear the next day has officially arrived, and everyone is pleasantly surprised as Anna wakes up at daybreak. Lightning bursts with happiness, and her father breaks down in tears. One is incredibly pleased that Anna has successfully passed through a maturity ordeal without any issues. After some time, the prince leans over to Nightingale and asks if she's absolutely sure today is Anna's maturity day. Nightingale nods, mentioning the change was subtle and definite. She agrees with our hero's theory about witches. How daily magic practice can boost their powers and ease their hardships. If all witches get good training daily, they can make it to adulthood without issues. Wendy joins in, saying since the prince is the only one welcoming witches, they can turn Border Town into a sanctuary. She pledges full support, and the prince lights up, saying he's been thinking about this for ages. But since openly inviting witches could get him canceled by the kingdom, he plans to spread rumors about a sanctuary to let the witches come by themselves. However, if he becomes the king, there will be no one stopping him to invite witches. Wendy drops to her knees, promising to help him become king. She swears her loyalty and says her life belongs to him now. The next day, our hero's sail ship finally makes it ashore. Two soldiers take a close look and start pointing out all sorts of technical flaws that make this boat unlike anything they've seen before. Once they finish their inspection, they decide to head back to cannon training. Meanwhile, some daydreaming soldiers, trailing behind Vice Captain Vanner, start talking loudly about wanting to be as formidable as Hunter Iron Axe. But then one of them gets serious, pointing out they've been training forever without firing a single shot, and wonders when the prince will actually let them loose in the real life. Another soldier mentions how those in the Flintlock team have already been at it for days, seeing battle tactics on the walls. That's what Vanner seems to wonder if our hero really plans to use the cannon team against demonic beasts. But considering how heavy and bulky the cannon is, it's not exactly ideal for transporting up onto the walls. Finally, it clicks for Vanner that their master strategy involves using the cannon on the sailing boat, not just against beasts, but against a strong army. At the west shore of Redwater River in Border Town, we find the cannon team undergoing training under the command of Hunter Iron Axe. They've been tasked with aiming the cannon in a specific direction. The chief knight remarks on how hardworking the cannon team looks, and our hero agrees, noting that both teams are pushing themselves to earn 5 more silver points than the others, which fuels their determination to succeed. The prince plans to move operations to Littletown once the soldiers are well trained on the ground. Curiously, the knight asks if our hero means the concrete ship they built, and our hero nods, saying that's what he's calling it. He points out that the workers managed to wrap up everything in these few days when the snow was light. They not only slapped on some anti-rust treatment, but also threw together a shed for short cannonballs. Hey, Smitty's got herself a platform now to play around with her wind powers to stir the boats. Chief Knight finally gets why our hero was so bent on training Wendy to handle magic. Then Prince Roland drops a bomb on the poor knight by making him the commander of the boat. The knight freaks out, saying he's never sailed a ship in his life. Our hero shrugs it off, saying it's no big deal because the witches will be the ones running the show anyway. The soldiers finally let loose a cannonball, it goes boom, and our hero is feeling pretty smug as he is about to kick off this new leg of his journey aboard his boat. With the glass bottle shattered by the impact, Lightning finally inaugurates their boat adventure, all set to sail as Littletown's navigator. Meanwhile, Tiger Pine, the overprotective dad, takes charge of communications. On the other hand, the knight reluctantly roped into the role of captain doesn't look too thrilled. Lightning gives the knight a reading, assuring him that navigating suits her perfectly since she's a pro at sea adventures. She mentions her dad, known as Thunderbolt, also has a knack for the sea. Exploring the ship, Tyrion's made of, unlike anything she's ever seen. The chief knight is pleased that the weather is surprisingly good today. A choice made by our hero for testing Littletown. Once the boat is on the water, everything seems to be going smoothly, with a man named Brian assigned as helmsman. Lightning then tells Brian to turn the rudder fully to the right. The knight echoes the same command. Tomboy gets curious and asks why the chief knight is repeating her, to which he explains he's following orders from the prince. Meanwhile, Brian is clueless about what he's supposed to do, so Lightning, after facepalming, decides to take charge herself. She goes all out and spins the rudder sharply to the left, leaving the two behind, totally terrified. After her little adventure, Lightning marvels at how our hero has paid attention to details that even someone with years of sea experience like herself might miss. Lightning then tells Wendy to crank up the wind, since she has been assigned a role as movement power support. So she got this time, our hero equipped Wendy to master her magic, which he hadn't really bothered with before getting to Town. After some serious effort, her early attempts were only enough to blow dry some pieces of meat, but she matured slowly. And now armed with those lessons, she channels her magic and gives the boat a solid shove, sending it sailing above the water effortlessly. Lightning and the knight are pumped to see the boat moving, while this father gets all deep philosopher, pointing out how our hero turned rocks into boats and made them float. At this point, he's starting to believe there's nothing our hero can't pull off. So the boat continues to sail smoothly. Anne gives props to Brian for becoming a sailor in less than half an hour. Brian sheepishly credits Lightning because she was the one who was guiding him through everything properly. Meanwhile, on the pedestal, Wendy starts feeling drained and struggles to keep up with pushing the boat, as if running out of natural power. But she takes it as a challenge, pushing her limits with a goal to last until the ship reaches shore. Or so she thought. Wendy starts losing consciousness, and Lightning immediately directs everyone to steer the boat towards shore because Wendy has fallen ill. Once the tomboy gets her down, they find Wendy's entire body covered in icy sweat, potentially freezing her to death. They chide her for not informing them about her condition earlier, but it seems their streak of fortune has just taken a turn, as their boat also crashes into some rock which causes damage. The captain bellows orders, directing Lady Lightning to escort Lady Wendy back to the castle, while commanding the others to stay and gather the sails. As Lightning immediately departs with Wendy, the captain of the damaged ship is visibly disheartened. He reflects that while their test at Littletown was not a failure, it hasn't quite been a success either. At least they've identified two critical issues to address, keeping Lady Wendy warm on the pedestal and making the boat shockproof. Meanwhile, back in town, a carriage travels down a desolate road. The driver of this carriage is a one-legged man, and inside the carriage a priest can be seen beating the shit out of this little girl. And this girl is apparently not alone in this carriage. The carriage driver couldn't help but feel sorry for the girls, even though the man inside the carriage seemed to be their only lifeline. Without him, these girls would have likely frozen on the streets. When the priest steps into the carriage, the driver asks if they are all orphans from war-torn kingdoms. The priest nods, explaining that churches in the kingdom take in children when food and clothing are scarce. And since church ends up taking tenfold kids nowadays, the priest is glad that they have a driver someone like him to rely on. Grateful for the well-paying job, the driver appreciates earning 20 silvers to transport these orphans. And since he does not have one of his legs, driving the carriage just suits him perfectly. Little does the driver know, these girls aren't ordinary orphans, they are witches. That's why the priest pays him so generously. But the priest doesn't disclose this detail, just urging the driver to keep going without questions and promising payment upon arrival. Once they stop at a hotel to grab some food, the priest tells a woman that he's brought some tender kids for her to take care of. While that awful man parades those girls around like merchandise, the carriage driver can't bear to watch his client exploit them for a quick buck. He closes the curtains, unable to stomach the sight of their humiliation. The scene shifts to Archbishop Maine, descending into a vast underground chamber once again. He marvels at the sight, acknowledging that no matter how many times he visits, the grandeur of the dome never fails to take his breath away. The Archbishop asserts that this dome, which he calls the natural creation, is surely the work of the Lord. The Archbishop explains that while the Hermes Church above ground symbolizes steadfastness, the heavily guarded depths of the Hermes dungeon might be the true heart of the church. Once he steps into that mysterious facility, the knight guides the priest deeper into its depths. As they stroll along, we learn these knights are the church's most steadfast hounds, rewarded with homes in these tunnels for their loyalty. Any disciplinary actions are dealt with severely, often referred to lifelong confinement. Very dungeons they are. Other tunnels house libraries filled with church literature, historical documents, and notably, the prison where those unlucky criminals rot away for good. Through another door they go, entering the prison where desperate boys willing to save their lives just to escape. The priest stops before a particular cell, secured with a large lock. He instructs the knight to wait outside, and, once alone, he urges the prisoner inside to eat properly. The priest reminds him that his meals are among the best, though alcohol is understandably excluded. Well, the man in the prison is apparently King Wimbledon. And he questions if the priest would even have anything to eat in a place like this, while lamenting 6 months of isolation, without any news of his son and daughter. The priest appears reluctant to disclose anything, but finally shares the grim news under the king's pressure. Harold Wimbledon, the king's first son, was executed on Timothy's orders for regicide. The third prince, Garcia, had declared herself Queen of Clearwater, setting the stage for an inevitable clash with Timothy. As for our hero and the fifth princess, they are alive, but there are no significant updates to report. The old man is completely shocked by the news about his first son. He can't hide his sadness as he asks the priest why he waited so long to throw him in jail. King Wimbledon then reveals that the priest used a witch to create a body double of him to get rid of his first son. He acknowledges the church's growing influence across the kingdom, but seems to know why the priest is causing his beloved children to fight each other through royal decrees. He makes it clear that he would never have allowed such strife among his kids. The priest responds by saying that his children are now adults making their own decisions. He points out that his daughter, Garcia Wimbledon, took over Clearwater Court 5 years ago and wouldn't sit back while her brothers fought for the throne. Furthermore, he emphasizes that the church couldn't afford to waste time and had to remove the King Wimbledon to firmly establish their control over the kingdom. The priest declares that the continent will no longer be divided among the four great countries which are Dawn, Wolfheart, Winter, and Greycastle. Instead, it will unite as one land under the church's rule and governance. The old man, looking defeated as hell, drops to his knees, blood dribbling from his mouth, but he still manages to spit out that he'll be waiting for the priest in hell. The priest, not getting down, brushes off the whole hell thing, saying their moves are all part of the church's grand plan. The king takes the bucket right there, probably poisoned. But who knows? The priest sees this as their golden ticket to power, and he is preparing to take down the real enemy they have ahead of them. I guess he is talking about the demons, the true enemy they have yet to repel for the greater good of humanity. Honestly, church politics never really did it for me, but this series has been a wild ride. Can't wait to see what our hero gets up to next. Back at the Witches Association camp in the mountains, the witches who stayed behind are mourning their fallen sisters who died because they did not make it through their maturity. One of them speaks up, worried about their next steps. They barely escaped death themselves, and now their sisters who went off to find the holy mountain haven't returned in 2 weeks. Their food is also running low, which is only adding to their anxiety. Suddenly, they hear footsteps approaching. It's Lady Leaf. She enters the tunnels and drops to her knees, completely exhausted, and her face eventually meets the floor. Rewinding a bit of time, we find Lady Leaf walking a desolate path, her face pale from the harsh weather and humble gnawing in her belly. Suddenly, her maturity hits hard while on this desolate journey. Just as she's grappling with this personal battle, a monstrous figure appears right behind her. Startled, she turns and begs for help, only to snap awake abruptly from her nightmare. As she sits up, Hummingbird tells her she's been out cold for 2 whole days. The other witches gather around, looking worried. One of them apologizes for discussing serious stuff right after she's woken up, but the sister insists they've already hashed it out. If Kara doesn't come back, Leaf will have to step up as the teacher to keep the association from falling apart after the recent losses. Without a second thought, Lady Leaf decides she's going to find Nightingale. This bombshell leaves everyone stunned. They're hesitant to believe Nightingale's tale about Wartown, unsure if they can really trust her. Lady Leaf then reassures everyone that they can find a safe place to rest, while she assesses the situation first at the border town. She instructs the purple-haired witch to take the role of teacher if she doesn't return, her experience as a former member of the association. She places her faith in their hands, emphasizing that if Nightingale's information is accurate, Border Town will become their new holy mountain, potentially ending the need for their current association. Meanwhile, back in town, our party confronts monsters. When one of the creatures bolts over the wall, Thunder thrusts his spear into its belly. However, as he tries to lift the monster, the spear snaps in half, causing the creature to crash back to the ground. The vice captain quickly orders the muskets to be prepared, and they promptly follow his command, shooting down the monsters without delay. One of the soldiers offers a spear to the vice captain, who was surprised to see a young boy named Claw there. Claw explains that he goes wherever he's needed to help. As the monsters lie defeated on the ground, the captain acknowledges that while they don't pose a significant threat, they must remain vigilant. He expresses his thrill that ever since our hero took charge of Watertown, they've been able to repel these terrifying monsters. Previously, it was only possible with the help of Longsong Fortress, but now even the town's commoners can fight thanks to our hero's leadership. He knows our hero's consistent presence on the mountain during times of danger, standing alongside ordinary soldiers. Suddenly, a hybrid monster appears, and a soldier promptly reports it as a winged lion hybrid. Lightning eagerly steps up to take on the monster, but our hero advises him not to rush. They stick to the plan. Lightning will act as bait to draw the team into action while ensuring he stays at a certain height. The monster lands on the wall's surface, and Lightning, brimming with confidence, decides to go for it, assuring everyone he won't disappoint. The prince officially initiates the hunt, but Lightning's confidence is momentarily shaken when he remarks that our hero's determined voice sounded more like a whimpering dog. Wording out this unexpected comment, Lightning vanishes, leaving our hero unsure how to respond. He even asks the other ladies if it sounded that weird, and they reluctantly agree. The prince tells the ladies to stick to the plan and stay safe, and they nod in agreement. With a smile, the prince looks up at the sky, pleased to see everything going according to plan. Meanwhile, the monster is getting increasingly annoyed as our mischievous tomboy keeps pelting it with pebbles. She eggs the monster on, and it roars back at her. She dashes around it, teasing and taunting like she's playing tag with a giant cat. The monster gets frustrated and smashes the ground with a mighty blow, but Lightning is still enjoying the game. As the monster continues to chase her, Nightingale rushes through her dimensional space, because Lightning has successfully lured the monster into the town square. She tells Anna that even in her hidden dimension, the monster can still sense them with its sharp senses. So she advises Anna to approach cautiously with her fire, which has a radius of 5 meters, emphasizing they only have one shot to take down the beast, and they can't afford any slip-ups. Meanwhile, Lightning's still playing tag with the lion, making it increasingly tick off with her relentless pursuit. When the ladies spot their chance, Anna gets down to business. Once the lions in her sights, they pop back from that dimension. Anna immediately unleashes her green fiery powers, hitting the monster with screeching hot flames so intense that even Nightingale feels the heat from across the way. Lightning also boasts about her fire, which can even melt the steel. So roasting a monster alive is not a big deal for her. Once the monster is incinerated into ashes, the prince is kind of glad to see that Anna didn't even need help to defeat the monster. Suddenly, the other monsters start retreating, leaving everyone puzzled as to why they are withdrawing. Our hero catches sight of something unexpected and looks up with astonishment on his face. He sees the gloomy clouds clearing from the sky and sunshine forcefully making its way through it, indicating that the months of demons have ended. News quickly spreads that the months of demons have plunged. Everyone basks in spirit final. Our hero gathers everything together. As he starts his speech, the crowd of townsfolk and soldiers gets all hyped up, cheering about how nobody went hungry this winter under our prince's watch. The prince acknowledges that the months of demons are behind them now, and Bordertown has come out on top with few casualties, all thanks to the gutsy civilian army. He contrasts this with how Longsong Fortress used to threaten them with starvation and cold. But today's victory proves that Bordertown can stand tall on its own. The crowd goes wild again, thrilled that they don't need to depend on others anymore. With a grin, the king decides to throw a big bash to celebrate their hard-won success. He announces a victory parade, promising that everyone who joins the town square dance will get a tasty treat of honey-glazed beef. Once the parade time arrives, the chief knight escorts a big chunk of beef into the party, and Hunter Ironaxe takes charge of lighting up the fire grill. Soon, everyone starts their victory dance as flames crackle around the bonfire, filling the air with a sweet aroma of sizzling meat. Ironaxe announces that anyone who dances will get meat, and the longer they dance, the more they'll receive. People eagerly volunteer to dance. It looks easy, and they persuade their friends to join in since no dancing means no meat. While everyone enjoys themselves, the chief raises concerns about distributing all the remaining stock of meat, fearing the prince might not have anything to eat until the next shipment arrives. The prince feels a bit disappointed, but reluctantly agrees to let the civilians enjoy themselves. So, their lives of night continues with everyone dancing around the bonfire, singing, and having a great time. For the people of Bordertown, surviving the months of demons peacefully is an achievement worth celebrating, and festivities like this one will be remembered fondly for years to come. Meanwhile, our prince rushes back to the castle for his own private banquet, where all the witches are eagerly waiting. As the prince arrives, Lightning decides to start the feast officially. Anna roasts sweet chickens with her fiery magic, cooking them to perfection, and leaving Nana drooling over the delicious aroma. Bill shows off her skills by expertly slicing the meat into many pieces. Meanwhile, the tomboy and Nana are having the time of their lives, because having an outdoor barbecue party is the best thing they can wish for in their lives. Our hero is also having a great time, especially seeing everyone so happy. He believes they deserve this kind of luxurious treatment, thinking that people with such incredible abilities shouldn't be treated any less. Suddenly, the boy finds himself getting a sweet smooch from Lightning. Space. Gail and Anna are absolutely blown away by this unexpected move, and our hero's reaction is just as stunned. When the tomboy is asked about this abrupt kiss, she points out that women may kiss the territory ruler during celebrations, and it's a tradition. Meanwhile, Nightingale feels annoyed and a bit jealous, while Wendy clearly sees the tension. As the prince and Lightning go back and forth, we see Anna feeling a little down, probably because she wanted to kiss the prince too. Once midnight strikes, our hero feels dizzy from too much drinking, and suddenly, his dizzy mind perks up when he spots Anna in the distance. She gets really close, and our hero blushes. Right away, he starts explaining himself, saying the smooch with the tomboy was just an accident, to which Anna agrees. The prince further clarifies that Lightning is young, and he didn't look at her that way. Anna agrees once more. Anna then gathers her courage, and admits she was waiting for them to be alone, because she's not as bold as Lightning. As they get closer, just inches apart, Anna gives him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Meanwhile, Wendy pulled up in her room, buried in a book. She's totally baffled by how he spoke about the church's origins to skip any mention of gods, and just slapped the title, Pope, on everyone. It's all a bit too much for her to wrap her head around. Just as she's mulling it over, Nightingale breezes in, catching Wendy mid-brainstorm. Wendy snaps the book shut, instantly lighting up to see her friend there. Wendy mentions how Lightning had gone to sleep while calling for Daddy, like a child. Nightingale chuckles and takes the book from Wendy's hand, reminding her that reading late at night could strain her eyes, especially light. Suddenly, Wendy catches Nightingale off guard, asking if she's troubled by thoughts of the kiss Lightning gave our hero. Nightingale blushes and denies it, but Wendy presses her, telling her not to lie. Reluctantly, Nightingale clenches her teeth and admits the kiss is bothering her. Meanwhile, Wendy reassures Nightingale that Roland Wimbledon is the fourth prince of the kingdom, and their mission is to help him seize the throne and become the king of Greycastle. She's confident he'll protect the witches under his rule, and when the time comes, marry a princess or a duke's daughter to secure the next generation. He explains that as witches, they can't have children. It's a limitation granted by the heavens in exchange for their powers, and she hopes Nightingale understands this. Outside, as the party winds down, the townsfolk are busy with cleaning duties.
They're already nostalgic for the months of demons, thanks to our hero who made their days unforgettable with his inventions and victories. They're also curious about what the artillery division will do now that the demons are gone. Banner assures them they'll find out tomorrow. The next morning begins with the sound of horns, gathering all the soldiers for an announcement from our hero. Iron Axe informs them that since they've successfully protected Border Town from the demons, every member of the civilian army is now a private soldier under Prince Roland. However, he gives them the option to leave if they wish not to continue. A knight asks if being in the private army means they'll become knights. Hunter Iron Axe clarifies that a private army is a professional military force dedicated to protecting Prince Roland and his territory. They'll undergo year-round training focused on battle readiness, stricter discipline, and will receive higher salaries. The soldiers aren't totally sold on the better paid part, so Iron Axe lays it out. There's going to be a military ladder in this private army, with those who achieve outstanding results in battle will be promoted. Military officers will receive higher salaries and even land of their own. News fires of the troops, who are now all about this new challenge and the rewards that come with it. But Iron Axe sternly reminds the excited crew that being members of the private army means their conduct must be far more disciplined than before. He emphasizes that any deviation from the code of conduct will result in severe consequences, such as forced labor or even execution. The squad members visibly tense up at the stern warning, and Iron Axe challenges them to reconsider their commitment if they have doubts. Despite the harsh conditions, Banner remains steadfast in his determination to keep serving our hero, Roland, no matter what challenges arise. Seeing no one willing to leave the private army, Iron Axe raises his voice again with the authority of a seasoned captain, reminding them that they are now Prince Roland's private army. He declares that their training and conditioning will begin immediately, establishing a tone of strict discipline from this point forward. Back in the castle, Lightning reports to Prince Roland about the plans for the private army. She explained that due to the lingering snow outside the city, the soldiers will be crawling more than running during their 4-mile daily routine. While Lightning admires the new blueprints our hero has recently drawn up, the prince himself is deep in thought, contemplating the daunting task ahead of him, creating the army structure from scratch, including regulations, rewards, and penalties. The sheer magnitude of the task gives him a major headache, considering he played military chess in his youth, but has since forgotten much of it. He's determined to innovate and do something unprecedented in this world and time. As they examine the blueprints, the word bayonet catches their attention. Before they can delve further into their discussion, a knock on the door interrupts them. With both witches vanishing into thin air, our hero grants letters from the missing teenager. The old custodian surprises us once again by reporting that there's an aristocratic wishes to be a hero. Left during the months of demons and has now returned, visibly upset because his house was demolished due to the construction. When our hero confronts Chris, the noble sternly demands answers about why the prince allowed his house to be taken down. He emphasizes how he spent a substantial amount, 150 golden coins, to build that magnificent mansion. Our hero bluntly asks if Chris is referring to the westernmost house in Bordertown, to which Chris confirms. The prince apologizes, explaining that it was necessary because the house was too close to the wall and obstructed troop movements. However, he reassures Chris that the city will reimburse him for his loss. The greedy noble immediately perks up and asks how much he'll be getting. The hero points out which gold royals, but this greedy guy isn't satisfied with such a small amount. Eventually, he agrees and asks where he can collect from. Prince then reminds him that the sum has already been transferred to the property's rightful owner. The noble gets agitated and slams his hand on the desk, insisting he is the rightful owner of the property. Our hero cunningly points out that if the property truly belonged to him, why hadn't he been there even once during the months of demons? The noble explains that he had stayed at Longsong Fortress because he didn't want to die in Bordertown. That is when the prince sees his opening, and questions whether this fat cat is implying he deserted his ruler out of fear of the demons. As the chief knight strides over, he clapping the noble on the shoulder with a fierce look, letting him know that admitting his mistake about the house ownership can make this whole thing just a misunderstanding. He warns the noble that he can leave quietly to avoid any trouble, but if he does not leave, he will be charged for the act of treason and will be executed right away. The noble starts sweating bullets, finally owning up to his blunder. The house isn't his. Our hero plays it cool, casually telling him it's all good and he can head out without any fuss. Before the noble scurries off back to Longsong, our hero pauses a message with Carrie. If any other nobles want to dodge treason charges, they better think twice about returning to town. It sounds like the noble is seething with frustration as he vents his anger by hunting a nearby tree. He's convinced that once the Longsong dude takes control of the territory, the prince will have to return, and this fat cat will wait for the moment to gloat over our hero's supposed downfall. As he storms down the road, his fury subsides when he spots a woman covered from head to toe, and the noble is taken aback by her beauty. He's never seen such elegance, not even amongst the princesses. Watching her stride purposefully toward the castle, he begins to wonder if she might be our hero's wife. Once inside the city, she covers her face again amidst the bustling town, finding herself confused to see the bustling streets, even though the months of demons just ended recently. When she reaches the castle gates, she wonders if Nightingale was truthful about the prince of this town. She hesitates before entering, but then she makes up her mind, thinking she could handle at least 2 guards if it came down to it. The knights at the castle door react sharply at this rogue figure, ordering them to back off. As this is not a place for commoners, Lady Leaf remains undeterred, removes her hoodie, revealing her beauty, and boldly identifies herself as a witch. The soldiers exchange bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Lady Leaf nervously swallows her fear and, with determination, requests to meet Nightingale, Anna, or Anna. The both guards take glances at each other, and one of them decides to step inside to report the situation. While seeing those soldiers go, Lady Leaf remains fearful that the soldier might be fetching reinforcements, or perhaps Nightingale had deceived them about the existence of Anna and Anna. With her head down in thought, she suddenly feels warm hugs from both Nightingale and Wendy. Once she realizes that they are her friends, the Lady Leaf is stunned to see both Nightingale and Wendy embracing her, their eyes moist with tears of joy. Wendy whispers a heartfelt "welcome home" to Lady Leaf's ear, which causes her to burst into tears herself. Meanwhile, our hero is seen yawning, and Wendy brings him some tea. During their tea time, our hero inquires about Nightingale, prompting Wendy to happily reveal that Nightingale is welcoming a new sister who has recently arrived. Our hero nearly chokes in surprise at this news, while Wendy enthusiastically mentions that the sisters from the association have come to Bordertown. Shocked and excited, our hero asks Wendy if they were not looking for the Holy Mountain, to which the woman explains that only 7 witches remain, as the rest were obliterated by the monsters during their adventure. She then apologizes, mentioning they arrived while our hero was asleep and asks for forgiveness for letting the witches enter the castle. Our hero, on the other hand, is thrilled to have more witches join them, no matter their skills or how many there might be. Wendy, though, drops a hint from Lady Leaf that these gals aren't exactly warriors, so they might not be much help in a fight. You see, under the Stone of Divine Judgment's influence, these witches are kind of limited in their combat skills. But hey, the prince is cool with that. Having a witch who can zap things with electricity means no more dark nights, and one who can sculpt stuff means skipping all that refining and rolling past them. It's got our hero daydreaming about how much he can jazz up this ancient world with technological advancement, using the power of witches. Nightingale abruptly snaps our hero out of his daydreaming, dragging him back to reality, reminding him that everyone is waiting for him. Shortly after, everyone gathers for dinner, with all the witches present. Our hero is pleased to welcome them to Bordertown, and hopes they enjoy the food, encouraging them to ask for anything they want. Lighting enthusiastically chimes in, agreeing that our prince is quite the generous guy, and mentioning how he's always open to new members as well. One of the witches scolds Lighting for being so casual with our hero, but our hero dismisses her concerns, saying they don't bother with titles or formalities, and urging everyone to start eating before the food gets cold. Meanwhile, the other witches watch Nana and Anna using what look like two little sticks to eat. These newcomers have no idea how to handle these utensils, so they can't help but stare in confusion. Regardless, everyone takes into their meal, thoroughly enjoying it, and once dinner ends, the hero finds himself poring over documents detailing each witch's abilities. After reviewing everyone's skills, the prince realizes that there isn't a witch capable of shaping materials or generating electricity. This realization means our hero's plans for progress towards modernization will need to slow down a bit. However, he acknowledges that there's enough talent among the witches to meet their current needs. The first witch our hero takes a liking to is Lady Leaf. Not only can she increase fruit yields, but she can also control all plants freely, making her an ideal candidate for agricultural expansion. Next is Scroll, a witch with inhuman memory that operates 24 hours daily. After her maturity, she is now able to recreate any book she's read, making her perfect for teaching. Then there's Hummingbird, a cute witch who can make things weightless or adjust their weight with her magic. This makes her invaluable for lifting cargo or adjusting payloads. Fourth is Soraya Zoe, from a merchant family in Grey Castle's capital. She can recreate lifelike landscapes using her magic brush without needing paint, ink, or paper, which makes her essentially a walking camera. Go, the fifth witch, hails from the southern continent and can replicate any scene. Master of some movements. Just turned 16. Need to prevent rotting, potentially helping with food preservation. But our hero, since hero for powers, can also kill bacteria. However, Julie, the seventh witch, known as Moon, is the most intriguing witch. A young girl who doesn't talk much but is a priceless asset because she can magnetize metal. Her ability was upgraded after maturity, and now she can magnetize almost anything. Nightingale reveals that Moon was regarded as the most useless in their camp and often bullied by their teacher, Kara. But for our hero, magnetism means he has a way to generate electricity, which is the oldest trick in the engineering books, and all credit goes to Faraday. With electricity, they can have light, and it won't be long before another miracle happens in his territory. He decides not to categorize the witches into battle and non-battle categories, but instead prefers to place them into three large categories. The first category is self-reinforcing, consisting of passive abilities that are not affected by the Stone of Divine Judgment. The second category is summoning, and as the name suggests, the magic is summoned outside the body, but with an area of effect of 5 meters or less, and these abilities can easily be suppressed by the Stone of Divine Judgment. The third category, power attaching, is all about directly attaching magic to their target. The process is slow, and a hefty amount of magic can be interrupted by the Divine Stone of Judgment. However, once the conversion is done, the added properties become intrinsic to the object. They remain effective even in the presence of a Divine Judgment Stone. Once he sorts everything out, he calls it a day, knowing that things are about to get a lot more hectic from here on out. While Roland is about to hit the sack, we catch all the witches gathered in one room. They're grilling Nightingale, asking if they can dodge the agony of maturity by using their magic powers every single day. Nightingale shoots back that Anna and Nana are living proof of this theory. She claims she spotted changes in both girls' bodies using her fog. Their consistent magic use has beefed up their magic vitality, and at the same time, softens the pain of anti-phase. Or you can call it maturity as well. She doubles down, saying if they burn through all their magic right before their awakening, they'll breeze through the anti-phase with almost no pain at all. Wendy chimes in too, confirming they never got to exhaust their powers in the past because they were always on the run from the church and never dared to unleash their full abilities. Lady Lee finally understands why she felt no pain during her own anti-phase. She suffered while making her way back to the association. It was probably because her magic was exhausted after battling those demons. Once Lady Lee finally understands the cause of their suffering due to the anti-phase, she is terrified to realize that there was no holy mountain they were chasing after. However, Wendy immediately reassures her that the Holy Mountain may not be a physical heaven-like place. Instead, this town is more than the Holy Mountain to every witch because there is no discrimination here. A witch then suggests that if all this turns out to be true, then perhaps other witches might have also found their way around anti-phase. However, she reveals that she had sent letters to the other witch associations in the kingdoms of Wolfheart and Daw, but received no replies. Nightingale reveals that Roland is trying to gather all the other witches by spreading rumors in the cities about this town being the Holy Mountain, hoping they'll gain confidence and come to this place too. Another witch admits that she still doesn't understand Prince Roland's motives, questioning why he's taking an interest in them. One lady speculates he might want them as dancers like other nobles. Nightingale gets mad at this portrayal of our heroic prince and tells everyone they'll understand him better once they've lived here longer. Wendy agrees, speaking from her experience living there, vouching for Prince Roland. She advises them to be prepared to sign a working contract with the prince tomorrow. So, the next day rolls around, and everyone gathers in the dining room. Prince Roland lays down the law, telling everyone to carefully read through the contract details before scribbling their names. He urges them to start practicing their abilities according to the plans of the contract. Lady Moon pipes up nervously, worried she'll mess things up during her practice once again, like that time she almost bonked Lady Lily with an iron pan. Roland quickly reassures her, saying he will assist her in her training. He then tells Lady Scroll, Leaf, and Lady Soraya they are going to meet him privately. Later on, we find ourselves in our hero's office, where he starts his questioning. He kicks things off asking about the incident where they encountered creepy creatures, and only 7 witches made it out alive, including the teacher from the association, does in the Badlands. He wants to know if those things they saw were hybrids. Everyone clamps up, especially Lady Leaf, who faced those beasts alone. She trembles a bit and finally speaks up, and states that they weren't demons but more like devils from the underworld. She mentions that they had tall frames and they could control demons, and they had magic as well, just like witches. The boy turns to Lady Soraya, asking if she was there when those monsters showed up. Anxiously, she confirms. Then our hero slides a paper towards her, urging her to sketch out what the monster looked like. If you're confused about if Sister Leaf was the only survivor, then how did Soraya see those monsters? Verified. Lady Leaf allows some of the witches to retreat while she fought the monsters. Anyway, Lady Soraya conjures her special pen, leaving Roland in awe of her skill. She starts sketching, and with some deft strokes, what appears on the paper terrifies both our hero and Nightingale. Soraya feels drained after completing the drawing, and Lady Leaf wastes no time pointing out that the monsters in the picture are exactly the devils they encountered. She explains how one devil could throw javelins at lightning speed, while another could summon lightning itself, all alongside their immense physical strength. Lady Leaf also knows their weakness. They couldn't sustain their special attacks continuously, which she exploited to defeat them solo. Roland is shocked to hear that Lady Leaf took on those monsters alone. She then clarifies that she discovered a weakness under the devil's masks, a tube that was vulnerable. Kara's snakes bit the tube, severing it and causing the monster to perish, though it also cost Kara her life. So, the Lady Leaf used the same strategy to defeat another monster, discovering that there was red gas inside the tubes, which dissipated and caused their deaths. Prince Roland quickly realizes this sounds exactly like Russian voices. Looking at her pictures, it's sure these creatures are aliens. Their skills and weapons don't seem to match up with typical alien descriptions. She then reveals they also encountered a floating city in the sky. No matter how much they tried to approach it, it always remained distant. Lady Leaf points out that the floating city might be a mirage. Our hero asks if they can draw it, because if it's actually a mirage, then the real devils could be somewhere in the Badlands, and the red blood mist above the city is what the devils breathe. Soraya starts drawing again, while Prince Roland considers that the flatlands of the mountain range are unknown territories, so it's not surprising that other beings might live there. He then turns to Lady Scroll, asking about the ancient text Kara read about searching for the whole mountain. The girl explains that Kara never let anyone read it, but she once peeked at it. However, the text is scrambled and sloppy, and its contents are unimaginable. Prince Roland instructs Sister Scroll to recreate the ancient script for him, but she insists it's misleading nonsense and shouldn't be delved into. Despite her reservations, she conjures up a book as commanded, quickly closing it and explaining its meaning, fearing others might end up crazy like Kara. The prince nods, and later we find Nightingale snacking, while Roland immerses himself in the book created by Sister Scroll. He asks Nightingale if she's not curious to see it, to which she simply walks away, uninterested in anything that might mess with someone's head. Roland argues that reading text won't drive anyone insane, and besides, she can't fully understand most of it because its language and grammar are archaic. He points out there's no mention of a holy mountain so far, with references to a crimson room and a massive stone door. He can decipher each word individually, but piecing them together is proving challenging. Suddenly, his eyes go wide as he gets something crucial from the text. The line he reads states that, "We regular humans don't stand a chance against these devils." Roland keeps reading from the book, telling how the divine stone of judgment couldn't hold up against the devil's relentless attacks. These monstrous enemies, scary as heck just with their brute strength, brought down the holy city of Tequila. They scattered all over, climbing mountains and crossing rivers to escape the underworld's door. The writer then spills that she's on her deathbed, being eaten alive by the devil's power. No medicine can help, so she's writing to her buddy Mattia for a favor. She explains how Alice's Judgment Army experiment is wrapping up, successful in making warriors who can stand toe-to-toe with the devils. But she's afraid even if they beat the devils, it won't be a real win. It'll just spell disaster. She begs Natalia to shut down Alice's Judgment Army, believing only Natalia can make that call. Once he reads all of this, Roland grabs his head in utter confusion. He speculates that Kara might have mistaken devils for witches, believing witches would reign supreme and prompting her to bring down the Hero's army. But he's still confused how Kara had planned to overcome the Divine Stone's power, which is against witches, but useless against devils. With that knowledge in mind, at least he now knows the devils mentioned are a separate species, not witches. Still puzzled, Roland wanders from the church what kind of place Tequila is. He's frustrated with the original Roland for not taking studies seriously, leaving him with a disappointingly empty brain focused only on pleasures. He turns to Nightingale, asking if she knows where Kara found the book that drove her mad. Nightingale explains Kara already had the book when she joined the association, but she points out that, according to Wendy, the association was started by some witches who happened to meet in a sea breeze town. Nightingale explains that Kara, Wendy, and Scroll are the original members of their group. They discovered ancient underground ruins in the eastern forest near town, but only Kara investigated further and claimed to have found the book there. After this discovery, the association expanded, and the church caught wind of their association and began a that's the extent of their association's history. She then asks Roland if he's up for
Yeah, sarebbe così bello.
Chiani nella,
No?
ma chiani nella,
Io sono andato साधारण गर्दा बित्थामा टाइम वेस्ट गरे मान्छेले के हेर्नु खाले के थियो पढ्नुपर्ने साधारण आजकल हेरे क्लड र च्याट जिपिटी पुरै उ गर्छन् के मलाई थाहा छैन है उनीहरूले इन्टरप्राइज लेभलमा मात्र राम्रो ध्यान अनि यो लोकल लेभलमा फेरि डाउनग्रेड भइरहेको छ नि फ्रीवाला पनि एकदम कमवाला चल्छ त्यो आज मैले आज दाइले मलाई म्याक्स दिनुभयो होइन दाइको आफ्नै अन फेसबुकमा साला म्याक्सको त्यो एक्सटेन्डेड थिङ्किङ भन्ने हुँदो रहेछ पुरै हाइएस्ट इफिसियन्सी काम गर्ने उसले 15-20 मिनट चल्न सक्छ ऱ्यान्डमली यस्तो खतरा एन्सर दिँदो रहेछ दामी छ यार। यो मैले जस्तै $20 त साह्रो केही पनि रहेछ क्या त्यसको क्यापासिटी होइन होइन त्यो $100 पनि कोरी बनाएन के जस्तै पर्फर्मेन्स ट्र्याक गर्न मिल्छ क्या अहिले मान्छेहरूले कम्पनीहरूले बेला बेला मोडल डिग्रेड गरेर अनि पर्फर्मेन्स पैसा कट गर्यो भनेर चाहिँ ट्र्याक गर्ने बनाएको थिए अहिले चाहिँ च्याट जिपिटी क्लड सबैले त्यही गरेन कि किनकि हामीले यो अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ हामीलाई चाहिँ बेचेर युज टु बनायो अरे अब चाहिँ इन्टरप्राइजहरूलाई मात्र बेच्ने अरे कि दिनको $300 क्रेडिट दिन्छन् अरे कि भन्नाले इन्टरप्राइजहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यो खर्च गर्ने तरिका जस्तै एप्पलमा एउटा इम्प्लोइले चाहिँ दिनको $300 खर्च गर्छ अरे कि भन्नाले तिमीले चाहिँ अहिलेसम्म युज टु मात्र बनाएको अब त्यही भएर हाम्रो मोडल चाहिँ डाउन ग्रेडर आइरहेको अरे कि अहिले एकदम ध्वस्तै छ अरे कि ट्विटरभरि भनिरहेको छ एकजनाले दिनको 300 एकजना कि कम्पनीले कम्पनीमा काम गर्ने एकजनाले दिनको 300 कम्पनीमा 10 जना काम गर्ने $3000 ठुल्ठुलो कम्पनी त्यो भनेको अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ युज टु मात्र बनाएको रहेछ तिमीलाई हामीलाई भन्ने कुरो हो अनि तिमीले जुन मोडल युज गरेर आऊ नि जस्तै पहिला क्लाउड ओपस 4.6 को तिमीले यत्तिकै गर्दाखेरि नै राम्रो एन्सर दिन्थ्यो अहिले चाहिँ तिमीले यत्तिकै गर्दा राम्रो एन्सर दिँदैन के अरे तिमीले थिङ्किङ एकदम त्यो हाई एफर्टवाला अन गर्नुपर्छ के 3-4 दिन अघिसम्म चाहिँ त्यस्तो थिएन अरे के फेरि अनि कुन दिन कति पर्फर्मेन्स घट्यो भनेर ट्र्याक गरेर पनि बनाएको छ। जस्तै क्लाउडको 78% स्कोर भनेर देखाएको थियो नि त सफ्टवेयरको बेन्चमार्कमा त। तर हरेकचोटि राम्रो एन्सर दिन्न के। हो त ट्र्याक गर्ने पनि छ के, आज कति छ भनेर त्यस्तो सब। यिनीहरूले मोडल कतिको डिग्रेड गरेका छन् दिनदिनै भनेर।
So now to discuss interesting. Change up. Depends on especially forcing a different level. Entropy arena. Entropy. Entropy layer and approximate model. Char. Char is what the importance of um, combined music cycle. Hypersonics awesome. Hypersonic by measure by the tangent cone method by a regular master displacement thickness. It's hypersonic. Last running accelerated the uh, what are the controls of the first separation and what are the main combustion engine hypersonic plus kind of thesis of layer concept. Thesis of layer concept when it's how can we put in the Newton theory of hypersonics for Newtonian subsequent reaction displacement thickness software bounded there. Put on the Sure.
मैले आज दिनभरि हामीसँग पढे जस्तो लाग्छ होइन टाइम ट्र्याक गरेको कति पढ्यो भन्दा 1 घन्टा 16 मिनट मात्र पढ्यो कि सो 3 दिनमा हामीले पढ्ने भनेको 4 घन्टा मात्र रहेछ चाप खान जाने हो गई चाप त यहाँ आउँछ। पढ्छ भनेर बस्यो हामी त अब पढ्दैन कि जसरी आजकल 3 दिन पढ्ने चलनै हराएछ नि त म आजकल जसले नि 2 दिन पढ्दैन छोरा छोराको साथी छोरामा के अरे त्यसो होला उयो त छोरा त बिहे होइन त छोरा स्टाइल हेरेर छोरा
किन त खै घुम्न गएको छैन आउँछ नि एकछिनमा आइहाल्छ
पचास किलो खानु भन्दा 40 किलो खाए धेरै फाइदा रहेछ यार
अँ
उही रहेछ
खालि
अनि
तिम्रो
क्वान्टिटी
क्रम्स
नै उही छ फेरि
खालि एक्स्ट्रा आउने भने त्यो क्रम्स हुन्न त्यो एउटा डल्लो चोकोको त्यो मात्रै एक्स्ट्रा हो
त्यस्तो मलाई उही लाग्यो यार क्वान्टिटी नै उही रहेछ क्या फेरि
क्या हो नि भनिदिइरहेको छु नि धन्यवाद त्यो एउटा डिफ्रेन्स भनेको यसको यहाँ माथि हुन्छ नि
अँ
थोप्ला एउटा चोकोको त्यो ऊ हुन्छ र त सबै हो क्या अब त्यसको लागि 10 रुपियाँ खर्च गर्नु पर्छ
कहाँ गएको यो चिया खान गएको अन्त
होइन चटपटे खाएर आउँछु भन्थ्यो
के टाउकोदेखि जाने
आज अलि ठिक भयो जस्तो है हिजो अस्ति छिटो भएको थियो
हेलो कता हो सर ए ल ल हो भन्छ फेरि के को इक्जाम दिनु अब
हाइपरसोनिक्स
हँ
हाइपरसोनिक्स
एफएसोनिक्स
हाइपर
हाइपरसोनिक्स
त्यो भन्नु
आज पढेर आयो के पढ्दैन यार नहेर यस्तो के हेर्छ सीताफल खाइदेऊ न
बिरामीहरूले मौसम रहेछ
सुनको लास्टै होला है त्यसलाई वाइल्ड लुगा लगाइने रहेछ त आयो भने
अनि अहिले अलिक उ भयो जस्तो लाग्छ मेरो यहाँको छाला हुन्छ नि झर्दा झर्दा मतलब बन्द हुन्छ नि मतलब तान्दा तान्दा त्यस्तो भइसक्यो
साइन्स खाइदेऊ क्या साइनेस अनि त घाँटीमा खानेवाला अर्को के अरे ओरेन्ज कलरको हुन्छ त्यो पनि राम्रो हुन्छ के भन्छ अरे स्टेप्सिल्स
के
कहाँ राखेँ मोबाइल के गरेर बस्यो त गाडी दिनुभयो नपढिकन सुत्यो कि आज कस्तो निन्द नपुगेको जस्तो के भयो टाउको दिनुभयो सुत्यो अन्त के कमब्याक होला त मलाई गाह्रो देख्छु तर हुनसक्छ है राम्रो खेलेर 2 गोल घुसिहाल्यो भने त घुसिहाल्यो त नेपाल कहाँ गयो नेपालै गएर हुन्छ एथलेटिको मेड्रिडले घाँस नकाटेर पानी नहालिकन ग्राउन्डमा पठाएको थिए एथलेटिको मेड्रिडले के पिच नराम्रो बनाउँछन् कि अपोनेन्टलाई गाह्रो गराउनको लागि लालिगामा त त्यस्तै गरिरहन्थे अनि बार्सिलोनाले कम्प्लेन गरेर युएफएमा अनि घाँस काट्न लगाए पानी ले ले म के हो यार तिनीहरूले त कोच धरि पनि राख्थ्यो गरेको थियो है होइन त्यो त होइन त्यो त सस्पेन्डेड भएको थियो ए अनि सबै 11 जनालाई पठाल्थ्यो त स्टार्टिङ लेभललाई आम्मामा, के तयारी गर्छ यिनीहरू सेमिफाइनलबाट हार्ने होइन है बार्सालाई जित्नु त लालिगा त खाइहालेको र होइन त्यति राम्रो टिम होइन कि एथलेटिक 22-23 कप पछाडि छन् 22-23 कप पछाडि भन्दा लिगमा के जस्तै रेड कार्ड खाएर हारे अहिले त्यही नि पेला थियो र बार्सिलोना टिममा जस्तो खेलेकै छैन हार्नै पेला थियो
여기까지 간절해? 여기까지? 간절해? 우선, 좋아하나? 네.
About 2 minutes, go to YouTube, play a video, turn it off, switch apps. Like, I've never actually watched it. I'm just clicking around.
And I like doing that quick instead of switching. Gentleman is after a gaming PC. I just want to talk to someone who shaves their face. Someone who stands up to pee. Oh, yeah, I just want to talk to a man. We have just the man for you. He's actually the most rational man that I've ever met. So rational, so logical. Really? Oh, finally. I'm looking for a proper God-tier gaming build that I can play Call of Duty on the highest frame rate with no lag. Not some sparkling pink Hello Kitty island adventure bullshit. Let me introduce you to the Roman names. This and is built by man. Yes. The year left today, this month's mission 20% off. That's 12,500. Oh, it's very cheap. Ask me. It's just something really specific. Oh, I love this. Is it? Did you want to see we should do? Let's remember it. It's really cool, and it's just a forgotten logic. You know it, yeah.
No, 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 no.
Then it's all kind of so my hands are because I guess yeah, this is super. Okay, what's your guys' up? Right. What's your matters? How about that?
Get the intro.
Cross-examination is still dense in works for now, but Roland promised it would be the first to develop once the border town expands. Every business share on this land belonged to the Pine family, and surprisingly, the big man agreed wholeheartedly to enjoy his undeveloped forest for hunting until then. On the other hand, Roland also officially bestowed knighthood on Briar, who would land every time he racks up military achievements. Our prince has finally figured out an effective way to utilize his desolate land. With the river military training ground. On the other side of the river, plans to establish future factories and agriculture. He also intends to utilize the forest to the west of the border town, cheap lumber, edible fungi, wild animals, and medicine. Just then, someone enters. Well, it seems Sister Soraya has been summoned by our king. The prince greets her warmly, motioning for her to come closer and sit down. He asks her about the progress on her right now. Our hero Sister Soraya wants to prince these loves and things too. Tells her you have to draw a few ingredients just for fun. Soraya is confused by this unusual request. She agrees to the request. She asks her to draw them from her imagination. Starts to draw something and a crossbow on the paper. Soraya picks up her magic pen and holds fast draws something on it. It's got this fire. Looks like my guy is not using characters like boss. Anyway, the lady starts drawing while the prince watches closely. Once she finishes, he takes a look and remarks that it's surprisingly realistic, and starts to draw a small circle at the top. Soraya follows the right. Eventually, maybe one part. The boat can read the time check and also teach about like parts. She challenges him to another round. He decides to this is all surrender at this point. Anything else you've done? And said, at least roll has another echo, having power like Anna's is likely a lot of peers and herself. Is that much? Language reason. Our prince isn't like the ones in the story. And mine's Pythagorean theorem would not. He teaches Sister Scroll again. Our hero says all it takes. Rockets up on the spot. Before she leaves, she says she's got a question she wants to ask. I guess you can go ahead and see. So she asks him why he decides to take I saw that was us. He almost jokes over to Steve when she asks to see her attention. While wiping his face, he asks why she had asked to see her employees. Then he starts to share what he likes moving attention. Memories fan the flash through his mind. Usual ask something else to disrupt the conversation. The blonde hair is response. She lights up the help. Meanwhile, in the present, when he persistently asks the source of the happy smile, wonders if she might be taking thoughts. The next day arrives. He seriously just being the nicest trees. After that, he already begins to convince that she's the last member of the Ultra Club. He challenges her to a secret. Telling her to stop resisting music plan as well. And her brother and father is led by his hands. Breaking his eyes. Her clan now has some force more higher existing plan. So this is great news. He grabs her chest. Her servant steps up, telling him to back off. Then, someone takes the guy from behind the door and he moved down like a sack of potatoes. The guy used to leave by sliding over her body. Orders his buddies to haul her off to the airport portion and make the jackpot. Meanwhile, her servant is very calm. Slowly closes his eyes as he consciously speaks by the bad guys including a new face to him. In the present moment, Iron Axe further reveals that after losing her, he refused to join any other clan. His sole goal was to save Pig. He explains how he switched countless slave markets all the way from the far south Clearwater port but found no leads. He drops his knees, swearing to the three gods he'll stick to his role inside for the rest of his life. He admits he failed to control himself when he saw her, so he feels deserted pleasure. The prince steps in, telling him to chill and get out. Saying it's not happening right now, but it will be in the future. Iron Axe is thrilled by this news and reassures Lady Echo that Iron Axe practically agrees to what happened is, thanking our hero and swearing to follow his lead. Captain Drive reaches the they want with herself. Seems to have the money of the environments. Saying called the team because he prints saying they should take already late nights in from the east to catch her off guard. He mentions that even if she wants to escape now, she can't move at night. His knight agrees, stating that withdrawing troops at night is a big taboo, and if she tries it, her whole crew will crumble like cookies. But then, the twisted brother reveals he knows his sister well. Confidential cowardly flee, leaving persistence behind to be butchered. But he is sure that he will catch her. Then said that she won't slip his grasp even if she makes it to Clearwater Port. The knight lays out their battle plan. They'll leave Idle City hard while Timothy hunts for Garcia. With the plan set, Timothy pumps up his soldiers, telling them to wave the Great House King's flag high. They charge toward the frightened soldiers, knocking them down before they can even think of running. The knight grins at the chaos, promising their king they'll scatter their enemies like dust. Timothy scans the surroundings in search of his other knight, Francis, who was supposed to lead the diversion as a decoy. Since Francis hasn't returned yet, the king is convinced that the greedy bastard must be off plundering Garcia's treasures for himself. Suddenly, his knight's face goes pale as he points his finger in front. Once he looks in that direction, they see a silhouette of a massive army, which is led by Garcia Wimbledon, proudly waving her flag as Queen of Clearwater. With confidence in her tone, she rallies her soldiers not to fear, and they raise their spears, ready for action. While she smiles confidently, her brother, however, is totally pissed off to see there with her army. But even as confident as she might be, well, the dude flips out, kicking stuff violently around. If she had been in Hurry's retreat, she would have ransacked the entire case of failures. It looks like she was prepared to abandon the city long before. Right on cue, he gives some bad news. She's out of gate is clear. Merchant has claimed to be using this randomly. The knight tells the soldiers to stay calm and get people to extinguish the fire. But the soldier shouts that it's spreading and water won't do a thing. Hearing this, Duke Francis is shocked once again. The soldier explains that not only will water not put it out, but it will actually spread the flames further. Another soldier suddenly appears, likely with some bad news, revealing that the fire has already reached the city and they're which is Garcia. Mounts horse and rallies. Speaking out, the fire by multiple flames. These two through three flames. Night yelling for everyone. As they get the flags of the back. It's probably like the right. The two thieves of every costume like a hero. After finally getting out, the first with the flames. First three is already swallowed by fire. He trembles, staring at the stone, wondering why the heck the clouds seem just into a dark thing. He watches the city crumble around him. His hair sitting being crushed by the falling. Once taking bird's eye view, the entire east, the furthest progress. Finally, he emerges live in the gate. Those who troubled and he's covered in bruises. Realizing his milestone judgment didn't protect them, he wasn't dwarf witches. While he collapses to his knees, a giant axe-wielding figure appears, and the Duke confirms to us that they are the Sand People. As he trembles for his feet, the man before him raises his axe, and the chops his head off. Meanwhile, back at Timothy's, both armies begin to battle. As great house forces advance, Garcia's soldiers taking positions. Lash erupts to bloodbath and face unfortunately. People from both sides are slashing and stabbing. Only trying to charge the city hall people on the throne surrounded by those sand folks. She just raises her hand, doesn't even bother to say anything. Flip her finger. The sand dudes rush forward and chop the horse's legs clean off in one go. Poor soldier hits the turret, and before he can even blink, the sand guy swings his axe again, ending it with one roll back. Timothy's rear ends from out. There's another whole army staring them down. It's those folks from the southernmost region, Lady Echo, and our Captain Iron Axe hails from. And since the southernmost region is full of oil, I have started to think that the inferno of the city is sparked by oil. Which is why it's no wonder Duke Francis couldn't snuff it out. These sand dwellers raise their axes high and charge straight into his army, swinging and stabbing with deadly precision, cutting through soldiers like they're slicing cucumbers. It's not a battle anymore. It's a one-sided massacre. The sand dunes dominate the whole scene with their sheer power, ready to crowds, watching the chaos unfold. While the blaze makes a shift, terror unites his hands, ordering his knights to sound the horn and the night reaches take his feet. Timothy keeps nervously biting his nails, urging the soldiers to retreat. Pulls the opposite direction of his horse, still confident after biting the dust, convinced to get the sister next time. After that messy showdown between those two stubborn like much night Ryan leads the charge. Attack wiser. Moreover, since the prince made whips out his telescope and spotting it. Even Baldy looks puzzled by their scattered formation and less than impressive weapons. challenge head on. Meanwhile, up on the hill, our prince feels pretty which powered army. It's just low shots. The soldiers quickly comply, and as the knights hover over their heads, the cannonball fires down on the ground. Finally, these goons are absolutely terrified. As Sister Echo sings her anthem, the soldiers fly. I almost feel sorry for the enemy soldiers. About this kind of warfare. He says there's no honor in it. As the prince rides on the ship, he appears happy but out better than he expected. If all goes well, the troop defeats and the Iron Knights representatively launch a surprise attack on the Williams Farm. As their TI wish to right now, he's in South, among which is there are striking attributes no matter where he looks.
Biraz da sadece olsun dolayısıyla. Oradaki render
Hı? Evet.
Now it's about to hit
bugün
1,000 G.
Oralara nasıl bırakalım lütfen? Kıyasam sonra yine mi? Oraya geldik oraya.
Rouse the entire unit. Two Ryan storms out, taking no one. College them without the elements in that sight. Of course, the two Ryan wastes no time on one. Sprinting away from the things that of course, he'll soon find himself here down here, since Captain Leonidas is already straight before him. Instantly Martian troops here, and the only two Ryan's rear diligence. Tunnels from leading the ground in his face. He looks worse for wear, his rocky eyes catching a glimpse of our hero marching forward with his team. He moves united before he can see clearly. After a while, we make a grand entrance inside the long south fortress. Local soldiers scramble as they see our party crashing and party. It's more scared than the witches walking alongside our hero. Night Carter reveals that the Duke's family tried to sneak through the back door, but was captured by Hypersonics. The Prince lays down the law, saying all rebels and users of war will shoot. Then, Ethan's wild thinking blurts out. First things first. Anna and press Y to open it. Right, cast. Listing out. If the prince leaves, who will run Longsong? He doubts two Ryan's kids. Will be taxed by Bordertown, which is 30% of their revenue plus. Pedro County is not said. Pedro short that forecast. Business not mentioned the influence of the church. He's always maintained to run freely on the streets, something he felt for hard racing engines suddenly control. Grabbing our hero close to watching the ship kiss. She quickly steps back. Using his ears to sight harbor tears, announcing the high priest Hyla of the Longsong Fortress Church of Prince Roland, still flushing the account, gives Night Harbor to go ahead to allow the priest. Shortly after, Inquisitor Tylo arrives in the office and promptly agrees their new plan. He explains that he's here to do respects on behalf of the whole city. As they settle, Prince Roland is surprised that the church is and by the people of the Longsong. The priest shrugs off, saying the church usually stays out political squabbles as long as the king moves justly in his lives of his people. He adds, they don't care where the king comes from. But the usual assassin, Roland asks if Tylo's only here to make blessings. The priest works and says that's just work that might pique Roland's interest. The priest tells Roland he's willing to assist in expanding his territory. Roland, though, reminds him of the church's stance on staying out of political clashes and secular disputes. The priest clarifies that while they usually keep their distance, they can't ignore everything. He explains that the conflict between Timothy and Princess Garcia has stirred up the southern region, and the church wants to back a king with strong moral values to bring peace back swiftly. He acknowledges that Roland's actions have made positive waves across the western region, and everyone is aware of it. Oh, the church will be rooting for our hero to progress forward, but since they don't want to get deep into political stuff, the priest offers to help the prince by providing material aid. He then rummages through his coat and throws a box, stating that this is a special medicine produced by the Holy City. He tells our hero to accept this as a goodwill gesture from the church. The boy picks up the pill curiously and examines it closely. The priest explains that the red pill grants temporary incredible strength, while the black pill enhances action. Divine stone of judgment, but it doesn't appear to affect her. Death meanwhile, our heroes continue with the responsive fights to seize the crown, especially after mercy with the power of the city. The crown, they can be pride. Over the churches, here come strength its influence. He worked on all that often, like the impulse on board, which is war town, sheep, the greatest day, passion for it. Like murders one being in loss on forces on the family as well. His role is all confidence, saying that here, contract, communicated, and gladly take down Longsong once again. Besides, he trusted business to himself, and he's hoping that they can rise results. And when he spots folks in the distance, he really confused their Cash service is sent walks on. He explains their generational bonding to the land, their rewards lives in with and control of their masters. The grim reality saddens the lady, their role in the ship's provide for their basic needs and work for their freedom. He pledges to eradicate slavery entirely in the years to come, offering hope to these aggressors. Here's the shore. Causing space to email as email swallowing rainbows, and tells Mark that's okay. Yes, that's right. Declares authority. We have plenty of toilets on everywhere. Free from any unpleasant odor. Wonders allowed by the besides, we're really used to working in funky smells and all. The prince keeps where he's coming from. But now he's all about setting up toilets and teaching folks to the mere thought of spreading human waste in their fields and then eating food grown with that fertilizer is making them gag uncontrollably. As they puke rainbows, the prince explains that these feces can be used as fertilizer for farming, especially with Sister Leaf's improved wheat seeds, which will exponentially boost yield and growth rates. While he's saying this, Lady Leaf can't help but notice loud noises coming from the prince's room, telling those dorks to puke outside. Later that night, our hero falls asleep while Nightingale appears to tuck him in with blankets. She feels a warmth in her eyes every time she sees him. She disappears immediately and gets back into her own room. Wendy catches on quickly, noting that Nightingale just came out of Roland's room. The girl blushes after getting caught red-handed, asking her friend why she's still awake. In response, Wendy reminds her that the prince isn't a child, so sneaking around like that in the dead of night isn't the best move. Just and asks why she's still in the church. Nightingale reveals how the family agrees to his needs. Grace houses Kate embraces her friend in turn, so she goes on to explain that she spent about 10 years there until that fateful day arrived. Wendy's teacher forcefully dragged her to a prison cell that day, where she was abruptly thrown into a dimly lit room. The stern woman who tossed her inside warned Wendy not to ask questions and just endure it. With those curt words, she slammed the door shut, leaving poor Wendy alone in the darkness. As Wendy looked around, a chilling sense of dread washed over her. They were priests with whips at the end, already mercilessly beating on a girl. Snapping his neck and sending him crashing to the ground. Blood brings him crashing down on the man's head, scrambling his brains completely. Once all the priests are down, he walks towards the gate. She closes the ground and sword. It keeps coming at her. The girl grabs his hand and comes so fast it's slow. It's your like when you roll for teacher flying, grabbing the teacher hands. The flashback ends. When he explains that next to that girl, she has to see having using a few silver coins she took from them. She walked until she arrived at the sea. Later, she awakened and became a witch, bringing her story to an end. She later like radiating this intense crimson aura. Our best night Carter this inmate holding his own against Carter, who was one of the strongest knights around. Despite not being dangerous, as the day goes on, he finally gets to making red guys. However, he quickly covers and charges back and forth. She delivers quickly opens fire, pelting bullets into his back. As for the prisoner who took the pill, strength, it seemed to have some serious side effects. Essentially, someone swallowed it by side effects. It's not magic. I wonder if Inspire Magic did too much against that guy, especially if there are remnants of the Divine Stone. Okay, it's taken fresh water. She's glad her prince is different from what she's read in stories. He's inside. I'm still not sure what's going on. The next morning rolls around, and Roland is deep in a dream about battles with tanks and aircraft. In his dream, he's conquering the world with mechas and cutting-edge military power. Suddenly, abilities have changed once again. This news really confuses the city friend. He gets snapped awake when a wet towel slaps his face, and Nightingale urges him to quickly go see Anne to check out her latest transformation. She describes it as a shocking magical form, almost tangible. Shortly after, they begin walking down to the office. On their way, Nightingale reveals that when she found Anna in her room, she was sitting at her desk surrounded by metal objects. At that point, she was so shocked that bread fell from her hand when she saw Anna's magic powers had changed internally, and there was a cube inside her. The prince is confused by the mention of the cube and asks what it is. Nightingale explains that when a witch awakens, her magic initially appears as a thin mist. Over time, it transforms into a swirling gas of various colors. Wendy's is white, Lady Leaf's is green. Anna always had a lot of magic, which only increased every she fell with, and her color was dark green. But now, her magic is taking the form of a fist-sized cube that is completely opaque. Without skipping a beat, he asks her what's going on. Anna spills that last night. She was thinking about what they learned in class about the whole universe being made of these balls. She imagined her green flames as made of these little balls, and then she started tinkering with the chains holding them together. She reshaped and reconnected them, transforming the flames into something like black silk. Now she can control it with her mind, using it to slice through iron ingots. Using her math skills, she can cut a perfect square. She's practically begging for a pat on the head for her new achievement. The prince then tells her to show off her perfect piece of person. Cube, she summons her dark powers. When our hero asks if she can change its shape, she snaps her fingers, and poof, it turns into a cube, leaving everyone amazed. She then pulls back her powers and shapes them into strings. The boy tries touching them, and, to his surprise, they're tangible. He asks if she can make them thinner. She nods, saying she can, but warns they're sharp enough to cut anyone who touches them. Despite looking delicate and thin, these strings are actually pretty tough. Unlike her green flames, she can control the temperature of different parts of the flame. Well, our hero seems to have figured out that his much so the more they understand about the world, the stronger their magic can become. Anne figured out that everything's made up of tiny particles, and that insight helped her grasp how her flames work and how these particles fit together. So she is now able to reshape those particles to make different things. And finally, our hero gives her a deserving pat on the head for a job well done. He then declares firmly that he has made up his mind. Everyone in the Witch Union continue study classes. Everyone is startled to hear this. Everyone's points scroll with everyone's teacher enlightenment. She raises doubts about whether she can handle her role. While Nightingale, not much of a Stratus type, tries to slip away quietly, but my man gives her a deadly stare that stops her in tracks. Sister Moon also expresses concerns about her ability to perform in this role. Our hero assures her that knowledge can boost her abilities and open up new opportunities. He confidently announces they'll both extra dinner every Friday, starting her ABCs for each project because, as he puts it, it can totally shape your future. But it seems Nightingale is still not too thrilled about it. In the next scene, we see Prince Roland informing the knight that he's going to farm with chickens and ducks. He assigns the land on the west border of the farm and tells the knight to also teach others how to raise livestock. If the farm doesn't take off, he will be sent to the slope mines later. Once the current guy leaves, the prince calls in the next person. That is when Nightingale pipes up, questioning why the knights are being put on livestock duty since they are supposed to pick some people with basic education to become teachers. The prince explains that all the knights have ordinary hobbies, and since there's a demand for those skills, he decided to let them pursue what they're best at. The lady calls up the next knight, and he steps forward right away. This one looks pretty educated and polished. Introducing himself as Merlin Eltec, he's really glad about our hero taking the charge of Longsong Fortress. He thanks the prince and offers to help out, saying to send word if he's needed. My guy is totally freaked out seeing this dude show such loyalty, especially since he is a knight of Duke Ryan. That's when Furlan Eltec gets serious, dropping the bomb that he used to be Duke Ryan's top knight and swore loyalty only to him. But he abused his power, committed countless wrongs in the Western Territories, and even took his wife by force. So he's been waiting for a chance to bring him down. So, even though he was not able to kill that bastard personally, he is now glad that someone else did. Our hero then asks the man if he is literate and can read and write, and says yes, and without wasting a moment, Furlan decides to make this guy the teacher. And not only can he get a house for this job, he is also going to a fat paycheck. Furlan Eltec asks if that means all the illiterate folks will end up in mines, to which our hero nods. The knight then voices concern about people over 50 not being fit for mine work. He states that there is a knight named Alon, and he is also over 50. My guy clarifies that he doesn't see any need to sleep. Besides, mines have steam engines to help out, plus workers get holidays off. Furlan Eltec suddenly stands up, making Nightingale jump a bit. But all he reveals is that his family has a treasure map passed down for generations. The treasure it points to is points to a place called Tequila. Miss Scroll remarks that if the map's depiction is accurate, it's an incredible coincidence because the symbols on the map match locations recorded in ancient books. This suggests the church once constructed a city deep in the plains to defend against demons. However, it's unclear why the church decided to erase this part of their history. If Tequila also contains underground ruins like those found in the eastern forest, they might uncover clues like why the church hides demons' existence, their old fights against them, and why they go after witches like their teen Spawn. Nightingale decides to head to the knight's house to investigate further, hoping to find more clues. However, our hero warns her it might not be a good idea. If a family guards a treasure map, their home likely holds divine stones of judgment. Since they can't reach Tequila at the moment, he suggests saving this adventure for the future. The hexagram's location is about 50 kilometers away, reachable in a day by Sister Lightning. So, he decides to send her to scout the area first. For now, he shifts focus to the North Slope mines, putting the treasure map aside for later. Before heading to the North Slope mines, he instructs Lady Scroll to teach everyone the phonetic alphabet this evening. If they need more teaching materials, she can ask Soraya, who's turned into a watch printing machine. Then he rummages through a drawer meant for a gift for Lady Scroll. At first, he opens the wrong drawer, which totally embarrasses her for some reason. But he soon retrieves a box from another drawer and presents it to Sister Scroll, telling her it's for her. She opens it eagerly to find a beautiful pair of glasses inside. Nightingale interjects, pointing out that Lady Scroll already has perfect eyesight, questioning the need for glasses. To this, our hero enthusiastically explains that he simply adores girls with glasses. Given her role as a teacher, the glasses would make her look more intellectual and beautiful simultaneously. And seeing him all hyped up about the glasses, Nightingale couldn't help but find his fetish rather creepy. Finally, when our studious girl puts on those glasses, my audience goes nuts over how great she looks. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You might want to hit pause if you're a fan of sophisticated style. Moving on, we find ourselves up at North Slope, where the prince is totally surprised by this super long steel tube. He's really impressed by how perfectly it's made, down to the thickness and everything. Leaning into the praise, while our hero is pretty impressed by her new skill of cutting stuff precisely through magic threads. With Anna pitching in, the town's industrial heat is set to level up big time, and he's even thinking they could start making top-notch underwear for the witches soon enough. But then, Nightingale mentions that even though Anna's powers have improved significantly, her magic thread spans only 10 steps. At the same time, Anna is sure it's actually 15, which leaves our hero scratching his head in confusion. After sizing up their leg lengths, he figures out they count steps differently, probably due to their heights. It's frustrating because measurement units are a complete mess in this world, relying more on approximate values than any real standard. Finally fed up, he decides it's high time to establish clear, unified measurements from scratch, and he assigns Anna to the task. Next up, we're at Clearwater Port, where the Knight of Garcia looks pretty smug about their thriving port. He's convinced the fleet of Clearwater is unstoppable and destined to rule Grey Castle after dealing with Timothy again. But he's puzzled by his mistress's recent worry and anxiety. Suddenly, a man arrives, reporting that the chiefs of Sandstone and Blackbone clans wish to see her. The knight tells him to her, they gotta show up uninvited any big things, dudes, attacking lines, and the other lady also greets the same way. This big guy is Chief Blackbone, known as Blackbone, while the lady is Chief Kabbalah of the Sandstone clan. As soon as they arrive, both express concern that their warriors have been struggling with weakness and depression since the last battle, leading to with just else. They're here to request for me. Blackbone echoes the same worry, but Garcia dances around their request, saying the whole production thing is a mess right now. She doesn't have much on hand, and they'll just have to wait for the next batch. She's asked how long they'll have to wait. She cryptically replies that since everything about the pills is secretive, she tells them to return for now and wait patiently. Bugs always begging for favors. Meanwhile, spills the beans and the church is taking That's the night. And over maybe the short setting and probably 100 people with it. Kind of the first moment, which is on Sunday. After the war town, the advisors visiting our hero. They freaking out about white hero. 20% of the search process property tax with 80 freaking. Reservation fee. Say I can base more gold. Wins nothing. The market's money time. The charging 20%. Let's buy the rest of the crops at a fixed price. That way, once they have money, it's not so. So, money goes back to them. Also, she basically seems suddenly, like Carter bursts in, basically reporting that Sean is back in crossings from people on board. Many questions raining like he hit the jackpot as he shoots off. First, he hears this morning he's calling for gold rice. Just afterwards, he mentions saying, my guy's trying to control the already. Then, he pulls out some potatoes, and our hero jumps at them like he's about to whip out some killer french fries. He reaches, Sean curiously asks what these french fries are. Fritz spins a story about lunching in some fancy feast from the chef called them fries. Next up, European rice, and our hero is thrilled. It proves the future. Before night, Harlan is inclined to sweet and entertaining bite. Meanwhile, the old man's freaking out, shaking like a leaf. He was just as suspicious about Rick's role in maybe being possessed by kittens. But now he's desperate after seeing his new cheese. He is sure that his personality has changed, and his behavior seems tax and that. And then, obviously, she's like to start. I can see the problem. He's a lot of trees. He's a trust teacher. I have stuff to do. She's passing it out. The official issues, when it's time to say goodbye, we hear he's testing out this new portion. They would look like feeling along with it. Huge passion today. Because he's the equals himself. Finally, I was getting his hands right here. Once he relaxed, getting the chip case, other tables, and I feel less around, so I'm slowly smiling back. Encouraging you to work hard. Here you suggest why these slogans for everyone. The prince explains that mention inspire people to do well and do hard work. People use these words will eventually do well. Keep the rest of the meanwhile, Sierra makes his language like once she is flying. She wants aloud while they are melting, appreciating these quickly. One glass, and raises an ashtray toast while carrying it in his eyes. He explains he's too busy figuring out who Santa's with the glass, so he's using already available glass now. This leaves the girl even more confused. She's wondering how Santa the glass reacts. The prince responds that they need to find Santa's get perfectly in glass. Otherwise, the attempts to come out ground. The chemistry must be short components. Big issues with the ground view. The prince believes block on the head. She walks down the aisle of the ranch called Lion Love, which is when they reach the altar, the prince lifts the altar face, realizing that they should dance. While she's lost in the street, Anne playfully tells her the story to quiet down because she's sure her older sister must be having love the tree. It's the only thing that gives light smile on her face. Next up, after the sitting, we find the three archbishops with you. Continue discussion about lighting up, which is our hero's keeping in words in. However, since the church is already carried out to its happy part, they're short on soldiers. Archbishop she created like the church right away south of the last station. That's my team. Don't feel any pain from my base stuff. I'm some things, some he also mentions one of his role, central commissioner, is not fully trained in roles, while the open possibly. In response, my own central parts of the all church, if they don't grab this, they're in trouble. The president which has to be next to which the black hair claims that their leader will alongside the along with wishes, so they will be safe and good. As the she gives hero, suddenly crashes and runs to the black hair woman that tells her that from the top of the ship, while she goes back to work down with the she must confirm for which this is actually found. So she goes right to the she's going to war too. And next thing, we see Lady Lightning soaring through the sky. This woman here is marking the same treasure map of received from that night. She's from a lot of her that way. The answers, help before he's in support. And after routing her class, she accepted to swarm her soul. If the city reasons something, she would just that. She receives her friend. Bam. She spots a figure behind and takes off in a shot, racing through the forest, lightning. Seems the woods, she stumbles upon it, she runs and starts scanning the place for any condition. She had nothing but like this existed because it was completely view by the mist when she was in the air. And after the rain, she likely witnessed it all together. It was catches tantalizing sense. They were allowed to choose her upstairs. After a bit of poking around, she realizes these must be the crooks marked in the treasure map. According to the plan, she's supposed to knock down the location and head straight back to the works and report everything to the prince. But her adventure spirit kicks in, urging her to venture inside alone. Besides, who knows where to? Why not explore until it stops? Once inside, she finds empty halls, so she continues deeper. But she still finds nothing. And as she's walking forward, she hears a faint voice calling for help. It's absolutely terrifying. While the same voice continues to call for help, she finds it hard to believe that anyone could be here, considering these ruins are centuries old and deep seaports. It doesn't make sense for someone to be looking around. Despite her doubts, she pushes forward, thinking maybe there's an explorer stuck inside and needs help. She cautiously pushes the door gently. Disgusting monster. Creature straight out of nightmares. This terrifying scene freezes her in place, and she falls to the ground as she realizes that this is the same team which the lady beneath thought were bad fits. Tears well up involuntarily as she before her rips her heart. The monster towers over her nest, ready to pounce. The next thing that fills the air is a piercing scream, blending with the thunderous roar of the storm outside. The next scene takes us back to the workshop, where our hero meets Margaret Farman, a lively version of machines. He's on the stage, one has the golden prospect of being 5,000 gold more in 10 signatures. But as much as Margaret sell them, he can't just handle hoping for royals. These need to be result something that can't be bought or sold. These targets market is not only wealthy, but also bright and attractive. Connected on its own list. Like the attack she's on. Towards the castle, where all the witches all come. Once reaction is instant. She gets all that she can ask if they've signed back that Tilly Wimbledon is the one leading the charge. The prince is gobsmacked to hear about his sister and asks if Tilly has already disappeared. Ash explains that the fifth princess has already gathered a bunch of witches and taken them to the fjords for safety from the church. Tilly can lead them to create their own homeland. She also chides out Hero for foolishly spreading rumors about recruiting witches. He has already attracted the church's attention. Nightingale gets ticked off at her for calling the prince a fool, but he calms her down. He then asks Ash, as a transcendent witch, Prince stands up and states, she uses it proves to defend against the church's best arms. Ash wastes no time accepting the challenge, but before the princess is just hoping my future life. Police has walked off. That's like he's seen someone before. Hearing this, the lady is absolutely furious, demanding to know if he actually works. She turns around with bloodshot eyes and a face full of anger, making it clear she would want to shreds of constitution to beat. She sang, while the Johnson situation. They both answer he's also grown to teach in the past, and the prince shamelessly attacks him. While Campbell my guide sees the real world 6 feet under for ages, Anna has to be sure he can be a transcendent witch. He's already got creates figure Ash begins to shock impression that he was just a brute lesser. Now she sees something like more. Suddenly, she's abruptly attacked by Nightingale. She quickly steps back to dodge, and quickly retaliates with a massive sword. Nightingale also sidesteps the attack like a routine. Ash asks if she's here for visitors, but Pearl denies it. She's not going to pass along her guests. She can enjoy herself in town as much as she wants. However, Nightingale doesn't shy away while warning her that if she tries anything shady with the squirrel, she'll be in deep trouble. The scene then shifts to a ship peacefully sailing through the sea. On board is Professor Kyle's teaching. New skills. To review the Prince World 11 contain alchemy equation through subtracting the genius level and battle. Sails toward town. As this man makes his way to the castle, demonstrating powers with his just a new shot from his confidence as to health development threats for a boat. Those are all signs. I need to look at the detection. Bursts in, announcing the arrival of the alchemist from Redwater. And finally shoots up the liquids and action pleasantries. Centuries to time time team discussing the equations with Mrs. Legs. His acts all ship hands, rushing on like his double arms and to the exit. The old man is doing the first reading the idea of these equations on some. And he wonders if they are knowing society secrets. Prince shrugs and he listens to the tale that these equations came from ancient books for 100 years. He finally adds that everything is relative to recalling chemistry and alchemy. Certainly, really not the way most answers. Size, from knowledge bombs of long perspiration pass. Tracing disease, stuff doesn't just pop into existence. It changes from one form to another. Even in example, intelligent games as heat, explaining how the moves seems well, during the rest of the equation. So Kyle's years of curious and asks what happens fast when she deploys, since Ash is way less. I got colleagues playing for all expensive gases and farming. Once we get back to the attention, Kyle makes it to the stores and pulls out the hero, calling a gold mine full of knowledge. He tells the old man if he wants to start his way. I'll find out how the creation is big, but it's big. So the prince gets down past us and offers the family, just like the one he and the Greek and Red Box. Twice a week, he appears when he gets in. It's also frozen. As you also like, some mountains. While the festival training though, it's not quite sure what the more template. It's really confident making high test gases. It's far better. Once they've made that around, I get you back. Some brings me. She wants to just use your points to control the rest. Read out area. It's anything. My eyes, these meetings, we think it's better. Most of these people as a challenge. I guess the link this was hard. She goes all of us. But thankfully, I get this saying this house it's wanting to choose the regional tales. In the next scene, where the training grounds meet this walk demonstration of the most and Harvey's meeting and reactions seems to be a rough less it's Harvey just change Harvey just mad for she's awesome. Way crashes. His little girl is out there. She's currently 16. Walks to the bird fjords and shoots back in some language. Then fires at the bird's ego and she sprinkles some breadcrumbs. Vision lights up and starts running. Becomes agitated. Insisting she's not a bird. Suddenly, the seemingly ordinary bird is turning into a human girl. She reads once again. She human language. The girl tells her friend to crack her bracelet. Use for its application. Thankfully, Lady Shadows finds out more witches in her town, and she's now really thrilled about meeting other witches in person after a long trip. Ash not really admits that the witches are hesitant to leave because they trust Prince Roland more than her. Maggie's surprised by how both sometimes songs fun witches are willing to help them. Ash needs to up on a battle with the prince. If she loses, the prince will allow her to gain witches. Little girl then reveals she's one here. True life is here, and it's carrying around 10. Ash is confident in everything in the world to do without more time, which is however, she's also pleased because everyone in the witch is rather than church people, research music films. Once the church moves, she understand how bad it is and stuff. That's how Ash sees the situation. In the next scene, the lady zooms across the sky and gives to gravity. She's looking these dogs she's got. The humans. She's like, Maggie that sharp blade, terrible. And that's
Okay, well, Ostia. Cazzo, vedo parecchio di cose da fare. Siamo visti. Ciao. Dai. Ciao.
She explains how Ash has been trying to convince Avery to leave this place. The Lightning boasts about all the incredible inventions, weapons, and technologies using. Things never seen before in this world. The girl asks if she can see any forms of herself. Lightning, with a sly grin, suggests she can. Though, if she joins the witch union and becomes part of the group too, of course Maggie decides to stay with Ash, and Lightning you can check out. She's going on about the mushrooms they munch on. The yummy food they eat. Just thinking about it makes Maggie's tummy rumble. By the end of it, Lightning's even Maggie convinced to stay. She tells her to tag along if she wants to have a blast. So that's it. Busy experimenting in the alchemy lab. Meanwhile, the girls are in the forest, gathering some delicious mushrooms to munch on. Along the way, they spot Lucy. Later that day, they spend the evening studying. The next morning, they head to the northern mountains where people are busy making bullets and guns. At the castle, they have a great time, and Maggie's enjoying every moment. Afterward, they head to the outskirts of the town, until they all see Maggie. And then Lucy is the difference. After the days of Lightning, Maggie moved to Ash and Nathan. Ash asks if you can shoot these days. Maggie heavily shoots back at him. He tells Ash that Lightning can murder him too. Long since impressive, she declines. Thanks. Maggie then happily starts looking for herself. Ash finds Maggie. She can murder him. Then Maggie asks why Ash hates this place so much. She also tells her outsider that she wants to see him. She he's a champion. Goes stuck up with his character. As Maggie loses from place, Ash's response remains unchanged. She grabs her head in frustration. Suddenly, Ash snaps at Maggie. In your lives, the man is attacked, especially since no one can defend against the divine punch of armor. But Maggie concentrates on asking Ash for the Ash nods. That's why she wants to show that they can't defeat so weak. Kate battle when he arrives, and Sister Echo takes the rules. As long as the time spot and his healing ability
Detect. I'm going to
both contestants stand before each other. Ash is white and his legs. He is even having armor. Like to cross. She runs onwards and brings her sword. Further before it's too late, while Ash weakly declares her victory for her. She then collapses, falling into the princess' arms. Races free further, let's see what Ash's past. Once dismissed as nothing more. Ash's life was anything but easy. On this machine, and they're having a grand ceremony where food was distributed to the people. The prestigious Archbishop Tito is sent to host this great event alongside the princess. Hearing the mention of the Archbishop, Ash smiles. A smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Looking forward to taking that man down. As the princess finally wakes up, Ash walks away to one light. The princess steps out of the carriage, crowd across the cheers. Amidst the sea of faces, the princess notices someone who stands out the most for her, and it was Ash. Their eyes lock, and time seems to stand still. In that moment, there's a flicker of recognition and silence passes through them. Let's go back and kiss Ash's princess. Sterling looks forward, and the princess can tell she's a witch. She reassures Ash, since she won't have to go to the streets. And that is also when the fifth princess gave Ash her name, since she was nameless before that point. In the garden, we finally use it from her unconscious state. The little girl excitedly jumps up and hugs Ash tightly. So Roland, who gets to friend, asks how long she's knocked out. The girl replies it was just 1 hour. Explaining that Nana Ash easy to get parts to heal rebellion almost completely. She continues to use the powers, though Ash doesn't use it. Minus all her missions in the dark. However, she loves to love. Lady this work is after the saying he decision to help this consequence for him. He feels that he like her is true to mind. It's where he actually focuses. He is the next big thing for his troops. What's troops about how to turn around. She has to love himself. He tells her to just stay. Just and she left. And they brought on. She's the princess. drives the balloon. It's called Asher. He loudly claims it's legendary, far superior to Marvel's one. She feels the power, but they accept this as a gift. Meanwhile, Roland barely saves himself from getting cut down while she was swimming around moving recklessly. In the scene where the cave area of the church's army, Roland plans to stop the reaction, which is important. She boldly declares that Prince Roland is into her wishes, and she has the power to deliver holy judgment. Hugo was serious meeting. Her pleasant sweet thought is abruptly interrupted by an enemy warrior attacks. The next week, once she comes out, the night lady rushes to peek outside before she cuts down. This is because you she effortlessly cuts down people like Sweet. In one post Ash has the night lady into in fear at the sight of such brutality. Causing that book she throws into Thomas ground. Maggie quickly recognizes the book as the church's fire book and swiftly grabs it. On the other hand, Lady Ash raises her sword. She begins to torture this priestess, just like the church did with witches. After taking her life, she takes her life. Maggie asks her friend why she did this, because if the church finds out, she is going to get for that. Ash explains that by the time the church finds out the messenger is disappeared, 2 or 3 months will already pass. She clarifies that no matter how complicated is the situation, which is measurably she shoots the messages being sent by a carrier pigeons to her using for the situation. And she told the man called pigeons, so he won't be any reports back to the church. Hearing this, actually, this spies the sound so much needed time before the church starts strikes. She's proud that she's her favorite for hero by doing this. He gives her friend a thumbs up for mastermind. For some reason, Lady Ash grants a pigeon girl a mistake. A little coincidence, she likes Lady Tiller too. Ashley tells her pigeons is the floor responsible. This way, she can keep tabs on what's happening in Worktown and facilitate communication between both sides. It's a plan to help Worktown escape to the fjords and face the embassy. Maggie is over the moon to hear this, and just as the sun beams over the horizon, back in Worktown Hill, parents are from the Eltines and invited to a royal feast by the generous prince. Roland moves from the boat not back and to enjoy the feast on their parts and tea. Little family thanks him for pancake, and his wife, Irene Eltine, Mrs. Rousing. She specifically thanks our hero for allowing her to become a teacher. Roland credits his sister's role in charge of the Ministry of Education for arranging everything. Irene comes to the chase and asks why they've been called there exactly. Enthusiastically agrees. For the first half of this year, he wants a play performed in the town square every weekend. He already has scripts, props, hunting ready, and now he just needs cast. Oh, Irene was one actor that walks off for this. He has to play all bizarre in display. The lady has taken first routine. Our hero feels head off. He hears the door walk and defeats the end of the scripts. He explains that first play is Cinderella, a romance between Colin and Margaret. The second is Midnight Crow. All guys take their green animals. The last one, which is Diary, is originally crafted in this role, and he's genuinely excited and proud of it. His wife is absolutely amazed by all these scripts. Our hero is pumped to take him off the cultural scene. He's really eager to use plays and not push himself. Next, he zooms in on a pretty much roles. He talk about the faces right out before her. Unlike the usual cheap face makeup, his face top notch. At that point, she gets her in the sauce, and once she gets her to out, she's absolutely thrilled. They're all curious about this incredible transformations of truth from the they keep seeing their eyes. Anna turns to Roland with curiosity. She finds the process of flying really amazing and immediately expresses her desire to fly over the sky. Well, looks like my guys are about to come. Right next scene, a hot air appears, granting Anna's wish as she soars through the skies. Up high, it seems so small. And Anna sees the words on the first time. Here they go again, chatting about all the parties and how hot air works. But I'll spare you the details since we're here. That's one for you. Right now, everything depends on her Blackfire. Suddenly, Anna spots uses increasingly all factories. Well, it looks like along the era of industrialization. My guy has also started the era of like changing. Here's the only credit, explaining that because of her, he grabs her hand and immediately dampens when Anna reveals the untitled fire. Just so she feels that only she can receive fire. Which herself. That's why she's been in flames for so long and struggled with self-acceptance. When she was in prison, she thought facing her sentence might bring relief, but the prince rescued her and taught her to harness her abilities. Now, she's realizing flames can be used for more than just destruction and suffering. She gives all the credit to the prince for helping her change her mindset and use her abilities for good. As the mood sets in and the prince blushes, they share another kiss. After that, what happened to the balloon is anyone's guess. All we hear is a resounding voice of claps, probably because they're playing something fun. After their short journey, the balloon comes down, and everyone is genuinely thrilled to see it land. Some politely scold the prince for pulling such a risky stunt, but he owns up to his recklessness and explains that Maggie and Lightning were following them as backup. One witch then smirks at Lightning and Maggie, saying they're not the only ones who can fly now. Lightning and Maggie shoot back, knowing the balloon's not exactly a speed demon, because they've already circled the castle about 20 times before it touched the ground. Anna seems super pumped to take a ride in the sky too, and they all eagerly ask if they can hop on the balloon. Anna explains it can only hold 2 people at a time. Meanwhile, the prince is still